And we're live. Welcome, anyone. If anyone is listening, how to find the. Oh, you're like shit, am I? Fucking hell. Why do I do this to myself? Jumpty, jumpty, jump. Right. Sorry, I'm nearly there, guys. Bear with me. Got to invite myself first. Uh, I'm getting there, guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to round people up. Links, YouTube page. I sent you the link, Spurs, privately. I can't add you yet because I'm not in it myself, believe it or not. So hopefully Mark's going to pop in a moment and stick me in as soon as I invite him. Right. Where was I? Add. The great Mark Taylor. Hey, I am in it. Awesome. Oh, Mark added me. Thank you. Right, let's add some people. Who do we like? No, let's do people we don't like. Spurs. We can add Validation Boy. Actually, I like Validation Boy. We can add Spectacles. There. Oh, PMARS, of course. Top Brother Troll. PMARS. PMARS. Come and join me, guys. I think Quartus wants to come and beat you up, Spurs. Is that okay? Add cathexis. Yeah, we haven't heard cathexis is bullshit, have we, for a couple of weeks? Hello, test. Panda food chan. Ain't that the truth? That's the point. What have we got in the line of cake tonight? I think we're going to have to go for the ice cream this evening. Is anyone coming? Oh, yeah, cathexis. Let's stick him in then. Big spastic, come on. Hey, a person. Yay! First chemo. How you doing, man? Hello.
Oh, you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, just a couple of minutes. I'll be with you.
No worries. P-Mars, how you doing, man?
Hey, good.
Good to see you, dude.
Good, man. Poker's going well.
Yeah? You've been winning?
Yeah, I had a good weekend. I was just in a hangout with some flat earthers, actually.
You were? Wow.
Pretty funny. Yeah, someone. He said he was in flat Earth debates back in the day. This guy, he's an older gentleman, from the UK, I believe.
Oh, why don't you? Can you invite him? Add him, because we need flat earthers.
Good idea.
We've only got Spurs, and you know how pathetic he is.
Let's see, what was his name? Squire Sash Russ. I don't remember his name. Oops. But his evidence was he showed this helicopter lifting a ground antenna, and he's like, "There's no satellites. Everything's based on ground antennas." So we watched like a minute video of a helicopter lifting an antenna into place for no reason for him to just say that. It's like, why did we have to watch this video?
They say 97% of international communications are by undersea cable. I think, okay, even if that's true, what about the other 3%? How do they make it across?
I mean, yeah, see, they'll take a fact, like a lot of communications is ground-based, right?
Right.
But then they'll just ignore that there is a small amount of communications based on satellites. So,
right.
Yeah, it's pretty disingenuous. And that's what they do all the time with all their arguments. Like,
You can invite Pete.
Pete Shea.
Pete Shea, invite Pete Shea.
Yeah, we can invite Pete. He can tell us all about the what's the new one? What's it called? The Transpiracy or whatever it is.
What?
The whole tranny thing, you know, everyone's a tranny, you know that.
Oh, transvestigations.
Yeah.
Transhumanism. You don't know about that either.
No, not transhumanism.
No, transhumanism is different. That's like technology implemented into.
Oh, I don't see Pete Shea. I think maybe I've got him blocked, or he's got me blocked. Oh no, there he is.
You can tell us no one died on 9/11. Fucking unbelievable that Cathexis. You and me were listening to that night. Infinite Plane Society. Cathexis was on the panel, and he said no one died on 9/11, and Cathexis didn't even challenge him at all.
Right. He also
changed the subject.
He also said some complete bullshit about the Southern Celestial Pole. He's going, oh, they think it's the killer evidence, but they're assuming the positions and sizes of the continents. Southern Celestial Pole is the Southern Celestial Pole, regardless of the continents. Doesn't make any difference. There could be no continents, and it would still be the same.
I can't remember which one of them it was. I think it might have been Infinite Plane, but I was listening to someone try to give an explanation for the Southern Celestial Pole, and they just said, "Oh, we're being lied to about the direction south."
Right.
Like, if they're lying to us about the direction south, how does anyone navigate? That makes no fucking sense. No one would be able to go anywhere.
Right. I love watching them on this one, actually, because this is a bit of a killer point, and it's just interesting to see the techniques that people use to avoid it. Like, for instance, I mean, Antonio, he actually said when he was in the hangout with me on this channel, he said that his position was that he doesn't accept the Southern Celestial Pole. He doesn't accept that you can go down there and point and record star trails. And until he's seen it himself, or got, better evidence of it, he doesn't accept it. And now, recently, like this afternoon, I heard his position is that it's similar. It doesn't. It does exist now, but not in the way that we thought it did. He thinks you can point a camera at any star in the center of it, and that star will then become the pole star in your star trail. Which is just nonsense, just not true.
I hate how they have that thing, you sort of mentioned it there, where like if you don't experience it yourself, you can't for sure.
Right.
Like you can't rely on like, oh, I haven't been to the United Kingdom, so I can't rely on Jeremy to tell me it really exists.
Right.
I haven't been there.
It just becomes ridiculous. Doesn't it? It's not a standard that anybody uses for the existence of anything. It just isn't.
Well,
and
it is.
What?
It is. We know of thousands of people who tell us that England exists or any other country. If anything like that, any achievement or anything of significance is reported heavily, always.
So
that is the standard.
So you accept, for instance, that I don't know, a country that you haven't been to. I know you've travelled around a bit. Let's say Mongolia. You accept that exists,
right?
Why?
Because we have people from that country,
right? But you don't accept that, say, space exists, and we have people from space.
We don't have people from space.
Well, we do. So you only accept it.
That's what you're waiting for. You're hoping that people do come from space.
No. Hold on. Wait, people have been there and witnessed the existence of it, just like they have Mongolia. You've never met a person who was born in Mongolia, have you? I mean, you said hundreds of people have been there. The requirement isn't that they were born there.
Yeah, but that's not really outstanding, is it? If somebody was to say that, listen to this, if they were to say there's a new country we've discovered, like they're saying in New Zealand.
Well, somebody did say that, didn't they?
No, I heard when I hear flat earthers debate, I hear often, and just the other night on the channel You've Been Exposed, the guy said like, "Oh, well, you're just relying on someone who told you that. Some scientist told you that," and I'm like, well, if we're gonna use that, then we can't talk about anything. If you're gonna say we can't talk about anything that we read or have a conversation and learn from other people,
right?
Then what are we gonna talk about? Like only things that I've experienced. Like we can't talk about anything then. So it's just like a ridiculous standard.
No, you can't talk about things that are outside the realms of reality. That's what you can't talk about.
Apparently we can, because we're talking about flat Earth for years.
That's within the realms of reality.
Spurs, yeah, or Spurs, I haven't spoken to you for a while, so I just had to interrupt you there. But Spurs, if people have been to space, then their reality is they've seen a globe. Whether you've seen it or not, you can't tell them their reality. Their reality is they've been to space and they've seen the Earth and it's a globe. So you're saying that we can only go by our own reality, then that's utter bollocks.
Yeah, there's people in the spy planes that have been 80,000 feet that have seen the curve. So they're lying. It's like people have experienced it.
Yeah, there's people been to the bottom of the ocean, Spurs, that you'll never have a chance, and I won't, and none of us on this panel will. But there's people that have been down miles in the oceans. You know what I mean? Are you saying that their reality doesn't count?
No, we're talking about outstanding things. So if somebody said like
going 2 or 3 miles into the ocean isn't outstanding, Spurs. What have you done that could? What have you done that
you don't necessarily
put yourself a pedestal on that against that?
You're just counting people who build satellites too. You're just counting people who navigate, like people, geodetic surveyors. You know, like you're just counting tons of people who have experienced the curve.
Of course, you can build a satellite, but to get it operational and working is a different thing, isn't it?
But at one time, the claim that there were, southern continents, Australia and New Zealand, that was an outstanding claim. People didn't know about it, and then someone went there, and then people did know about it.
Right. So exactly. So, but if going to the moon was real, then the same type of communications that we leave, the same mark. Put it this way: every mark that we leave in every country that we've been there, every mountaintop where we leave a flag or something to say we've been there, the moon and space. You would leave a mark in space. You would leave a mark on the moon. This doesn't seem to happen.
But human has though. There's a flag on the moon. There's a flag on the moon,
and we've got the
racing. Yeah, and racing out towards the fucking edge of the universe, edge of our galaxy, not galaxy, our solar system. There's 2 probes sent by man. So we have been. We've done exactly what you just asked for. You just deny it, Spurs. That's the only difference. That's the only difference from what you're asking and reality, Spurs, is your denial. That's the only thing. You can't produce any evidence for your claims. All you do is deny. That's no position to hold.
Well, again, if you expect me,
you can't even have a decent conversation with someone that just denies everything, Spurs, without no foundation for that denial. It's utterly ridiculous position to have, Spurs.
I'm justified.
It's not justified. How is it fucking justified? It's not justified in the slightest, Spurs. This is what annoys me. I wouldn't mind if you had some kind of evidence to produce, but you don't. All you do is you say space isn't real. We say, well, there's the ISS. Oh, the ISS isn't real. Don't give us any information or proof to back up that claim. You just wild assertions, and it's an utterly ridiculous position to hold.
We've given you proof. We've shown how it's impossible to go to space. So therefore,
right, disprove the ISS.
When did you show that?
Disprove the ISS then, right now. Then, come on and tell me why the ISS can't be there. I mean, I'm hoping with that silence that you're gathering some evidence, maybe shuffling some papers. Is that true? Or is it just that your fucking head's vacant now, Spurs? This is what I mean, Spurs. Yeah, you come to an argument with no ammunition at all. The only ammunition you've got is denial.
What's to deny? That we
can't. You deny everything, Spurs. You deny everything. You deny gravity. If you just focused on one thing, i.e., gravity, which is i.e., one of the most proved things in human history. If you focused on that and you proved it to yourself by either looking into the experiments to prove it or doing some experiments yourself, then once you've proved gravity, you'll realise that a flat Earth is impossible, and everything else then falls into place. But instead of that, you just say, no, gravity's not real, that's not real, that's not real, that's not real. You know, it's ridiculous, Spurs.
Well, I said I'm justified.
Yeah, but you might think you're justified, but to tell you the truth, you sound like a fucking one of them mad Christians. You know
Well, it
what I mean?
might sound
Fucking,
crazy, but I mean, it still
well, it
needs
is crazy,
questioning.
Spurs.
It
That's
still
why you
needs
get.
sorting out. Whether you like it or not,
There's
it still
nothing
needs...
going to get sorted out, Spurs. Do you think anyone's going to pay attention to someone who sits in a YouTube chat room and talks utter rubbish and says the
Well, we
ISS isn't real when people can go out of their front doors, they can look up at the sky and watch it go overhead, Spurs?
We wouldn't be here making progress if I didn't think
You're
that
not
way.
making any
Yeah?
progress, Spurs.
What
Me and you-
progress? What progress do you think you're making?
Well, we have a conference coming up in November, right?
Yeah.
We've had celebrities saying the Earth is flat, right? We didn't have that last year.
Yeah, but they're all dumb fucks, aren't they? Basketball.
Well, everybody according to you is a
Porn
dumb fuck,
star.
which is why it's kind of like water off.
I mean,
No,
they're
because
like, you know what I mean?
Go
They're
on.
the sort of people you make jokes about being stupid, aren't they? I mean, next thing it'll be some famous Essex girl will come out with it.
Well,
Do you know
we'll
what I
see.
mean?
We'll see.
It's all those sort of people, isn't it?
Well, like I said, it's things are happening, things are developing. That's what I expect to happen. like you said.
Kimo, would you honestly expect them to divulge at this this fucking conference?
Yeah.
All
what
I
do you
can-
think-
all-
What
all I
do you
can say
think they're
is-
going to tell you then, right? In
Well, in my
October,
way, they'll say the right things, and
like what?
you know-
Like what? The Earth's flat, and everyone's going to go, "Hallelujah, man!" I mean, what
No,
are they
no,
going to tell
don't
you,
expect
Spurs? What are
anything like
what are they going to divulge then that they can't
no,
tell
look,
everyone
you're
now?
jumping from pillar to post here, guys. You asked,
Yeah, we are.
what is the progress? What is the
Go on
progress?
then, let's talk
And,
about-
Yeah, all right, sorry, I got carried away having
You
an
know,
argument
that's
for a couple of days. I felt like arguing with someone.
yeah,
Pete
you wanna let
Mars
it
is
out.
on-
I understand.
Pete
You wanna
Mars
let
is
it
on
out.
mute, so it's your turn, Spurs.
You want to let it all out. I understand. Right, but
That's okay.
this is why we're more confident and casual than you've ever seen us. You know, you can't see people going off. And,
Casual. Hold up, can I just...
can't you see the flat Earth community is just doing their own thing? You know, and that's what you'll see more in the future. I told you we're going to see it in the media. I said this. I said they're going to be conferences and meetings. We're having that. I can only expect more and more people to come to the
Kimo,
understanding.
who would be the highest profile person, do you think, on this Earth that could... If flat Earth come from their lips, who would you think would be the most highest profile person?
Well, right now it's been Obama. He said there's no time for
Well then,
flat
so the
Earth debate.
President of the United States has said flat Earth, yeah?
Mhm.
And what's happened since then?
It's grown exponentially, like you've never seen.
Grown
before.
exponentially. So where's Poncho gone then?
Poncho has things to deal with, right?
Well, so that's the channel gone off air then, isn't it? So
He
it's not
doesn't know.
exponential.
He was asking you were asking last night, Spurs, where he
Yeah,
was.
and we've had confirmation. You saw Vinny's on the channel, yeah, so everything's in order.
Yeah, Vinny claims he's in Holland doing green screen videos, which is the fucking most laughingest thing I've ever heard.
You can spread whatever you like. Things are happening.
And that's what
He
I've been
couldn't
telling you.
even, he
That's
couldn't
going to
even
happen.
afford to put. He couldn't even afford 20 quid to get a fucking new
Well,
program for his
I'm
computer,
gonna stop
Spurs.
the
So you're
progression.
telling me he's gone to Holland now, has he?
No, I'm telling you that
Okay.
flat Earth is progressive. It's on the rise, as I told you last year. Same thing will happen this year. After
Yeah, but
this
Spurs, we've been
conference-
doing this for 7 months. Me and you flopped on the scene about the same time. Yeah, maybe
What?
you, maybe a couple of weeks before, or maybe me a couple of weeks before. Nothing's changed. We're still sitting in YouTube chat rooms. You still just deny everything, and nothing ever gets changed.
Or a year before, people weren't sure. They wasn't sure.
What?
People
Flat Earth's been
now
on
confident.
Facebook for years. Flat Earth's been on Facebook for at least 3 or 4 or 5 years, Spurs.
Yeah, the debate, Mark. The debate has been on Facebook for 3, 4, 5
So
years.
what are we doing now then, Spurs?
Now, I'm talking from a flat Earth perspective because you can't prove curvature. So there is no other solution apart from them must be flat.
All right, then prove Flat Earth to us then, Spurs.
Well, I've just said we can't prove curvature. You can't.
Well, can you prove Flat Earth then?
Well, look again. You're
Well, if
jumping.
if we can't prove curvature, then I'm just going to hit the ball straight back to you and say prove flat Earth.
Look,
If you're holding us to some fucking different kind of evidence standard than yourself, then fuck you, Spurs. That's all I'm going to say.
You're going to know when we know. In the right
You
time.
don't know anything, Spurs. You don't know anything. I just asked you to prove fucking ISS didn't exist.
It's like this.
It was a vacant fucking silence.
We asked you where is the curvature, so you gave your explanation.
Exactly where honest people find it, Spurs.
You gave an explanation, so we went on and researched that in reality to see if what you said was true.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me where what
we found out?
Tell me
that
what
you
experiments
said
you've done then,
true.
Kevo?
So therefore, we conclude that there is no curvature.
Yeah, can you tell me experiments what you've done? I've got pen and paper ready. Can you tell me, please?
Okay. So this is not about being on trial, Mark. I know you're panicky. I know it's a stress. I understand all of these things and more.
So shall I put my pen and pad away then? You haven't done no
You should
experiments.
put your pen and pad away and just watch the rise. That's all you need to watch. Pay attention to the numbers.
The rise, Spurs. It's more like a fucking sinking of the Titanic.
Well,
You know what I mean? Like Poncho was the fucking guy who was conducting the orchestra, telling them to play.
well,
Now even he's deserted the ship. Now he said that he wouldn't desert the couch, did he not? He said he would not desert the couch until he found proof of the globe. So he's deserted the couch. So he must have found proof of the globe.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Anyway, I'm going to shut up anyway because it's
yeah, because you're just ranting, Mark. That's the thing you see. A lot of ball earthers, their final resort is
ranting. I'm laughing, Spurs. That's what I'm doing.
Rants. Any of these ball earthers could put on a channel and you'd have hundreds of viewers. Come out of nowhere. Boom, 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 boom. Right now, we're the diehards who are here day in, day out, trying to clear the minds of people. That's what it is. It's not a big deal. It's nothing. But we know we're not going to convince the likes, because you guys are heavily indoctrinated. And, it's cognitive dissonance. That's all it is right now. You're just like... because what are you doing here? That's the question. That begs the question. Why would a ball earther, I'm not saying like you, because you're not here that often, but someone like Quartus, why would he be here day in, day out? Right? These people are secret flat earthers.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys on their Earth discussions, if they're so fucking smart, why are they arguing the toss over it with us? You know what I mean?
No, it's over. Exactly. We're not really arguing.
They're not arguing at all.
They are. Have you been on Earth?
That's why you can't get in there,
That's why you
can't get in the room, Steve. That's why you can't get in the room, Steve.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you one of the reasons, at least that I am, is because people are lying, and that should be pointed out. It's not a good thing. It's not. Hang on. Let me finish. It's not a good thing for people to believe things that are incorrect. It's better for all of humanity if people believe as many true things as possible and disbelieve as many false things as possible. I think we would all agree that that's true.
Yeah, but we've asked you guys already that nothing is 100% in your world. So there is nothing true. There is truth in your paradigm.
And when I see people lying, then
I know what a lie is if you don't know what the truth is.
Then I think it's fair that's pointed out. Well, it doesn't. I mean, when I say I see people lying, I'm not saying someone who claims that all of space is fake and all of space exploration is fake. I'm talking about people who who know certain things, but then claim other things that are contradictory. Having been in this argument as long as I have, I've seen it move on, and I know that people have understood certain points that are made, and then they still go and repeat the same old crap. And the thing I'm hearing more and more now is, and I've heard this from a number of people, including Jaron said it in his hangout with Cathexis. Who else said it? YouTube said it earlier on this afternoon in a chat. And it's this idea that, we already know all those explanations that they're just Googling. We already know those, and we reject them because they're from the mainstream. Which is just a perfect illustration of what confirmation bias is. What you're saying is you accept evidence only from sources which support your idea. And
No,
that shouldn't be
Well,
required.
all right, well,
It should stand up to scrutiny and challenge.
all right.
I finished, sorry.
All right. Well, we can all agree that the ball is in question. We don't. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is.
No, what do you say when you say in question?
Well, I mean, if we don't know what it is and we're not in agreement as to what the shape of the Earth is,
Well, a
then
handful of people are questioning it, but I don't think that
it's not a handful. I think it's not a handful, mate.
Okay, how many is it?
Well,
in your estimation,
enough for Shaq and other stars to talk about it.
Well, I mean, look. If we just look at the amount of channels, if we just look at the amount of channels on YouTube, it's about 17 million flat Earth channels.
Fuck off! 17 million. What the fuck are you talking about?
Look it up.
17.
No,
yes.
I think 17,000.
Oh, is it 17,000? Quarter said it was 17 million.
17,000.
Obviously, he doesn't. He can't count the zero.
Maybe flat Earth videos, but I don't.
No, we're talking about channels, dude.
Not channels.
No, it's not 17 million channels.
I bet there aren't 17 million channels on YouTube.
Well, I don't know, but I just mean we looked it up today. It was 4 million, nearly 5 million videos on flat Earth.
Right.
No. Oh wait, no, it's 17,600. So there you go. Look, that is quite enough. That's not a handful. Anyway,
So where are you getting these numbers from?
It is when we're talking about population.
Where are you getting the numbers from?
YouTube.
Yeah, where are you getting those numbers?
Yeah, so how'd you get the
I've
numbers
already told you like three fucking times.
You just type in
the
search bar of YouTube and get results there.
It tells you how many.
Type into YouTube.
I bet you
how many people like apple pie? Would it tell me that as well, Steve?
Well, there'll only be one. It'll probably be you. But so like, 17,600.
So what was
the top?
So how did you go about getting that then, Steve?
Okay, well, do you want me to?
You're really old, isn't it?
I'm gonna do a fucking tutorial on it.
Well, no,
just explaining it be handy, wouldn't it?
You go on YouTube, you just type in flat Earth. Flat Earth is 2 words, by the way, so there's a space between.
So you counted all the channels then?
No, it says at the top. It says about 17,600.
Where does it say that?
What kind of browser do you have?
What do you mean browser? You're talking about YouTube, aren't you?
Yeah, but you have to access YouTube with the
browser.
browser.
But
you wasn't talking about. You're talking about what you search on YouTube, Steve. Come on, catch up.
Yeah, I went on YouTube. I typed in flat Earth on fucking.
I'm talking about YouTube.
So where? All right, then I'm going to do that right now, then, Stephen. It's going to tell me 17,600 channels.
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah,
Mark, go back to sleep. We're in the future now.
It is, Mark.
Yes, they tell you how many videos.
You go. Okay, so you filter for channels as well, just in case you don't actually know what's going on. That's what you do, and then it comes
Hey,
up.
validation boy. How's it going?
Cheers, Jim. How you doing, brother?
Hey, BB, welcome.
Well,
Much love, brother.
this is actually Spurs, but yeah, Gemma's over there.
We're just deciding how big the flat Earth movement is. And we're looking at how many flat Earth channels there are on YouTube. And oddly, there are 17,600, but it doesn't show me them all for some reason. Anyway,
I'm a flat Earth channel, but I don't have it in my title or name or anything.
right.
Yeah, so there's those as well. So I mean, we could just round it up to 20,000.
So there's quite a few stupid people.
My argument was that the views.
And Steve, like, I don't know who you're trying to fool. You fool the flat earthers, but you don't fool us. I know you're not. I know you don't believe in flat earth. I spoke to you fucking many a time at the beginning of the.
That was like nearly a year ago.
So why are you doing this stupid behaviour with you? I don't understand it, Steve.
Mark, that's just ad hominem right there. Like, you calling me stupid?
Well, yeah, your behaviour is stupid, Steve. I can't work it out.
Why are you
just
singling?
trying to
Okay.
understand why you're being
All
so
right, so
stupid.
it's okay. So you're trying to single me out. Oh,
Well, you're not.
Just an attack. It's just an attack.
No, it's not
That's
an
all it
attack,
is.
okay, I'm just trying to work out why someone that we spoke to many a times that agreed that
Many
Flat
a
Earth
times.
was absolutely retarded.
I haven't spoken to you in like
is-
what?
is
Was it?
now-
I used to
He's now
think that-
he's now
I
going
used to
in Flat
think that
Earth
Flat
room
Earth was
pretending he's a flat
really
earther.
strange to me.
That-
When I
that
first
seems
heard about it, it
weird
was
to me.
strange to me. But when you use your brain and start to think, and you can't prove curvature to anybody, you have no other conclusion. If you can't prove spin,
Prove
you have
curvature
no
to
other-
who? If me and Jem went out, we could prove curvature.
Sure.
That's-
So,
No,
what are you going on about? We couldn't prove it to liars and dishonest people. No, I agree with you.
not according to what we've been told the size of the Earth is. You couldn't.
Yeah, we could. It's been proven many times, Spurs. I've seen it myself.
Well,
Because
again,
Wait,
when I
how
come
are you going to prove the curvature? Is it with the satellites or with those radar towers or radio towers? Which one?
Through geodetic surveying, I think would be probably the best way to go.
Oh, then yeah, do that and then come back to us and tell us where the curvature is.
We don't have to. People have already done it, Steve.
Yeah.
Well, where's
See,
the?
we
where's-
don't have this silly requirement that we have to conduct every piece of.
But wait, you just said you were going to do it, so I'm
we didn't.
all ears, man.
No, we
If you're
didn't. We said what Mark was proposing, that it was possible to do it. He didn't say that we were
Oh.
going to.
But no, you were suggesting that you were going to actually go out and do the experiment.
No, hold on. We know exactly
that's
how to measure curvature.
Proposing a hypothetical situation where we.
Okay, a hypothetical
result
situation, just like the ones
requesting-
before, which were hypothetical situations. Yeah.
Well, we could go and do that, Steve, if you want, but that would be the end of the hangout.
Yeah. Okay. Go do
That
it.
would kind of be fairly pointless, wouldn't it?
Well, no, I mean, don't do it now. Like, do it tomorrow.
So,
Next week or
Steve, you've got a telescope. I'll take it you've seen Jupiter and Jupiter's moon.
No, I
yeah?
haven't. No.
You've never seen Jupiter.
No.
So now you're just going to go into full
Just a light in the
retard
sky,
and
mate.
deny you've ever had a telescope as well, right? So
No,
you're in full,
I went-
so you're
I
in
actually
full
went-
troll mode now.
I actually
okay.
went and bought a
Just
telescope.
so we know
I
you're
bought
in
a
full troll
telescope.
mode. So we can
I've
ignore
looked at the
anything you
moon. That
say.
looks awesome. That looks amazing. But and all the other stuff, it's just lights in the sky. There's fuck all. All right.
It's lights in the sky. So Jupiter is a light in the sky when looked at through a telescope. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, actually, I mean,
Yeah, Mark's right. We should just ignore you.
No. What? That's just rude.
Well, it's
No,
really
look,
I love
no,
listening to
you
you.
just
you know?
come
I
in
mean,
here and say stupid shit like that. Come on.
what do you mean? That's not stupid.
So you looked at Jupiter through a
Yes.
telescope, and your conclusion was it's a light in the sky.
I mean, what kind of a size eyepiece do I have to see these rings and shit?
But you
So
wouldn't see rings
Jupiter has rings now, does it?
looking at
I don't
Jupiter.
know. People say it does, and you saying it does.
Steve, what? I don't understand. Do you think that we
Oh no, sorry,
completely?
that's Saturn.
Do you think we've completely fucking forgot about the conversations that me and you used to have about telescopes? And about you living a couple of miles down the
Said I've
coast
got
from
a
me?
telescope. I said I've got a telescope. Yeah.
Yeah, and we used to talk
No,
about
I don't know
what
it
we've
is.
seen in the night
I don't know what Steve is doing. He must be joking or whatever. But I mean, look,
Yeah, he is. He's playing you for fools. He's trolling you lot, but he's also trolling us
That's
as
just an
well.
attack, Mark.
Yeah.
But the difference is, I
but
know
again,
he's
it doesn't.
trolling.
Again, it doesn't matter what
It's
anybody
attacking
says.
us.
Here. It
I
doesn't matter
get
what
that.
anybody
I get
says.
he's trolling,
Whether
but I'm
Steve
just trying
says
to
it,
work
whether
out
Mark
why he's
says it,
trolling.
whether Jem says it.
No, Mark,
Whether
why the fuck are you saying
whether he's in a
why are you
fucking
saying
wheelchair or
that?
something. and he
Just
don't
try
get
it.
out
I
a lot.
did
You think
ask
you have
you
some
to
sort
get-
of leverage over me because you heard me in some conversations before. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, and that's what I'm sticking to.
Yeah,
now.
okay, Steve. You can play
But
them,
you
but
know,
you're never going
he
to
has
play
every.
me. I'm
You
too
know
wise
what?
for
Though,
that,
the thing
Steve.
is, he has every right to say these,
Yeah, of course you
outrageous
can say
things.
whatever stupid thing you
Because
like.
no, it's not
Steve.
silly.
Yeah,
It's
but
no
the-
more
but
than
the funny
silly.
thing
It's
is,
no
we
more
know-
than silly.
Stupid.
We
It's
know
no more
he's
silly than
trolling,
you
you
telling us
don't.
to live on a
That's the
spinning
funny
ball.
thing about it, Kimo. We
That's
know
the
he's
thing.
trolling, you don't.
But let's let Validation Boy get in a bit here because he got trampled all over last week. So I don't know if you've got anything to add yet,
I'm mute.
DB.
You don't want to say anything.
I know. Probably went, the poor bloke probably went for a drink.
Yeah, I thought he had a picture of him in a car. Was that him driving? A
don't
minute
know.
ago, the camera's on and someone was driving. I'm not sure if that was him or he was playing a video of him. Oh, Spurs, can I ask you one question then? Chemo, come in, Chemo. Are you there?
I'm taking a quick break. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, try not to attack Validation Boy because he might leave. So
Why? He won't leave.
I don't know. He might leave.
He's pretty tough, his Validation Boy.
He might be He's driving.
He is driving.
He can't talk. Driving.
I can talk. I just delivered food to someone.
See,
That's what I
that'd be
do.
a bannable offence in the UK. That would, if you was doing that in the UK.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I deliver.
Oh, go on, Jim.
In the UK,
What's
in the UK, if you're driving while using a phone, it's an illegal. It's an offence. You could get like so many points on your license and la-di-da-di-da, and fine or whatever.
If it's hands-free, it's okay.
Yeah, if it's hands-free, yeah, it's fine.
That's what happens when you live in a fascist police state.
Yeah.
Don't worry, America's on the way to meeting you guys real soon. America's turning out to be extremely liberal or fascist.
Fucking hell, man! If are you saying the UK is a fascist police state?
Oh God, dear God, is it not?
If the UK is a fascist police state, then I like to live in one of them fascist police states.
Well,
Yeah. I do think we have too many cameras, though. I do think that's true.
it might not be a police state. Let me take that back, but it's definitely very big brother over there.
And I think they have eroded some of the laws of on free speech that are not what they were, and I think some principles have been ignored that shouldn't have been.
They've been tossed by the wayside for the sake of the immigration wave that you guys are experiencing, right?
Well, I mean, I think it was really some years back when they really started changing the laws on free speech. It was actually, I think it was actually as a result of Muslim protesters who were, radical Muslim protesters who were
Allegedly.
at the funerals of soldiers in the first Gulf War and things like that. When they bring they bring bodies home, they process them through the streets of this town where there's an RAF base where a load of them were landed, and protesters started turning up. So they altered the law then, I think, was to really try and combat that. But of course, it ultimately affects us all.
Yeah, I mean, who knows if the government didn't create those instances, right?
Well, that wouldn't be a line of. I guess it's possible.
I mean, I think anything that happens that changes a law is usually done by the government from the ground level. So, like false flags. Anytime a law gets changed, it's because the government pulled off some kind of hoax, basically.
Yeah, but there's loads of laws in the UK that have been looked at more stringently that haven't been passed because they have to go through a process in Parliament.
That's true.
Government have tried to introduce quite what some people might call very stringent, like the terrorist laws in the UK trying to hold people. I think it was for 14 days incognito, i.e. they can't see a solicitor, they don't have to be put in front of a judge, they can be held somewhere for 14 days, and that got turned down. So
right, that's true.
I don't believe when people say governments are making these laws to put them through, because it's just not true. They don't get passed. A lot of them.
They do say, don't they, the law is an ass, and I think that's true. I think it, how it stands is often not how it's played out. It's often tested, and it's sometimes found wanting. I think, and that's how we get legal precedents set, isn't it? Because
yeah, the High Court's turned over quite a few.
A legal precedent is effectively a change in not a change in the law, but a change in how the law is applied.
What kind of trouble would you guys get in if you started running around in the street saying that the Holocaust was a hoax?
I haven't tried that.
I don't know if we've got
Depends
law
where you
here
say it.
against that.
It might be classed as hate speech, but depending on where you said it.
Yeah, that's
No, as long as it don't incite
essentially
violence,
true,
as
yeah.
long as it don't incite violence, and I think there's a few others, but you can say basically what you want.
Yeah, you
As
should
long
be
as
able
you're
to say
not, as
whatever you
long
want.
as you're not inciting anyone to violence. But if you don't like something, and you've got an opinion on it, you're allowed to discuss it. It's just when people go out, like Jeremy said, and do things that are going to incite violence. That's what they boil down to. A lot of these laws to stop that, which is, you know, they don't want people rebel rousing, do they? If you've got someone on a street corner saying that all British troops should have their throats cut and shit like that, then some fucking idiot's going to do it, aren't they? So they ban it and say that if anyone does say things like that, that's against the law. And I think that's, in a democracy, in a civil society, I think them laws are a good thing, personally.
Of course, yeah. But as an American, the message I'm sent by the media as an American is that in Europe, the people tend towards violence very easily.
That's
Oh, we never
more. It's Europe. They're more political rebellious like that. So they'll take action. More, I think they're more passive. PC.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's necessarily true at all. That's the message I'm sent as a Western, you know, over here in the West.
I mean, I haven't looked at the tables of where the violence around the world happens, but I wouldn't say that the UK. I mean, the UK has a lot of knife crime, maybe, between gangs and things like that. But I wouldn't say we're an over-violent society, and I wouldn't think anywhere in Europe would be either.
Of course, it is in every Europe. If you're not
Apparently-
saw the news.
just to flick back a bit. Apparently, we did arrest someone in the UK recently, but it was on an EU arrest warrant.
Look, wherever you have a
And
corrupt
it was for,
police.
hang on, it was for anti-Semitic disseminating materials of an anti-Semitic or revisionist nature that play down, above all, the mass murder of the Jews planned and implemented by the National Socialist rulers.
Is that
was
what
the
another
actual-
thing, was it?
That was the actual what he was charged with by the German authorities.
How recent was that, Jim?
This was in 2008. This was, so it's not that.
Yeah.
recent.
It wasn't Irving, was it? That wasn't Irving.
Well,
Was
like
it?
I say,
No,
anywhere that you have
I know he was arrested.
Frederick
police
Tobin.
system, you're
Yeah,
going
I
to
know,
have
I know he was arrested. And,
more violence. And
a lot of European countries have that. And I mean, like, if we was Germany and we'd gone through the history Germany had, then maybe we'd have laws like that. But we haven't, and I don't think there is.
it's a
any
validation, boy. You flat earther.
Oh, big time.
BB's a
Yeah.
famous flat earther.
So I suppose, can I ask you this question now? It's flat Earth related.
Well,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
we can talk about it a little bit.
Right. So does the sun throughout the year, does it change its speed or its distance to us?
Well,
So
I
we're
don't-
saying the UK. We're saying the UK. Yeah, in the UK, over the year, does the sun change its distance to us or its speed that it traverses the sky?
I really wouldn't know. I've never really charted it.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking to chemo validation, boy. But like, you're willing to jump on the conversation as well.
Well, no, as he says, that's exactly what we're investigating right now. We're trying to measure that. And,
Well,
find out.
well, you see the sun, don't you? You see the sun in the UK. Have you ever seen it going across the sky faster in, say, the summer months or faster in the winter months?
I know
Or
what
would you
happens.
say-
I know what happens when it's here. You know, I don't know what happens. That's why
Yeah, but
we're
that's what I'm
trying.
asking you about, chemo. Have you ever seen
Yeah, but-
it go faster across the sky in any time of the year?
I haven't now.
Right. So, because what I'm a bit concerned about, because in the winter, yeah, we only get we say 8 hours of daylight, yeah, but in the summer you can get 16 and a half hours of daylight. So either the sun's changing its speed, when it crosses the sky, i.e., it's going to say what? It'd have to be twice as fast in the winter, or it's coming really close to us in 6 months of the year.
We're doing the dirty work for you, Mark. We're doing the tests now. Yeah? You guys are
Right,
not...
so when can I expect the results on that test then, Spurs?
Leave it with us. Bear with us.
Leave it with you. What, like 7 months ago when you said you had scientists in the field?
It'll be next Wednesday, Mark. Next Wednesday.
Bear with us. Bear
Thanks,
with us.
Troll.
Oh, that's nice.
You got to factor in the fact that we don't even know what the sun is. So I don't know.
Well, yeah,
how
but
the
we
sun-
do though. You don't. We
But
do.
You think you do, but you really have no idea.
we do. We do.
You definitely do not. But other than that, you know, what is it
But
prove?
you don't know what it is, but you can tell us what it ain't.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
we
know what
can
it
tell
is
you-
or what it isn't.
Well,
What
so
you're
you can't
saying-
say you can't say that we're wrong then, can you? If you don't know what it is and you don't know what it isn't, how the fuck can you even have an opinion on it?
Well,
Because we can tell you what you're telling us. Whatever you
But
claim it
Kimo,
is.
if you don't know what it is and you don't know what it isn't, how the fuck can you have an opinion on it?
Who said we don't know what it isn't?
Well, he just said that he didn't know what it isn't. If he doesn't know what it isn't, how does he know it's not a nuclear reactor? Fusing hydrogen and helium.
Right.
And all the other gases. How does he know it's not that then?
maybe it's made out of cheese. You don't know.
Exactly. I was just about to say, maybe it's made out of ice cream. We know it isn't, you know. So look, we're doing
Yeah,
that
or
right
like
now.
Jimbo said, maybe it's made out of water, eh, Spurs?
We're doing that right now. We're working on it right now.
That makes sense to this, Spurs. The sun's made out of water.
Mark, we have no idea.
Yeah, of course, Spurs. If you wanna fucking think of everything possible that the sun is, then yeah, you're gonna carry on. I'll agree with you. But to say things stupid like it's cheese.
No, what we're going to do is we're going to do proper tests.
So what tests are you going to do
Real-
then, Spurs?
real
Because
experiments.
the test to find out what the sun is already been done. So you're saying that test is wrong then?
Well, absolutely.
So what
It's
test
not
are you
just
going to
right.
do then, Spurs?
I'm glad that you're eager. You're an eager scientist. We like that.
Well, what test are you going to do, Spurs?
He's eager to find out, and that's
So
what
you
we're
don't know
doing.
what test you're going to do. So you've got no test in mind. You've got no testing planned. You're just waffling on again.
Just watch this space. That's all you need to do.
We've been watching the space for 7 months and nothing's happened. The fucking
Well,
funny
we-
clown's fucked off.
You guys all seem convinced that the all of known physics is going to be changed by an effective publicity campaign.
Everything will change, Jeremy.
You're going to have to make machines work somehow.
That's
Change-
funny. A
that's-
publicity
that's-
campaign.
Wait, what?
Is there a
You're gonna have to
publicity
make machines
campaign?
work.
That is nothing to
Have
do
you
with
seen
the
what's
idea.
going
Oh,
on?
have you hired out fucking adverts in the sun and that?
You're just
Have you-
confusing science. And look, we have to kind of re-explain what science is, what it does. You know, you guys are trying to branch it off into all kinds of areas about how we live, why we live. You know,
Have you-
and that's not what science should be doing.
Have you
Science
seen what's going about though about the
Science-
robots and stuff? And
Yes,
artificial
scientifically
intelligence and stuff like
recognizing
that?
the observable. Any science experiment that these so-called top science guys are trying to find out should be replicated in the schools and even at home. It shouldn't be something so dramatic and so, you know,
Hold
you
on,
need,
hold
like
on. Wait a minute. Why is that a standard? 'Cause what you're saying is
'cause
that
everything that is
hang on,
possible-
hang on. every scientific experiment must be able to be performed in a school, or we should not. We should consider it invalid.
Well, if
if
children
every
can't
school
test-
has a nuclear reactor, then we
School, no, stop. At school, children learn science.
okay.
Right. So if the scientists who are out there doing these experiments that we are not ready to do, we just repeat what the scientists do. Right. So when they release a new paper or citation, or they have a new finding, we should also be able to find out our universities and our labs.
Well, that is just totally impractical, really.
Tell me why.
I mean, what if that result has come as a result of breeding bacteria for 10 years and mapping the genetic changes that occur? I mean, are you saying that unless that can be done in the school, then we should.
Yeah. Over a 10-year period from school through university, that can be done. It's not a problem.
So every single experiment has got.
I'm asking you why. I'm asking you why it can't be done.
Well, because that's just a ludicrous standard. Because
we do science in school.
Let me answer. Because every school would have to have vast resources, huge scientific labs to cover every possible field of science. There would have to be an observatory. There would have to be.
They do have.
What, in every school?
So what is school for? It doesn't have these things. Exactly. Right.
Well,
that's my point.
What do you mean exactly? Give me a chance. Don't ask me a question. Then give me 2 seconds to answer, and then say exactly.
Go on.
As if you somehow stumped me.
Well, it's not that. The point is,
don't forget the question I'm trying to answer now. The question that you've posed to me that I haven't managed to think of an instant answer to is, why doesn't every school in the world have vast science labs so that it can repeat every single scientific experiment that's ever been done anywhere within the confines of the school? That's the totally fucking lunatic question that you're asking me. And expecting to have an instant answer for.
Listen, most of these experiments.
The answer is simple, because it would take vast resources and it would be completely pointless.
Pointless to teach children science. Okay.
No, you can teach children science without having to demonstrate every single scientific experiment to them.
I didn't say that. I said
What about the experiment?
I'm saying every experiment should be able to.
Anything else? Would you? You would have every single experiment. You would have to teach them everything.
If they wanted to know it, they should be able to.
Well,
that's
what
my point.
Saying, is it? Because that is available to them. They can go to university. They can study in the field that they're interested in. And then they can get themselves in a position where they're in a laboratory that's as a nuclear reactor or an observatory or whatever is required.
Well,
but what you're saying is all of that science is invalid unless it can be performed in a school. That's ridiculous.
Well, not just as a school. I mean, just anywhere, everywhere. Science can be performed everywhere.
And it can. There isn't any science proposed that can't. How could it be proposed if it is impossible?
Yeah, so if it's a theory, then that's one thing. If you can't replicate like the Big Bang, then don't talk about it like it's a theory. Just say we have an idea, maybe we came from that. You can't call that science. That's what we're trying to say. It's a religion. You can't call that science. That's the point. Unless you can observe that, repeat that in a test, and validate what you're claiming.
Well, that is...
if we can't observe water sticking to a spinning ball, observe what you're saying, then that has to be a theory.
But we can observe it. We can. There's thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of photographs of it. There's loads of video of it. We can observe it. We can observe it all the time. It's a part of everybody's everyday life.
Well, again, that's the problem you have. People want to know, how is this water sticking to this ball?
Well,
how do we replicate that?
Well, show us. Force acting upon it called gravity.
It's just a theory.
Just a theory.
Yep.
It's not science. It's just a theory. We don't deem theories. We want actual science.
The theory of universal gravitation is it is science. And do I really have to do this? What is a scientific theory thing again?
You don't have to go through it at all. All I'm saying is that
we know that we. Hang on. Let's just clarify.
No. Let me just quickly clear up. My point is that science, everything should be just as they do in schools now. Should be anything that the scientists confirm or find. They should say, right, now teach this in the school, show them how it's done, basically. So if a chemist does something with chemistry, biology, whatever, like in biology, science, they say, right, this is how you cut the body open. We've just found out that you shouldn't slice this part. Now we've repeated it, we've tested it, now we've observed,
But
we've
that's what
verified
they
it.
do. But you don't
The
necessarily have
schools,
to
the children can now
demonstrate.
learn how to become the best doctors. Now,
But you don't necessarily.
that would be called science, yeah, because they can do that. Now you're talking about
No.
theory, about Big Bang, about space, about infinite, expanding universe, these black holes, these
Right, but
exploding stars.
The Big Bang is a hypothesis about the beginning of the universe that is supported by evidence. That's how science works, isn't it? You propose a hypothesis, and then you look to see if you can falsify that hypothesis. So you would, for instance, look for cosmic background radiation, and if you didn't find any, then that would falsify your hypothesis. But
Yeah, but still, this is not something to test.
That
test.
I'm sorry.
It's not something that one can test.
Well, you can. Yeah, you could test for cosmic background radiation. You'd need a big dish to do it.
Yeah, but I asked before about evolution. So when you're looking at these cosmic things, you're looking. The answer that you have is either preconceived or you're getting the wrong answer. Whatever you're looking at, and you came to the conclusion, well, that must mean a Big Bang. That clearly is the wrong answer. Right?
Why is it clearly the wrong answer?
My point. Why I would ask, why would that have to be about simulation or other worlds? Why? Where does that come from? Where does that open up from? You don't just come out with something, a Big Bang. You need. So obviously you've just said all these things because you need something like gravity. You need something for your model. It just fits the model. Yes. So that's all. That's what it's. So that's why we say theory. You can't. So science, basically, in a nutshell, students should be able to, and people at home should be able to replicate all of these things. And that's what science is, and that's why a lot of you people. That's why the problem we have, because science
it isn't. I mean, what you're doing is, I understand you've been watching Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and he's the new hero of Flat Earth. But the idea that it isn't science unless it can be repeated personally by you and is generally available to everyone, that idea is nonsense. That is not a stipulation of science.
Tell me why.
That's a stipulation of Del from Beyond the
No, tell me why. Why is it wrong? If we can do
science
biology,
does not say that.
It's all it's all conjecture. It's all conjecture.
Hang on. You guys endlessly repeat to me, it's got to be observable, repeatable, testable. You endlessly say that. Nowhere does it say it's got to be able to fit in your living room. You've got to be able to do it at the local school. None of that is a stipulation for something being part of the scientific method.
It's not scientific.
You made up.
Yes, but that branch of education or learning, that's the whole point. Biology is science. Chemistry can be science.
Chemo. So you're saying?
What's the other one? What's the other one? Chemistry.
So
biology.
You're saying any science that's done in school is valid? Then is that what you're saying?
What is the other science?
No, but chemo. You're saying any science that's done in school is valid.
Science.
So the outcome
Chemistry,
is valid.
Biology, and
Physics, isn't it?
So physics, as we know, is math. Yes, and math.
No, it's massive part of physics. It's not physics. Isn't maths.
So like physics is like the mechanics of how things work. Yes. No. Yes. No. I'm asking you. Before I go on, and you say, "Oh, chemo knows nothing," I'm saying physics.
Yeah, well, don't you know chemo?
You should know.
You're
yes,
the one. You're the one purporting to have all these scientists in the field, but you don't even know how science works, chemo. So what the fuck?
So I just asked you. I said chemistry. We have biology, and according to you,
what about you
physics
answer one of my
science,
questions
yes?
instead of me answering yours all the time, chemo? Are you saying that all science that's done in school is valid?
No. I'm saying that if the scientists...
You just said that all science should be able to be done in school. So are you saying the science that is done in school is valid?
Here we go. You just speak for me, and when you want me to reply, I'll have a go.
Well, you can reply now. Go on.
Right. I'm not saying that all. I don't know what you've just said. I don't know what the heck you're on about. But what I'm saying is that when the top scientists in the field confirm something, you guys go citation. So when they all agree that something works, it's repeatable, observable, testable, then that it's not a secret, is it? So that experiment should now passed on to the masses. We've just discovered something. Here you go. Here's some new knowledge.
Right.
Children,
so the science done in the school then is valid then. By that reasoning.
By this point,
the scientist
will say, let me finish. By this point, the teacher was the
My life's not long enough to let you finish, Kamo.
Let me finish. Yeah. So the top scientists will say, look, here's our findings. They pass them to the teachers and say, right, now teach this to the children. This is fact. This is proof. They can't deny this. Now go ahead and teach it and learn it, and there's your world. Like Neil deGrasse.
So would you accept that?
Like Neil deGrasse.
Would you accept that? Would you accept the outcomes of them experiments then, Kimo?
That's what should happen.
Yeah, I'm asking you, would you accept the outcomes of those experiments?
Of what experiments? Which one?
The experiments that you've just fucking proposed. That the
Biology.
scientists do the experiments, then it gets passed down to the masses can do the experiments. So now the conclusion to that is, do you accept the conclusions of them experiments?
The conclusions
if they're repeatable.
Well, yeah, I'm going by his criteria, Steve. So if you could just leave the trolling out for a minute, please.
All right.
So Spurs, by your standards, Spurs.
Right, you've heard me make my statement.
Would you accept the experiments?
You've heard what I said. Speak on it. If you're incorrect, I'll correct you.
Right. So what about all the experiments that university students do to pass their physics exam that confirm gravity?
What? What about it?
Well, by your logic, then that is true. Then gravity exists. It was first proposed. It was first proposed by Newton. Then
they don't
more
do a
people.
test
More.
gravity.
Shut the fuck up a minute. You've been talking for 10 minutes. Yeah. It was proposed by Newton.
Goodness me.
It was put forward, and it's been tested and reproved, calculated through many, many times, to the point where it's disseminated now down to classes in universities that students have to do these exams and these tests and experiments to pass their physics exams. So by your conclusion then, because it's done all that which you just set out, then the conclusion is gravity is real.
No.
Why? I've just fulfilled everything you've asked for.
Well, you're not paying attention then.
Oh, what? Because it's gravity, you're going to deny it?
Because they're just passing
What did I say at the beginning of the conversation? That's all you've got, Spurs. Deny, deny, deny. Even when I fit your own criteria of going down all this bollocks about it has to be done by scientists and passed to the masses that anyone can fucking do. You can even look on YouTube and watch children do this experiment, Spurs. But you're so fucking retarded. All you've got is, no, it can't be right. That can't be right. That goes against what I believe in. You can't have that one.
Right,
no, thanks for showing once again what a dishonest person you are.
So is gravity a theory then?
That's fine. Right, let me explain something. Everything has to be observable. Gravity is not observable.
Its effects are.
So therefore, you don't know what the effects are because you don't know what that is. You don't know what gravity is. It's just a theory. So you can't test something that you don't know what it is. So therefore, we do not observe gravity. So therefore, the test that they're giving us in these education, in the education system is flawed. It's flawed from the get-go because they're giving us a theory to work with, a model that doesn't exist. Okay, so when I say that the student should be able to do an observable, testable, repeatable experiment. Biology, things that spring to mind straight away are when you slice a frog. Scientists say blah, 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 and then you slice a frog open and you test it out, you can observe, you can see that. When you do chemistry, and they say, if you take this chemical and mix it with this chemical, this will happen. You take that chemical and you mix it with this chemical, and you look at the experiments with your eyes, you observe it, you test it, you repeat it, and you take the results and you verify it. Now, if somebody tells me to test something that I can't see, then we have a problem. And that's where the problem, when I said no, when you asked your question mark.
Well, what about the testing of sound? What about the testing of sound waves?
Testing of
What?
sound.
What about it?
I was saying, what about the testing of sound waves?
Mm-hmm.
What about it, VB?
I mean, I don't know who it was, but they were saying if it's not visibly observable, then it can't be observed. I mean, you can observe sound waves in a way. I mean, audibly observe them.
Right.
Can we observe them?
And test them. I mean, you can test them and audibly observe them.
There's your answer. Audibly observe gravity. Can we physically see? Can we touch? Can we feel? Can we sense gravity? No.
No, we can only sense inertia.
There was no observation of any kind to do with gravity. We know that things fall because of weight, density. The apple falls because it grows. Very normal.
Who was saying earlier that whatever the big science is doing should be able to be repeated in a classroom? That's a little bit fallacious because where's the line drawn? You know, like the stuff that we're taught in classrooms now, a lot of it is still, 99% theoretical bullshit physics, but it gets taught in the school. Like, where's the line drawn? When do they know when it's acceptable to teach bullshit?
Well, this is what I was just asking you. No, you're absolutely right. I was saying, now we're asking, is physics science? Because a lot of it is theory. Biology is 100% science. We know that physics, chemistry. We know that is 100% science. Yes? But when it comes to physics, now we're asking the question, which is why I brought it all up, is that science? These guys are claiming it's science, but well, that's up for debate now, right? When you say, is it fallacious to say that children should be able to observe, test, and learn science? I find that fallacious. Why is that so? Why is that such a difficult thing to ask? That the students learn what the scientists have revealed. Or something, they pass it on. It's not a secret, as I said. It's not.
I know, but they can pass it on without them having to actually repeat the experiment themselves. I mean, that is very time-consuming and requires a lot of research.
No way. Not in our world. Not in the.
Yes, of course, in our world. That's exactly what we do all the time. We pass information on to each other. We don't demand
do you know how many people,
each person.
Do you know how many people would be? Do you know how many people would be in jail if we went by your thinking, just because of a theory? Evidence, concrete, undeniable.
But that is evidence. That is when someone produces evidence that does the test.
Well, I don't.
Hang on. Let me finish. When someone does the test, does the experiment, and reports their results, that is evidence. That is evidence. What you're saying is you want to ignore that evidence and then do the test again yourself and get your own evidence. And until you have, that first evidence should be disregarded. And that's
no, but what's the starting point for physics? What are they trying to find?
That isn't a standard that you apply consistently.
No. Hold on, Jeremy. When it comes to biology, what are we trying to find out? So we're trying to find out how the body works, the cures, we're trying to find out how to fix things, if you break your leg, how to cure X-rays, this kind of thing. But with physics, what is it they find out? There were certain limits to what we can do and what we can know. Science.
Yeah, with theoretical physics, the evidences you get are just mathematical numbers on pieces of paper. There's no legitimate evidence.
Should they be teaching the children physics? That's the question.
Not the theoretical physics. That's all nonsense.
Well, I think when it comes to children, I don't think we really teach children theoretical physics. I think they touch on things like Big Bang and stuff like that, but this isn't, this stuff isn't taught in classrooms, really, is it? I mean,
So I think again,
in
you understand.
university maybe, but I think it's a different type of learning as well that you're doing there.
Well, they teach the whole heliocentric, corkscrew model in elementary school, don't they?
Well, that's true, but that doesn't rely on it isn't reliant upon theoretical physics. I think that's part of it, but I don't think it's reliant upon it.
I think it's completely theoretical. The entire premise is based on a presupposition of mathematics on pieces of paper.
And that's what I was trying to say. Where are you coming?
Is it? I mean,
yeah, Jeremy, that's my point.
We can measure the shape of the Earth. We take photographs of it. I mean, you just can't say it's completely theoretical. It just isn't.
No. What's the premise for evolution and physics? What are you trying to achieve and trying to find out? That's the problem you have. You're missing that. You seem to think that you have answers to things that our capability. We have to accept
evolution is an explanation for the diversity of life on Earth. That's what it attempts to explain. Why is there so much diversity of life?
And with these people, as long as God isn't absent, as long as there's no creator and everything is nihilistically depressing and ominous doom, then they're okay with it.
Well, if you throw in a God, generally speaking, if you go with one of the mainstream religions, that also includes a lot of ominous doom. But I don't agree with with this idea that materialism leads to nihilism. I just don't think it does.
I want to go.
It does for some people, but
Jeremy, you saying that the children. I want you to touch upon. You think that we shouldn't be able to do experiments that the scientists have done.
Sorry, mate, give me a minute. My boy's on the phone. Hang on a minute.
All right. See, and that's one of the biggest problems. You see, and I think we can kind of grab onto that, the fact that when you're at school or university, you do experiments that the big boys are doing. Yeah, and they say, look, this happens, and you can do it yourself. You can test it yourself. But when it comes to this physics, you have to.
So what science do you actually agree with, Spurs?
I just said,
I take it you agree with computer science.
Biology.
As you're using a computer, I take it you agree with that kind of science, yeah?
Yes, of course.
Right. What about the speed of light?
Computers and electricity are tangible, but lights in the sky are not really tangible items.
Well, they are.
Wait, electricity is tangible?
Oh, we can control it. We can regulate it.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
I think it's blue.
It looks like sound. It looks like sound wave. It looks like sound wave.
Can you show me a picture?
Well,
now, sound waves. I didn't know sound waves look like.
You can see bolts of lightning, but they're like.
You see lightning all the time.
Yeah, but they're not really Well, I mean,
take
really tangible, are they?
What do the police use?
So you're telling me that I can take a tape measure out and measure the length of some electricity?
If you wanted to.
It might be dangerous.
Yeah, exactly.
What are them stun guns? They produce electricity, right?
Can you put electricity in a jar and study it?
You can put it between two on a stun gun and look at it like that. Yeah, of course.
So can you give me one repeatable, testable experiment I can do with electricity recreated in a lab? Right, like I can look at
Tesla coil.
Now, is that? But that's the coil, though, right? Like, what does the electricity come in?
It produces it.
Now, I know a little bit about computers and the way the information travels across the internet is electrical charges. But can you see that? Like, if I pull my internet cable out, can I see the ones and zeros coming out of the cable and the electricity that makes it happen?
Well, sometimes when you touch another person or you rub a balloon, you can find electricity there, yes?
But do you see it?
You can feel it. You can. You can. You can. Yeah. If you feel it, yes. You can't feel gravity. You can feel electricity.
You can't feel gravity?
No, you can't feel gravity. Yes.
Why not?
Because it's not there.
Well, all it is an explanation. It's a name for the thing that pulls you down. Like if I dropped a brick on your foot, you'd feel that, right?
Because the brick is heavy. If you dropped a balloon on my foot, it wouldn't hurt.
So, but I'm still curious. What does electricity look like? Like the ones and zeros that are traveling between our computers right now. What does that look like?
Not electricity. That's binary.
Yeah. What do you think? Where do you think binary comes from? How does it travel?
Well, what type of electricity are you talking about?
That is electricity.
Well, I thought you said it was ones and zeros.
It is.
Explain.
The ones and zeros represent charges, right? Like we regulate charges and data. That's how we measure the charges from one end to the other. My question is, why can't I see it? We really know what it is
because it's inside a cable.
Hold on.
So I can pull the cable out and look at it.
Hold on. So hold on. Are you denying electricity?
Oh no, I'm asking. I want to see it.
Yeah. So that the way that you know electricity exists, same way that we know. Yeah.
Which is because you can feel it or see it or measure it.
No, because you have to have it plugged into the computer at the other end.
Oh, so what about between the two ends? Like I can cut the cable. I can see it.
I'm afraid that's not going to happen.
Oh, why not?
Oh. Well, because it's inside a cable.
So what you're telling me is I can see the effects of it, but I can't see it.
No, you can't see it.
Okay. Do you agree, Spurs?
What's that?
Or are you being like you can see the effects?
I don't understand why that confused me. What lightning at night time? Yes. Look, you can't compare this to gravity. Yes. There's no way.
I mean, gravity isn't ones and zeros for a start, so.
Oh, the ones and zeros are, like I said, it's a measure of something.
Nobody says it isn't it's not a theory of gravity, electricity.
Well, we've been over this, and you guys continue to.
So it's not a theory of electricity.
Understand it on purpose.
Yeah, but you're asking questions where you know why electricity exists, and I know.
No, I'm asking questions in the same frame that you're questioning, things like gravity. Or I heard some terms thrown around earlier about, 99% of what's taught in school is theoretical BS. I'm really like 99%. That's a lot of stuff. So I want to hear 99 things that are theoretical.
No, validation
BS.
That. You have to ask him.
Yeah. So then maybe he can tell me what 99% of, like, give me some examples.
Well, I understand what he means, though. Yeah, I mean, most of what they're teaching is irrelevant. It's not necessary.
So can you give me some examples? Like most is a big number, so I assume you can give me some examples.
Well, yeah, they're teaching physics for a start.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it's not necessary. It's not needed because it's not taking anywhere.
That's not true at all. How do you think planes get in the air?
Planes. We're talking about space, not the sky.
You said physics, though. I really like it for him.
Planes are still going to go in the air, whether or not you teach someone physics. So.
Oh well, the makers had to know physics.
Planes are still going to go in the air.
Well, they won't if the makers don't know physics, though. But I really want.
We're talking about
use explanation.
Kids in schools being taught it.
No, he's right. He's right. No, he's right. If that's let's say, for example, you're trying to figure out how to fly, an aircraft, and you were talking about dynamics, and then of course, yeah, this applies absolutely.
Sure.
We're not talking about that. I'm talking about things that you cannot observe,
like electricity. Oh, VB left. That's why he hadn't said anything. Oh, I know why he left, because I'm here.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So don't try and play games with physics. We're not saying we should throw it out. It applies in the right area. Yes, but it doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell us anything about I suppose our Earth, it doesn't seem to apply in this case.
Really?
All the numbers are wrong.
Why are they wrong?
All the calculations.
What's wrong?
You know, well, obviously the distance of the sun, the distance of the moon, the size of the Earth, the shape of the Earth. Physics in this case has failed miserably. So when it comes to building a plane, flying a plane, yeah, physics may apply. I agree.
Welcome, Neg, by the way.
He's been here for a while.
I know. Shout out to Shroomy, who I forgot to shout out earlier. And do you guys know about this? I keep hearing about this 7.5 mile frozen bloody lake. So
No, I looked at that test. Is that the one on the
what channel is
Canada.
this stupid thing on?
time?
Is
on
it, is it the guy from Earth Discussions?
I
No.
don't think it is it? I think it's a flat earther that's done this one.
On the snowmobile at night?
I don't know anything. I'm asking you about it, so I don't know anything about it at all.
Well, if that's one, I don't think much of that test.
I
keep
just
hearing
thought it was
about
a
the
Globo doing it.
7.5 mile frozen lake. Does anyone in the chat know about it? It'd be good to have a look at the video.
If only you weren't banned, eh?
Yeah.
Why would you ban you?
Yeah.
Come on, you can't ban a use. I need support.
Shut
here.
the
I need
fuck
other
up. We do
fucking-
anything we want with you, man. He's fucking.
Yeah, I don't owe him any
He's
favours.
a little weasel, for
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
It's out of order, that's what it is.
Yeah, of
He's,
course it is,
he's
Spurs.
lying about me, Spurs, and it's, you know, it's pretty shitty, really. You know, I mean, I'm surprised, really, he has the audacity to even show up in my chat.
The funny thing is, he had a go
God,
at Gem for using socks, and he's been in about 50 accounts already.
I know.
So, like, what,
I've had
okay,
some
it's bad
screenshots.
for Gem to have socks, but it's all right for him to have socks, is it? Yeah, right. Flat Earth logic.
Right, you. What's the channel then? Don't ban him.
I don't think it speaks for all flat earthers. So
we can get the channel off him. I love the real fake you. The fake. I don't even know which one to call him anymore. I like the one with the spanner.
That's not the real you.
Yeah, Ute. What channel is it on? And then we will discuss it. We will answer the question that you're demanding we answer. You were quoting this at me the other day, Spurs. You should at least know what bloody channel it's on. You were talking about frozen lakes the other day.
the
Yeah, I
frozen
know
lake
what-
experiment, 7.5 miles or something.
Yeah, do you know anything about it, Steve?
No, I've only heard about this. There was talk about an experiment like a few months ago on Earth Discussions about some ice.
I think the lasers are really necessary. I think enough is the shit.
It's funny how every flat earther is talking about this, but none of you seem to know where the video is. Where is it?
That's what I mean.
He's
They
now
don't
telling me
even
that I
know.
should know where it is. I should know where his thing is that he's asking me about.
You don't even know where it is. He's never seen
No, I
the
don't
outside
think this, I'm
world.
starting to think this video doesn't even exist. Everyone's on about it, but no one seems
You have to
know what
type in this
the points are.
frozen
Yeah,
lake.
Mike Helmick is the guy, I believe. Is that it? It's a re-upload, I think.
What, and you expect us to take a guy seriously who's called Mike Helmet?
Well, it's a reshare, so
Oh, so it's not actually Mike Helmet's work then?
Right.
yeah, he's just he's
Oh,
still.
what a surprise. A
Is it
flat
Mr.
earth
Bellen's work?
shed. Is this, oh, we have a link. We have a link. Right.
A flat earther with the balls to share a video. Or to reshare it.
Maybe
Yeah.
you'd like to come in.
7.5 mile flat earth laser test on frozen lake. This is that fucking Dr. Zach twat. Isn't it? That's what it is. Is that what it is?
I don't know. It's a reshare. I don't think he's gonna. It's from Globebusters, so the original link. We can go to the original link, then we can see who originally was the dude.
Look, you don't need those laser things. Horizon is always at eye level. That's it.
Chemo, how can it be at eye level? If you're at 35,000 feet, I'll take it your eyes are still in your head, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Then how the fuck can the horizon be at eye level?
How can it not? Where is it then?
Oh, well, so you're saying that the planes you fly in don't fly anywhere, they just take you along the ground then, do they?
So I'm asking, what are
If
you
you're at
looking at?
35,000 feet and your eyes are still in your head, how the fuck is the horizon at eye level?
So what are you looking at then?
I mean, this is the stupidity of you lot.
Are you
So it's at eye
looking,
level.
what are you
That makes
looking at then?
that
Answer the
makes no
question.
sense at all.
I'm asking you, in a plane, you look straight ahead. What are you
No,
looking
you
at?
don't look straight ahead, Spurs, because that's where it's been tested and showed. But you deny
No,
that
no.
again, because that's all you've got once again, isn't it, Spurs?
Oh, calm down. I'm asking.
From what I
if
can
you-
see on this frozen lake, they seem to be measuring the
If
curve
you
and
decide,
not
hold on,
the
Jeremy,
ground.
let's get this out of Mark. I'm saying, if you decide to look, are you saying that if you're in a plane, you can't look straight ahead? Is that what you're saying?
No, but the horizon is not at eye level.
All right, so I didn't ask that. I asked you, if you look straight ahead when you look out of a plane, what do you see?
If you look straight ahead, you'd see
Yeah.
sky.
You see sky.
Yeah.
Well,
You
that's
have
the thing, you see.
You have to look down. I think it's at 35,000 feet. I think it's about three degrees that you have to look down to get to horizon.
Things should be on the ground, Mark. That doesn't happen.
What?
The same thing should be when you're standing on the ground. You should look
Well,
down at the horizon.
you should be looking down at the same amount when you're on the ground as when you are at 35,000 feet. Is that what you're saying, Spurs?
I'm saying the horizon is the horizon.
So you're not saying nothing then. You're just saying stupid things in a circle,
The
round and round.
horizon is the horizon. When you look at the horizon,
The horizon is the horizon. Oh, that's so
We're
profound,
talking about the
Spurs.
horizon, Mark.
That's so profound.
he understands fully.
Yeah, you don't
He's
make
just-
any
he's
sense,
just-
Spurs.
So he's talking
One
about
minute you're saying that the horizon's at eye level, which we all know it's not,
Mm-hmm.
and then you say that you have to look straight out, which you don't. So I don't know what else you want to say, Spurs. Horizon is the horizon. Yes, I know the horizon is the
So
horizon.
tell me why at 35,000 feet you have to look down, but when you're standing on the ground, you look straight ahead. Explain that to me, Kev.
Explain it to me, go.
Sorry, was he talking to me?
I think you might.
Well, I'll say it again. You said, I look down at the horizon at 35,000 feet. So why, when I'm on the ground,
How tall are you, Spurs?
when I'm on the ground,
How tall
When I
are you,
look at-
Spurs?
no, I want you to answer my question.
Well, I am, but I don't have to know how tall you are.
No, I want to know about you. When you look at the horizon at 35,000 feet, you said that you look down. I want to know why, when you stand on the ground and look at the horizon, that you don't look down. What's the difference?
So you're saying then, if we took a measurement from our eyes straight out, then you're saying that would be what we're seeing then, yeah?
No, I'm asking you why. What's the difference between 35,000, the horizon, and
Well,
looking down? and on the ground?
35,000 feet.
Yeah, the horizon. What's the difference?
35,000 feet.
Yeah, what is the difference with the
Yeah,
horizon?
the difference between the ground and 35,000 feet is 35,000 feet.
So what makes me look
I mean,
down,
how
man?
hard is that? Do you want me to get paint out and draw it for you? You seem to be fond of paint.
Ah,
I don't
okay.
know what you're asking me, Spurs. You're saying to me, what is the difference between the ground and 35,000 feet? It's 35,000 feet. I don't know what else to say, Spurs.
When it comes to the horizon, Mark, what's the difference?
35,000 feet.
Is it?
But the horizon, Mark, when you're looking at the horizon, what difference does it make whether I'm 10 foot, 20 foot, 100
A
foot?
lot of difference, Spurs.
I'm asking, what is the difference? Tell
A
me.
lot of difference in the degrees of the angle that you look towards the horizon. Like I said, at 35,000 feet, I think it's around 3 degrees. I mean, someone might be able to clarify that, and if I'm wrong,
That's about right. Yeah.
if I'm wrong, I'll stand to be corrected, Spurs. The difference when you're standing on the ground is you're only, say, 6 feet off the ground. But if you get the technology that can watch where your eyes are actually looking, and you've done a line straight out from there, then I doubt whether you'd be looking at the horizon.
Wait, how far did you say it was?
How far did I say what was?
The horizon.
What?
The horizon. We're talking about the horizon and how far that is.
No, we was talking about whether you look up or down at the horizon. We weren't talking about the distance to the horizon.
Right, look up or down.
I said at 35,000 feet. I think the videos I've seen.
I
said about
submit that it doesn't matter how high you
Well,
go,
3 degrees.
you never look down at the horizon until that can be disputed. You're
Well, it
just
has been
talking
disputed, Spurs. It's just you deny it.
Yeah, it is disputed. There are people who who show you the test where they get the little app on their phone and get on a plane and take the measurement and
I'm not talking
go up
about
in
the
the plane
machine.
and take the measurement again.
The machine is not eye level. I'm talking about the human eye, right?
Well, I
Human
don't know.
eye-
Has your eye got some sort of measuring device in it then? Some sort
No,
of
you
lens?
don't need it. I'm talking about what
Well,
we
how would you
observe.
measure
Again,
something without
this is science. What we're dealing with, not
No, what you're
not a
dealing with is
machine.
science, Spurs, because you
So
deny
you're saying that
science.
you can't use any kind of measuring device in science? Is that a new thing now? It's got to be done in a school, and you can't use any kind of measuring device. Is that
No,
right?
I didn't say that.
So we can use a measuring device,
Yes, you can use measuring devices. Yes, of course.
and
you can.
you would agree that your eyes are not perfect. Nobody's eyes are, and they aren't the ultimate in making, visual observations and measurements, are they? There are better ways to do it
We can see
than just
stars.
using your eyes.
We can see stars that are very far away. Of course, we can see far. But the point is that we don't need a machine unless you have bad eyesight to assist you. So unless you can't see something, then yes, use binoculars, telescopes, glasses, whatever you can find to assist
It's not
you.
about your ability to see. It's about
It
making
is.
a measurement, isn't
No, it's
it?
about your
You're
ability to see. If you can see
what
something,
you're saying is, when I look at it with my naked eye and I don't use any kind of measuring instrument, I can't detect a drop in the horizon when I go up. And I'm saying there is a drop, but it's just very negligible, and you need to use a measuring instrument in order to be able to, so that you can see it. And you're saying no, I can't. Unless I can see it with my naked eye, it doesn't exist.
no,
But
because
okay, so if I can't see it with my naked eye, it doesn't exist, but it's negligible.
What?
You said it's negligible.
It's a small amount, so it's
very,
not
very-
detectable with the human eye. Like many small, you can't see.
But you have to use a machine.
You can't see
Yeah.
the cells in the leaf of a plant, but you stick
So
it
it's a
under
bit like looking for the
microscope,
curvature.
You can see the cells.
Oh, it's there, but you have to use a machine.
Right, of course you
Yeah.
do. Yeah, your eyes are
No.
not the ultimate observing and measuring instrument. There are
yes,
There are
yes,
better
because
things
we
than
see
that.
the ship. We see the ship disappear bottom first. That's what
Wait,
you say. yes?
wait, didn't you say that like thousands and thousands of years ago they knew what the shape of the Earth was?
yes.
Where were their machines?
What do you mean? Where were their machines?
Yeah, where were
How
their
do they
machines?
know
You're
it's-
saying that
how do they know it's
you have to have
born?
machines now.
No. Let's not be silly. What we're
Oh,
talking.
well, wait. So rather than refuting what I've just said, you're just gonna say,
I'm going to point out where the fallacy is in what you've just said.
okay, where's the
What
fallacy?
we're
then?
talking about is our ability to measure the horizon when we rise above the Earth by about 30,000 feet. That was not determined 2,000 years ago, and I didn't claim it was.
No, but I'm sorry, but
You're
according to your model, the ship goes over the horizon, so that proves the ship is going over curvature. So that's where we go from. We don't need a machine because we can see it disappearing. Bottom first, as you keep saying. Yes? So for when that ship starts to disappear, and as I said many times, as I go up, looking at that ship, going over the horizon, I should start to look down. This never happens. So I don't need 35,000 feet. I just need to see the ship disappear from when I look at the horizon. That's the point of it going, of me looking down, basically. From that moment onwards, if I have to go up and look down at that ship, I shouldn't see more land. It's impossible to see more land on a board, especially land straight ahead. That land, and I can notice a hill or a slope or a curve or a decline. We don't need these machines. You think that this is the thing with you evolutionists. You think that we have to become more robotic, stronger, faster, because we're not very good.
All you're doing is proposing a new way of being ignorant, aren't you?
No, I'm just telling you exactly what's happening. You're trying to say
if I can't see it with the naked eye, I disregard it.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, you are. That's exactly what you're saying, isn't it? I mean,
no, I'm saying the ship disappears over the horizon, right? That's what you say. Or was that
I didn't say anything about ships disappearing over the horizon. What I was talking about was how much the horizon appears to move down as you move up, and how we can determine that. That's what I was talking about.
So Spurs, I did see you draw a depiction about what you should see as you go up the other day. I don't think you're properly conceptualizing this at all. Your human was about 1,000 miles high. Then when you went higher, it was about 3,000 miles up that you were saying you should see a curve. So it's just really ridiculous, dude.
Welcome, Tim, by the way.
You know, Tim, yeah, I don't think you understood what was happening fully.
Exactly what you were doing, dude. And it's why you can't conceptualize it, because you're drawing things with 1,000-mile high humans.
Yeah, but size in this case doesn't matter when you're illustrating a principle.
No. Well, yeah, it does actually, because when you're conceptualizing something and you're drawing it, you don't have a 1,000-mile human and a 3,000-mile Earth. It's just that's not a proper way to conceptualize something. You might want to put it in scale so that you can see. It's just like the eclipses and stuff, how it passes in the umbra and the penumbra and stuff. Like you can't really understand that unless you look at it in scale, because most people just look at 3 balls lined up and like, well, how does this work? We should see more of this, you know? So I'm just saying, man, like I can get on Photoshop right now, draw a much bigger ball and show you, you know, what 40,000 feet looks like comparatively to this ball that's 3,759 miles or whatever.
Yeah, I'm glad that's what I actually want, because it doesn't matter on any board, the same principles apply. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the size of the ball, the size of the person.
It does matter about the size of the ball. If the Earth was even 5 times bigger, we would see even less fucking declination and curvature. And we would see less obstruction from things like the Chicago skyline and mountains and stuff like this. And it's just, you have to conceptualize it correctly. You can't draw depictions like that. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help the people watching. It helps no one.
Well, actually, we fully understand because of what you guys claim to say. You speak about Chicago skylines a lot. You speak about ship going over the horizon a lot. So from that point onwards, yes, because you're talking about something disappearing over a horizon. Now, I'm not going to let you guys get away with...
It's being obstructed. It's being obstructed, dude, by the horizon.
You want to dress it up? I'm not going to let you get away with the fact that from that moment on, wherever that Chicago skyline is being obstructed or what has disappeared, my principle now kicks in from that moment. And that's why you guys keep falling flat on your face, because the principle...
No. What do you mean? What do you mean your principle? You're not going to get away with this logic with me, dude. I'm in the room now. So what do you mean by your principle?
It's 100%. You cannot deny this. It works on
deny
any
what?
size
You just admitted that there's obstruction in these things.
On,
so how is that on a flat plane?
Diagram. Your ball, what you think is right. And I'll show you exactly, it doesn't matter what the size of the ball is. The principle applies always. You have to look
What is the
down.
principle? I keep asking you what your principle is.
Okay, right, yes. So, okay, yes. The higher you go, if you claim that you're looking at the horizon, the higher you go, On a ball, this is, at some point, you have to look down at the horizon. Tilt your head, like physically move your eyes. It doesn't matter how high, how big the ball is. When you look at the horizon on a ball, that is on a ball, not on a flat surface, a ball, you have, from that moment onwards, you have to start tilting your head. It's impossible not to. Yes, and I proved that, and this is why you guys fail to understand the horizon. You know, I showed this that the horizon line, what you guys think is the actual horizon line, is not the horizon line. Time and time again. So, if you guys want to, you can't have it both ways. If you want to say this is obscured by something, it's behind something, fine. Let's go from that point onwards. Yeah, so that's the horizon line. And that thing is, that object is behind it. As you go up, you have to look down. There's no two ways about it.
Well, sorry, so you have to look down if you're on a ball?
Absolutely, 100%.
Right, so the fact that we do, at 35,000 feet, look down 3 degrees, that must prove we're on a ball then.
Nobody does that.
But they do, Spurs. There's videos on YouTube.
Look, that's just argumentative. That's just argumentative.
No, it's not. You just asked for the evidence, and I've just produced the evidence, and now you're denying it again. What's up with the denial, Spurs?
You know, it's a shame that the argument.
Do you admit anything, Spurs? Do you acknowledge anything? Is it just the only things you acknowledge is what you want to acknowledge? Anything that disagrees with you, you deny. Because everything I've proved to you tonight.
Well, Mark, it's not for me to tell other people what they see. That's why I'm not arguing.
Well, you just did those, Spurs.
No, I'm not telling you what other people see. If you want to say that you have to bend or tilt your
Spurs,
that is up to you. But I'm talking about the masses out there.
Well,
if they will personally
the
go out,
evidence is out there, Spurs, and that's why the majority of the
they
people
will go out,
that live on this planet know that we live on a globe. That's why you're stuck in a YouTube chat room, Spurs.
Fine.
That's why you're stuck in a YouTube chat room, Spurs. That's why you get pawned and owned all the time. Because you bring nothing to the table, Spurs. All you've got is denial with a capital D.
All right, so you were saying that as you go up, you should what? It should start curving away from you or something?
No, I'm saying on any ball, any size ball, when you look at the horizon line, the moment an object starts to disappear over the horizon line that you claim, remember, I'm going according to what you tell us. The ship's disappearing. You're saying that there's an object obscured, behind, over, however you want to call it. But from that moment onwards, when you start to go up, looking at that horizon line, point of the horizon line where you think it's the horizon line, as you go up, you will start to look down, physically move your head to look at that horizon. Now, this never ever happens, ever, on the flat plane, because it's impossible to look down at the horizon on a flat plane. On a board, you have to look down, and there's no way around it. There is no way around it.
So, can you give me how much 1 degree of the Earth's curvature would be? How much that would be?
That doesn't interest anybody else, because once
you don't care. You don't care because the ball that you're referring to has about 61 miles. If you could see 61 miles, that would be 1 degree of the Earth's total curvature of 360. Okay, this is where your conceptualization always fails. When you think that you're standing on a fucking beach ball, and we're talking about something about there's no number how much bigger the Earth is compared to us. I mean, it's fucking huge, dude. So when you say that you should just go up a little bit and just be tilting your head all the way down because the horizon's just falling, it's just stupid, man. These are first grader, these are elementary school kid fucking flat Earth conversations, dude. Arguments. It's not. You should be past this by now, man. This has been. I've seen you around for at least a year, and you're still talking about how you should have to tilt your head down as you go up. I mean,
well, I've shown why. Show me why and how I wouldn't, and that's it. It's just a baseless argument you have.
Okay, yeah, it is a baseless argument. You have a baseless argument, and you don't understand because you conceptualize wrong. Okay, so next, what else you got for the flat Earth?
Well, like I said, for me, people will test that for themselves. They will look out at the horizon. If they don't tilt their head, they want to know why. If they do tilt their head and start to look down,
dude,
they say, yes,
stop saying tilt. How much of a tilt do you think that you would see? This is ridiculous. How high are you going, first of all? Are you in a hot air balloon? Are you in an airplane? And you think that you should just have to tilt your head all the way down because you're so much above this ball, this giant fucking ball. You're so above it, right? 40,000 feet compared to the Earth is ridiculous, dude. It's nothing, right? You get that? You get how big the Earth is?
But I'm just saying that you clearly don't understand that it's your fault for this problem. You've created.
No, it's your fault for this problem that you have. You're projecting like you always do.
If you didn't say that something has disappeared over any horizon, then you wouldn't have.
I never said that. First of all, I said that it does get obstructed, right? And that's why you can sometimes bring back part of the boat, but you can't bring back the bottom. The bottom is missing. It's been obstructed. You can't explain that on your flat plane. You can't explain that on your flat plane without.
I'm not going to agree with you if it's look. I'm going with you with the board calculations. I'm saying, okay, yeah, it's disappeared. It's fine. It's over the horizon. That much has disappeared. So from that point onwards, now you have a problem. That's where the issue starts to lie, right?
You have a problem. You have an issue. We don't have the issue here. You just deny everything. I don't care.
If I agree with it, no, I want someone to screen share and do the calculations, something like what.
Well, let me show you this first. This gives you an idea of what Tim's saying about, I think, how people misunderstand scale. So you see this blue circle on this map. This marks a radius of 30 miles, which is how far you can see to the horizon from the top of a tower that's about, I think it's 800 and something feet high. But the important thing is that this radius here is 30 miles. Excuse me. Now, I'll just full screen this actually for a second, make it easier. So if I just play this video now, see how this actually plays out when we see it on the globe, this radius of 30 miles. So we're zooming out on the map.
Keep talking, Jem.
Right. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Am I not presenting? I think I did. Yeah. So I've paused it here. So you can see it's a tiny, tiny, tiny patch of the globe. And I think that's what you guys aren't taking into. I'll just run back through that. So it does tell you on here how high we were. Can't see it. Anyway, let me run it again very quickly, just so we can see that. So there's the 30 miles. It looks like a long way, but once you start zooming out, you realize it's just a tiny fraction of the globe. And so you're not likely to be seeing curve, are you? Do you get my point?
Why would you be looking down there? Like, seriously, dude. It's a bad argument. Just give it up.
Right.
So, and again, here's that little bit. You've seen me play this before, but this shows you what 150 miles is marked out here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
He's drawn a curved Earth to scale, and then he marks out. I'll go full screen again. Hang on. And then he marks out 150 miles of it. And you can see it's virtually. You wouldn't expect to be seeing curve.
It's a flat ball, bro.
So is that 150 miles got any curvature on it?
And that, you see that little bit there? You see Mount Everest to scale?
Yeah.
That's 29,000 feet high. That's high as an aeroplane.
Right.
Flies. You can see
So,
the
if
scale
I'm,
of it.
so look,
compared with the
if
Earth.
I'm standing on top of that mountain and I look towards where the other black marker is,
Yeah.
yeah, I will always look straight ahead.
Well, you wouldn't. You'd be looking
No.
down slightly, wouldn't you? If I drew a
Slightly.
line from the top of that mountain to that black mark, you'd be looking down. That line would be pointing downwards slightly, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, it's so basic, Spurs. Seriously.
In your
Spurs, the
model,
reason you don't notice it is because you're not adjusting your head. Your eyes do the movement. If you adjust your head, then you notice it. I.e., if you turn left or you turn right to look at something, you notice it. But when you're looking straight ahead and your eyes move up and down, if your eyes are only moving a few degrees, then you're not going to notice it. And for you to sit here and claim that we would notice it is just farcical.
Fine.
And that's
It's
why the
interesting he
instruments
said
tell us.
It seems like when I hear people say this, but like a lot of flat Earth arguments, all it seems to do is just portray this sort of childlike understanding of the world around you. And
See my screen here, right?
Just absolute ignorance. Look how big that
yeah,
plane is.
let me present you.
No,
Spurs.
forget the plane. Forget the plane.
What is it? 200 miles up.
Forget the plane. Forget the plane. Right. So let's say, for example, you've got any object.
Look at this depiction of the Earth with the plane on it.
So I was going to say, send me a picture of what you think the curve is like, and I'll use that.
No, how about you prove your flat Earth? Because everybody on the panel here knows the Earth is a sphere. So are you here to just question us and try to just get more shit to deny, or what?
Are you happy with this curvature?
Well, Well, I don't know. It depends where you're going with this. Because
Forget the plane. I'm on about the ball.
Yeah, okay. Let's go with that. Just curvature then.
All right. I mean, this distance from there to there. I suppose. Oh, that's below here actually. This is what we expect. The difference between the ball and a flat Earth.
Well, no, because your plane is.
No, forget the plane. I said. Plane out.
Oh, you're drawing lines from it.
No, not the plane.
All right.
Get the plane.
Jesus Christ.
Right.
That was MH70. That one that went missing.
I'm just talking about the ball here.
Yeah, it went 200 miles up, like his depiction here.
Don't worry about the plane. All right. So, any building, anything that's on this side of the ball, right? So you can make it a dot. I wouldn't say it's a really small, minuscule. But I mean, just obviously for visual sake, we make the and obviously we know that it wouldn't go straight up like that. Yes, it would be tilted. But anyway, that's beside the point. It's another problem you have to face.
That's another problem you have, Spurs. You have.
No, about this. This would be tilted. Yeah, that's normal. Okay, so the person is yonder, looking at said object, and you're saying, "Look,
nobody can see that far." First of all, Spurs, right?
But this is what we're saying on a flat plane.
You can see thousands of miles.
The higher you go, yeah, that's what we're saying. The higher you go, right? As you go higher, you see. Now, remember, on a flat plane, there's a black line on a ball. When you look at the horizon, we want to know why you see more land and the horizon is straight. And on a ball,
it's not. It wouldn't be on a flat plane either. The horizon wouldn't rise to a high level on a flat plane either, dude. This is just simple common sense.
It's just denial, basic denial.
Yeah, it is. You are.
Yeah, because we told you of a means that you could determine if this, what we're saying is a negligible amount, is detectable, and you just totally disregard it and say, "Oh no,
I'm not arguing it. I'm not arguing what you're saying. That's fine. If that's what you're saying is the distance, fair enough. But that's
Spurs,
not the...
again, hold on, Spurs. See this depiction you have here? You're talking about literally what, 5,000 miles that someone you're saying, oh well, we should be able to see this, and I mean, dude, you're talking about 5,000 miles right there.
So listen to me. When you look out
Nobody
of a
can
plane,
see that far.
Yeah.
How far do you see when you look out of a plane? How many miles?
Well, that plane would have to be.
Tell me.
As we look on this.
No, forget this plane.
All right,
I'm talking about any plane.
Well, I'm trying to give you an idea.
I'm talking about any plane.
Well, I'm trying to give you an idea. On this scale, on the scale of the Earth, disregarding the scale of the aircraft, you would have to make the aircraft much, much smaller. But on this scale, we wouldn't be able to see between the plane and the Earth. It would be.
How
so
many
close.
miles do we see when we look out of a plane?
I don't know.
Exactly. We do. We understand it. We understand.
Well, I don't know off the top of my fucking.
How many then, Spurs? How many?
Well, like you just said, if that's 3,
yeah,
how have you guys tested that? How have you guys tested that?
You see, you understand. You won't answer that because you know that you can see for miles.
No, you just said you know
miles.
something, Spurs. So how do you know and we don't know? How do you know?
Because when you look out of a plane, you can see for miles.
Oh,
thousands of miles.
So how many? You guys know and we don't. So how many?
Well, put it this way: you can see the stars and the planets with the naked eye.
This is a joke. This is a fucking joke, dude.
Well, whatever. You know how far. You're not going to answer the question. I asked you how far, and you cannot answer that. And if we get any plane pictures now, let's see if I can find one. Give me a second. See, we shut them down. The ball earth is quick, right? Because they don't want to answer how far you can see out of a plane. And that's the point we're making, that when you look out of a plane.
Well, come on then. So how far? I haven't heard a distance, Spurs. How far?
You can see on as far as the eye can see. As far as the eye can see.
How far is that?
That's a good question, Mark. As far as the eye can see.
Well-known number. There's like pi. Then there's as far as the eye can see.
So is that a standard distance, or does it depend how good your eyesight is?
All right, I've got an answer for you, Spurs. 245.04 miles.
There you go.
What? 200 and...
That is
miles
to the horizon at 40,000 feet.
Yeah.
So can you refute that evidence, Spurs?
Well, that depends on who's looking. Yeah.
What?
Depends on who's looking.
So what would be the difference between a guy seeing that distance and a guy seeing further? What would be the difference between the two?
Well, I've got to refresh. One moment.
You doing that call a friend business?
Oh, feel free though. We need more.
I mean, get someone else in here, man. It's not really fair that we keep picking on one stupid person.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to invite Tiffy Ute in here, but we know he won't come in here.
Someone in the chat called Bollocks.
Yeah, that's you.
Oh, is it? Oh, good.
Yeah, it's one of his 150 fucking soccer accounts that he cunted you off for Evan.
Yeah, I'm screenshotting them as we go.
Yeah, send them to Hillbilly. Yeah, where's Hillbilly when you need a retard? Can't you give him a shout, Spurs? I suppose he's out pig farming and marrying his sisters, I suppose.
Somebody was in there earlier trolling them. I think it was either PMARS or DQ.
Yeah, I'll see.
And they're all blaming me for it.
Yeah, I know. They're all saying it's Jim's soccer accounts. Yeah, that was funny.
Oh, it's awesome. I love it. I love the extra publicity.
Did you hear Jimbo on there saying that the sun is water?
No.
That's his new fucking...
All right.
Oh, no, what you call it. Oh.
He actually agreed with me yesterday. And I was arguing about the age of the Earth. He actually agreed with
me. But what you mean is he said, yeah, he didn't say, I agree with Jem, did he? Surely not.
He did. Well, he did actually, because I said, "Oh, I've just fallen off my chair." He said, "What?" Because I agreed with you.
Wow.
And I couldn't believe it. I didn't know he was an old earther. Oh, what happened? Did we get sniped there?
No, I don't think so. I think Spurs said he had to refresh, didn't he?
Ah, right. Yeah. Yiddy Jedi. Who's that? Yiddy Jedi. That's a fucking classic. Jimmy the Jewish Jedi. Oh, that's hilarious. Yiddy Jedi. Fucking hell, I wish I could think of some of these.
Yeah, they've definitely got too much time on their hands, haven't they?
That's hilarious. Whoever that is, that's fucking hilarious.
Did you hear the explanation of why Holland had the different time on the sun tracking?
Oh no, what have they come up with now?
No, it's Vincent. The camera was in the way, so the obviously he didn't get a solar noon shadow.
Ah, right, because he did he do it again the next day?
Yeah, he tried to, but obviously he didn't want to fucking sit up for another 24 hours. He tried to, add his time the next day. Yeah. Yeah, but apparently, yeah, he had his camera there, so I mean, you couldn't fucking write this stuff, could you?
It's unbelievable. Oh, it's unbelievable, isn't it? So, what else have I seen this week? I saw some mad shit. Oh, this guy posted a video saying that he had a couple of photos. He had an epic photo, a million miles away from Earth. And he had a Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photo where they'd mocked up the Earthrise image, which I don't know, I can't remember. Maybe it's a real image, maybe it isn't. I think it's a composite anyway, that image. But anyway, he did this comparison of the size of the Earth and said it was the wrong size. And this has already been debunked by, believe it or not, Rob Skiba, of all people, who made the same claim and then went to some office with a really, really long corridor and created a scale model and found that he was completely fucking wrong. And had to admit it in his video. Anyway, this guy obviously hadn't seen that and made the same claim. Which is just hilarious, really, isn't it? They're actually posting videos now that have already been debunked by flat earthers. Is Merc Taylor, is that Ute as well?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. Been wrong.
Where did Validation Boy go? It seems that he keeps dropping out. I don't know if he's
he's
deliberately.
at work, isn't he? So.
Yeah, but he was in text chat a minute ago.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, I see him on that fucking Nathan. Did you see him on Nathan's show the other night? I don't know if you see him on there. But
oh yeah, I did. Yeah. He was nice. They were both nice to me, actually. So thank you.
Yeah, we got banned near the end, didn't you?
Hey?
You got banned near the end, though, didn't you? By Bob.
Yeah, I got banned by Bob. Yeah.
Yeah, he don't like you. Only said one thing to him, didn't you?
I know. Do you know what? He's always been like that with me, though. Always been vicious and nasty, and I've never been like that with him. I mean, I take the piss out of him from time to time, but you know, I don't know. I think he's a pretty obnoxious bloke, quite honestly.
Your name. If you was getting paid for the mention of your name, you'd be quite rich, Jim. You've been everywhere. You've been a Hillbillies, Globebusters, keeping
I know,
mentioning your
I
name.
know. It's great. It's great because now I control channels. I don't have to be there. And I'm still, and they're like all promoting me. It's hilarious.
Maybe you should bring out some perfume or something, you know, Gem Panda 2012 or something, you know? And then like them dropping the name could get you a bit of fucking money.
My daughter was asking me about it, and she was telling my son about it, and she said that they were just in stitches, pissing themselves that their dad was an internet terrorist.
Yeah, he was hurting all the children.
So what do you reckon's happened to Pongo then? We should definitely talk about him.
No, he's definitely. I think that what the rumour going about was true. I think that his mates had enough of him and fucking told him to get out.
Right.
And that's why, you know, I mean, there's no chances in fucking Holland with Vinny doing green screen fucking videos. Don't be stupid. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous anyone who fucking says that or believes it. So yeah, I reckon he's been kicked out. He's got nowhere to live. You know, he might be keeping in his car. If he was anywhere that wasn't where we think he is, like on the streets, he'd be on the net, wouldn't he? Don't spend 60 days telling everyone you're going to stay on the couch until there's some evidence and then disappear. So I think he's been kicked out.
Yeah, I think that's most likely.
And apart from that, he's one of these people that says to Freeman on the land shit, doesn't he? So he says that you shouldn't admit to the legal name. So how the fuck does he leave the country? You know,
Right,
for a
yeah.
passport, you've got to fucking be in the system, haven't you? You can't be in the system if you're on the Freeman on the land. Oh, yes, you can because it suits you.
Although he could already have a passport because I know he said he'd been to Spain and stuff. So
Yeah, he could have a passport, but that's a bit of a double standard there,
in
isn't
fact, he probably has because they last 10 years, don't
it?
they?
Yeah, bit of a double standard that though, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure he's
for all
got
his followers.
He'll be down the fucking Dole office, won't he, before long?
It'd be fucking funny if the next time you see him, he's got a fucking beard, really long hair, and he's on a bench somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay on this park bench until someone brings some evidence. Might see him at a Mackie D's using their Wi-Fi or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the weird thing, though, isn't it? Really, because you'd think that even if he was, you know, whatever, you would think he would, you know, like you know, go to a McDonald's and connect with his phone or something.
Well, you would do if you was, you know, any other situation than living in your car and in desperate Dan state.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think if I was living in my car, I'd probably spend all of my time parked in McDonald's using their internet.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to Shroomy. I did do it earlier, Shroomy. Only I think
moo? He wants you to go moo.
Oh, moo,
moo,
moo. So yeah,
Chemo, say something controversial
this week. Oh, apart from me, of course, I'm the big news. I'm the hot news of Flat Earth.
I know Chemo's right in the epicenter of the Flat Earth movement, isn't he?
Does it have an epicenter?
Wow.
Anyway, we need some flatties in here, so you know this is your chance to abuse Mark Taylor. To you know,
come in.
Tell me how my numerous accounts have ruined your Flat Earth life. You know, the opportunity is here.
Yeah, come in and call me fat. I promise I won't hang myself.
Oh, we could do it Dell style, couldn't we? We're going to give everyone a chance to prove it's flat. Bring me your evidence.
Yes, so long as it's testable, repeatable, and
Observable, testable, repeatable, scalable, and can be done by everyone. That's the crap that Spurs was trying to come out with, wasn't it?
yeah, and then when you
They've all been listening to that twat. That was another video I saw this week. I saw this. It's called something like 15-year-old schoolboy destroys the globe. Have you seen that one?
no, I can't say I have. I'll have to go on mute for a couple of minutes, not more about a minute. I'll be back in a minute.
Anyway, it's this. I'll tell the audience. It's this. It's a schoolboy, American schoolboy. Thankfully, he's not one of ours this time. And he's doing a talk in class, and he just goes through the usual flat Earth bullshit. Yeah, it's used, all the usual crap. But I noticed that some of his lines he'd got directly from Dell, from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. So he'd got the old, the two opposing pressure systems was what he finished with. That was his big finish. Right, yeah, it was just awful. But this was presented on this channel as, look at this guy just destroying it. And as usual, no one bothered to check on anything he was saying, see if anything he was saying was true. And it was just all the usual, the standard newbie flat earth assertions.
Yeah, I mean, they all say the same thing, don't they? I mean, it's just regurgitated rubbish, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how they think they're going to be able to push this forward. Relying on these weird philosophies of, you've got to, everything's got to be from personal experience, and this sort of nonsense, and just the idea. I know I say it every week, and everyone hates me for it, but just the idea that all of space is being faked, all space science, all faked.
That's utterly ridiculous, isn't it?
And they forget that flat Earth, when they say there's no measurable curvature anywhere and this sort of nonsense, never been measured. Well, it fucking is in a photograph. Do you know what I mean? And I think they forget that in order to advance this, they've got to make people buy into that idea that all of space science is being faked. And I think that most people won't believe that.
No, I mean, any reasonable person, but they aren't reasonable, are they, really?
Nope.
I seem to be going to that Jamie's channel quite a lot. But, he just fucking talks, wow. He's as far out as you can get. He is.
I bet Americans don't think he sounds really brainy with his English accent.
No. No, for sure, man. I don't understand where they go to bed at night, they get back up, they come in the YouTube chat room, they talk shit for fucking 8 hours, then they go to bed, they get up, they come back in the YouTube chat room. It's been going on for months. How can any one of them think that it's going anywhere? I don't understand that.
I don't. Well, like I say, I think they seem to think that physics is decided by the best publicity campaign. That if you stick "it's flat" on your car number plate, and you know what I mean, you get more subscribers on your YouTube channel. Somehow physics will change. It's an odd idea, really.
It'd be reasonable if one of them come up with a plausible reason for something, but they don't. They just talk utter rubbish. Hillbilly has 8 hours of hangout of people just saying crazy shit. You know, whatever you want to say in there, you can say, and he'll agree with it.
I mean, you have to wonder, don't you? I mean, this is a man that claimed that you could weigh a spanner by weighing the water that it displaced when you dropped it in a jug. I mean, you saw his spanner experiment.
Oh man, I couldn't stop laughing when I
We
saw
talked
that.
about it before. I mean, now why? Why is he still getting an audience? You know, why didn't like half his subs leave him when he did that? You know, why didn't they go?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. You know what I mean?
Idiot.
That's
You know,
what I don't understand. They pat him on the back though, don't they?
Right. And say, great work, Hillbilly. You're so good bringing down the globe.
And he was screaming today about, well, it was mainly you, but he was saying, I don't go to Jem's channel to troll Jem. So why does he come to my channel to troll me and then back out of a debate? But he was all over fucking discussions.
Yeah, and I hardly ever go to his channel. Honestly, when Tim sniped it that time, I wasn't watching it. I didn't even know what was going on. You know, whose channel it was or anything. It doesn't tell you whose channel it is when you get a Hangout link. It just tells you who's in the Hangout.
Oh no, man, fucking. I mean, I don't know what to do.
Because he drives me fucking nuts. You know, all that singing and stupid shit. It's just too annoying.
Who, Hillbilly?
Yeah.
Oh, he's as bad at singing as he's a science, isn't he? Did you know his missus believes in the globe?
You're joking.
No, didn't you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, his wife don't even believe he's rubbish.
She ought to just fucking tell him then, because he tends to do what she says.
Yeah, he said the other day on air that his missus just don't believe him. So out of his family, he's the only one. So I mean, I suppose that levels it up a bit, doesn't it? Because you've always got one idiot in the family, I suppose.
I think that that's attractive to them, though, in a way, isn't it? Because I think they like to feel that they've got this special knowledge that, you know, they know stuff that other people don't. So,
but can't they see the arrogance in that?
I think they don't want everyone around them to.
I mean, to think that they're more intelligent than all these people. I mean, look, you could understand it if they, you know, invented the car or something.
Right.
You invented the fucking combustion engine. You might think to yourself, yeah, well, I've got a chance against these other people. But when you sit about in internet chat rooms and you sign on the dole and you've done fuck all with your life, and then to suddenly think that you know what the sun's made of, that's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it is. And like with Hillbilly, you know, he hasn't got a telescope. He's not making regular you know, observations of the night sky, but you know, he's gonna find some problem with the eclipse that no one else has noticed. Not those at the military industrial complex, not just them, but every amateur astronomer that's lived for the last, I don't know, 200 years or so, and not one of them's noticed. But Hillbilly's going to figure it out without even fucking going outside.
I know, it's like chemo. It's like chemo. He keeps denying the ISS, but he hasn't even gone out to see it himself.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? You could tell him that if you look through the fucking telescope, you could see him waving out the windows at you. You wouldn't know. You know what I mean? So, like, this is what makes me laugh about these people. It's like they fucked up that experiment with the sun tracking. All them people from around, I mean, I don't know exactly whereabouts in the world, but there was a few people from different parts of the world. I mean, even Australia got involved. Not one of them, you know, have come back and said, like, what the fuck's going on? All that time wasted for what?
Yeah. But, I mean, it's like the third time they've done something like this, isn't it? I don't remember any kind of published results from any of them.
I tried to get Vinny. I was on that Jamie's channel because I've been timed out a few times, but not banned. Anyway, I was on there and I asked that Vincent to explain to me what the conclusion or what the purpose of the thing was, and he couldn't give me. He didn't even answer me. So I haven't had an opinion, or I haven't even had anyone say, "Well, this is the reason they've done it." So fuck knows. I mean, one of them, who is it? Watson. You know what? That idiot Watson.
Yeah.
He says to know where the sun is in the sky. What? You don't know where the sun is in the sky? What the fuck? You have to stay up 24 hours for that.
I mean, Antonio, he was trying to get excited. He was going, I was there quite early on in this. Oh, we've already found this one anomaly. It was a few hours in, and he was going, wow. It's like really sort of trying to make it into something that this 1 hour anomaly or whatever it was, or hour and a half. I can't remember what it was.
But see, that's the stupid thing though, Jem, because if you go with their story that, say for instance, forget about the fucking Vincent had the camera in the way of the shadow, so it wasn't on there. But say for instance that their conclusion was that he had his solar noon half an hour later than the UK, which is impossible on a globe. Then, like I said to you, their conclusion must have been that the sun's fucking gone backwards and then gone forwards again. How come no one even mentioned that?
No, because at the end of the day, they're not looking to build that model, are they? All they want to do is be able to say, "Oh, the globe's wrong," or timedate.com is wrong in some way. Find some anomaly that they can pick at. But I don't believe they're aiming to actually find a genuine result.
They got a lot of anomalies to pick at since the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but the anomalies that are staring them in the face, they seem to ignore. I mean, I don't know.
Are you a flat tard today?
Burden proof is on you guys. You've had all this time.
How do you prove something?
Can't even prove a globe.
Yeah, but P. Mars, how do you prove something to someone who's dishonest? It's impossible.
That's it. Now, that was an interesting thing. Did you hear this on Globebusters that they got some TV production company and they're going to do tests with Bob and Geran to try and prove whether the Earth is round or flat? And they've got, well, he said a 5-figure sum as a budget to put these tests together and film them.
Who was that? Sorry, say that again, Joe. Who?
It was Bob was approached by this TV production company.
Yeah, that's going to turn out into they're going to put $5,000 up, but we just need another $5,000 off you lot out there. So
no, I don't think it is. I think this lot, have approached them independently. They're not people that they know, and they want to make a TV show where they prove the Earth is round to flat Earthers, I imagine.
Right. Did you that's a comedy show, yeah? I mean, if anyone's looked at Bob's and Globebusters' work, it's got to be a comedy show. Did you see his calculation for how far the sun is?
No, when was that?
On his Globebusters show on Sunday.
I wasn't watching that bit, no. What did he do?
6,000 miles to the horizon. And he'd done that calculation by, I can't remember the figures he's fucking come out with now, but something like 1 million feet or something he'd done put in. You know, the height of the observer.
Why did you?
Because he come out with all these figures, yeah, Illuminati figures, and how this figure. I can't remember the exact figures now, but it's on his channel. If you watch the video,
right.
He gets the Earth curve calculator out and starts coming up. Well, I thought this figure because it always gets brought up, and it's the Illuminati code. And then I thought of this other figure, and he comes up with a height of something like 1 million feet. The observer, you put the height of the observer to find out how far away the horizon is. on the curve calculator, whatever it is.
Right.
And he done that, and he got a distance to horizon of 6,000 miles. I'm like, fucking hell.
Well, I don't know. They tell us it's 93 million miles away, but that can't be true because that's a sacred number in Aleister Crowley's cult Thelema. I just find that really hard to believe.
P. Mars is into a bit of numerology, aren't you, P. Mars?
Yeah. The moon is 240,000 miles, I believe, which would 24 would be 42, which is Jupiter.
Yeah, but it's not always 240. It gets closer and further, doesn't it?
And I think the average is 238.
Yeah, its orbit isn't.
Yeah, that's how they rounded. You'd round it up to 240,000. The sun isn't always
round it up from 8.
The sun isn't 93 million miles away either, but they round it up.
Who does?
Why don't you always round up anything with a 6 in it then to 10 as well?
Yeah. 666 would be 700, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That'd fuck their plans right up there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the new rule is you round up, so there's no more 6s. See, I've just rid the world of a load of evil.
Yeah, abolish all the 6s.
Oh, you can't beat a Coke.
What, a line or a can?
A can.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify for the viewers. Don't want them to think Jen Panda's a cokehead.
Oh, well, I'm an evil psychopath, evil childish psychopath.
I'll tell you who does make me laugh. You know that Ace guy?
Ace McCloud.
Oh, mate, he's fucking batshit crazy, isn't he?
Right.
You know, the Washington Monument, it's like a phallic obelisk, right? It's 555 feet and like 6 inches, which adds up to 6,666 inches. It's kind of funny.
What do you mean adds up? What you mean? You times all the 5s together?
Well,
yeah, it's 555 feet and like 6 inches, which adds up to 6,666.
People usually propose there's a big chunk of it, 111 feet of it underground or something like that.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's not true, though. That's not true.
Didn't you have the argument? Didn't you have
that's
the
on a
argument
Christian.
before PMARS?
Yeah, it's not true though. It's on a Christian conspiracy site.
Gematria Panda. I like that.
I confused it. My memory is not the best, you know. I do drink and smoke a lot.
What alcohol are you drinking?
Lately it's been whiskey.
Well, that is the preferred drink of the gambler, isn't it? Whiskey.
I think so.
I'm thinking.
So you'll fit in the stereotype, Mars.
That's what I'm here to do.
That's what we like to see. So who's your funniest flat earther then, P-Mars? Because you was involved with them. You was like, you know.
The funniest flat earther?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the most stupidest and utterest.
Yeah, basically the aim here is to take the piss out of flat earthers.
Yeah, fuck it, man. This is what the show's called Verbal Abuse, and it's fucking abuse some cunts, man.
I mean, I guess I did the most shit about Poncho. I would say he's the most entertaining because he's so animated and he gets like fucking crazy eyes and he thinks he's like a prophet of God.
Yeah.
I like that show when you was on there, P-Mars. I was laughing my fucking head off, man.
It was so funny how I
screaming and shouting at you, and you was calm as fuck.
I trolled him. Dude, it was brilliant because it was just me and Hank Hill, and we're just like, we should just come together despite our differences and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
like,
who give you the link?
And then he comes in and just like acts like an asshole, so it made him look stupid.
Yeah, I know. I see that, man. That was funny as fuck, man.
See, like when,
What
and
did
then
he
whenever
kick
they-
Hank off for? Why
Oh,
didn't
who
him and
knows?
Hank fall out?
I have no idea.
'Cause
He
I-
fell out with
I
fucking
mean-
everyone. Probably just because Hank was on a hangout with me.
Yeah,
It's
maybe.
just something that simple like that. Yeah, that guy's fucking nuts, man.
I think as well with Hank, you're dealing with Christian sensitivities as well, aren't you? And you know, I mean, you
Yeah, but he
go
don't-
on
but he
about
don't-
God and all this sort of thing a lot, but you know, I mean, in the atheist Christian debate, you couldn't possibly behave like he behaves, because a lot of the time the Christians, they won't talk to you if you use any kind of swear words whatsoever. They won't have it. So you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying Hank left because Poncho swears a lot, but you know, the way he behaves, I think it's not. You know, if you're a practicing Christian, you've got to keep yourself away from some of the stuff that Poncho's doing.
Yeah, but I don't think Hank's that kind of Christian, Jim. You couldn't hang around in these scenarios and be that kind of Christian.
I think he's probably not, but I think he's from.
He pretends to be
from that background. You know what I mean?
Well, he might put that forward like but he's not really like that, because you couldn't be like that if you was going to get offended by people swearing in this kind of environment. You've got no control, have you?
No, well, not really. But you know, in those atheist Christian hangouts, they'll definitely ban you for that. There's
Oh
no
yeah,
way
yeah,
you'll
I've
get-
seen it.
I mean,
I've seen it.
like G-Man, you know, he has a rule like you get away with one, and he warns you, and if you do it again, you're out.
Yeah, and then he screams at you using a bullhorn.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
I like-
okay. But if you say cunt, you get kicked out.
Yeah, I've been in a hangout with G-Man.
Oh, I've never had to deal with him. Well, I dealt with that Arcane Logos when we used to do Fed. He came
He's
in.
a character though, you know. G-Man is. It's, you know what I mean. When
I mean, they all are really, aren't they? All the ones that switch their cams on and that, like Poncho, all them what. Although they're batshit crazy, they're fucking entertaining, aren't they? You know what I mean? So.
But with G-Man, when the hangout ended and it went private, it's like fucking totally different. But it's like talking to you. It's like just totally normal. You know what I mean? It's like nothing, just not the same at all. Just like he'd walked off stage, you know, and stopped singing, sort of thing.
Yeah, maybe it's fucking, just one of them.
I mean, I think he's
For
genuine.
the
you know what I mean?
fans.
I just think how he sees it, he is broadcasting, and he's putting on a bit of a show. I think, but I think he's. I still like the guy. I think he's great.
I know.
Speaking of guys I don't like.
Oh. Fuck off, Jeremy.
I like your bit, Steve. I'm not quite sure why you're doing this, pretending you're a flat earther thing.
I can neither confirm nor deny these accusations.
Mm.
I find it interesting. I'm merely immersing myself in order to figure out what's really going on.
Yeah.
No one believes we're flat earthers, Steve.
So you're saying you're an agent, is what you're saying. You're an infiltration agent.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. When did you get your payment in?
Well, you know, I'm in for a bonus. I'm in for a bonus this month, aren't I?
You know?
I've obviously got under Bob's skin, so that's got to be worth a few extra quid.
Yeah.
Fucking Bob.
Get a few rollies for that.
And you know, there's quite a lot of skin there. Let's face it.
You know, seems to be a common thing that comes up. You know, and I don't know. You know, I mean, if you look at the lack of evidence for the curvature, and people are saying that there is curvature there, but I mean, it's not observable and you can't see it. They bring up this. You need machines. No, it's not. I mean, well, it's observable if you have machines, but apparently 1,000 years ago there were these guys that figured it all out, and they didn't have machines, but but you're saying that they use machines now.
Shout out to Shroomy.
No,
You know, so I mean, I don't know.
clarified
I mean,
that.
I just find that I just find it a
Now
bit
you're
strange how you can bring that up.
Again, I thought, you know, what do I need to clarify it again?
You can do, but I think everyone in the audience knows what's going on here. The game's up, man.
Steve,
Steve,
you need stupid people, man.
It's all part
your
of
troll life, man.
It's all part and parcel of the
Your
Illuminati
avatar,
world
your
order.
avatar should be a blue bottle.
It's a new world order. Tell you, mate.
It's a new world order.
It's a new
Stupid world order.
It's all fake and staged. I tell you, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. You know?
in
I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a Poe. He's a Poe. Rex. Yeah. He pretends not to be.
Who?
You.
Yeah.
Like you.
Yeah, you're not the
I
Christian
didn't know. I'm a
Poe.
Teletubby, man.
You're a flat Earth Poe. That's
I'll
what
just
a fucking.
rub my tummy and
That's
project
what a name
all over
tag
the
that is.
I know.
So
Flat Earth Poe.
the angular size of the sun and moon are the same from Earth, right? That's just bullshit. Like, how can people accept that on the globe?
Why couldn't they?
Because,
Wait,
like,
haven't
I'm
how,
not bothered with arguing with fake flat earthers because you
So-
should.
how does that?
You haven't
You've
got
got-
the, you haven't
Wait,
got
so-
the commitment and the passion.
You have to
Yeah,
wait for
but,
a lunar.
T.
a
Mars,
lunar
it wasn't
eclipse.
always like that. It
I need
wasn't
you to
always
sound
like
like you're about to burst into tears. Like,
Don't you have to wait until a lunar eclipse?
No,
you know, to
I'm
do the shadow?
passionate, Jeremy. There's a book called Who Built the Moon.
that. Yeah,
was
I've
written
read
by,
that.
Christopher Knight. He brings up a lot of interesting mathematical anomalies concerning the moon, and I used to think it was a alien like space station, like fucking the Death Star or something. Before I found the flat Earth truth.
Right.
Oh.
I found the US Apollo program truth, and from that determined it's a bloody great big rock with some interesting features.
I'm gonna
Essentially a big rock.
I'm gonna do the there's an experiment where you can find out the size of the moon. It's a bit like the sun experiment. You know, the shadow on the graph paper.
Right.
Yeah. So but instead what you do is you point this you just put it out at nighttime and you come back in the morning and then you just feel around for where the cold paper is. Because the moon emits cold light. Everyone knows this. I mean, you can freeze an egg with the light from the.
Yeah, I'll throw my freezer out. I use the moon now. Just like put things on the window ledge, and when the moonlight shines on them, it freezes.
Exactly. But the thing is, you're fucked during the day.
I'm bringing that information from the streets. You know, it's testable, repeatable, and observable.
That's how you know we never went to the moon. It'd have been way too cold.
Yeah, of course, man.
That's why they wore those huge jackets.
The interesting thing, though, I believe I'm right in saying this, and maybe one of the fake flat earthers can correct me, but I think the whole cold moonlight idea is a Robotham thing. I think it's in the Robotham thing, isn't it? The book. Is it?
Don't know. Isn't the moon like bluer or something?
I think it comes from Robotham, so I wonder where he got it from. Because
When was
Robotham,
Robotham, not Robotham.
Yeah,
he's
Robotham.
like the
I'll call
head-
it bottom.
He's like the flat earther from the 1800s. Who?
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
So what's the video that I don't know if you've seen him? Vsauce.
Yeah.
He's done some video. I've never seen him before, but I watched a couple of videos last
Oh
night.
yeah, really great channel.
Yeah, he done one about flat Earth.
Hate it. Flatty.
I can't remember the name of the guy now, but he was talking about 1907 or something. But
Right.
some of the arguments that he was bringing forward in 1907 are the ones we're still hearing today.
Oh yeah. Almost all of it is. I mean, all of Eric Dubay's 200 proofs, almost all of it is just plagiarized directly from Robotham. I mean, it's just his words exactly, and he just quotes him. You know, but
I'll take it. He was English, wasn't he, Robotham?
Yeah. And he had this pen name of Parallax that he wrote this Zetetic What's it called? Zetetic astronomy, I think.
He had a pen name of Parallax.
Yeah, I mean, Rex is just saying that it's word for word what Eric Dubay.
Isn't that plagiarism?
In his proofs is.
I mean, how long ago was Robotham?
You nearly said bottom then, didn't you?
Oh, I dare say he's avoided the books.
That's probably out of that.
Beyond copyright because
he's got
Origin of Species isn't it?
Well, you just need to go back and look at some, arguments for whatever. And then just recycle them.
He's just been really clever, hasn't he, in stealing something that was in the public domain.
So history does repeat itself.
Well, Captain Bullshit is saying that Dubay is plagiarizing work. So I'm not sure who would Robotham have plagiarized.
Wait. So he plagiarizes Robotham, and then everyone else plagiarizes Eric Dubay. What's going? I don't know.
Well, they do really, don't they? I mean, most of what we hear is kind of.
Well, I don't know if you can actually copyright an argument, though.
No, you can copyright your words in a book.
Yeah, but if you're going to go and grab a thesaurus and then.
No, you can't copyright words. You can copyright the way that they're put together.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. When I say the words, I mean your text.
Or use a thesaurus and just use a different word.
Yeah, that would be all
right. But he doesn't do that. It's word for word.
It's just verbatim.
Yeah, if that's just plain fucking wrong, isn't it?
Flat plain wrong, mate.
Flat plain wrong. No curve on the book. No curve.
And of course, what we see in the Flat Earth videos really is it's just. I mean, these days, I mean, you get compilation after compilation, don't you? It's just somebody picks half a dozen of their favorite videos and slaps them into a great big one and uploads it as their own.
As long as it hasn't got any of the popular musics, it's fine.
We could have a look. I guess I'm going to get proved wrong. Let's have a look.
What, prove wrong about what?
Well, it's. I thought we'd. I'll have
Everything.
a look. Fucking hell. What have I done? I thought I'd have a look at what Flat Earth videos there are out there at the moment.
Well, it's okay to plagiarize Einstein, though, isn't it? So.
Let's take a look at today's offering.
Well, who's done that then?
Everyone.
Einstein plagiarized his wife.
Yeah, but she learned it off the dog.
Plagiarizing to use those ideas. It is plagiarizing to take his written words and then represent them as if you wrote them. That's plagiarizing.
I know, but the way in which he used the words is the way in which he understands.
No, well, no one's put forward another theory of relativity, have they, or special relativity, and claimed it as their own. But then you might have an argument.
Yeah, I suppose they have cited Einstein, but I mean, maybe it's
citing him,
someone that hasn't cited him and then just put it out there because it's kind of, that in their kind of sphere, of what they do. It's kind of a given, isn't it?
You should be saying sphere on a flat Earth hangout.
No, it's in their sphere. It's not my sphere.
Oh, okay, but there is a sphere,
and it isn't a sphere. So
is it an oblate sphere?
It's not a pair. I mean, if
just to clarify it,
I think this is.
We're not talking about fruit. We're talking about spheres here.
I mean, come on. We know water can't stick to a ball. We've all spun a wet tennis ball.
So
yeah,
I mean,
of course.
Look. This is where the flat Earth.
We've all spun a wet tennis ball once in 24 hours
into this stupid trap where they don't understand the shape of things, and so when someone mentions oblate sphere, they're like, "It's a pear." It's just like, what the fuck? That would be like a prolate spheroid or whatever.
Yeah, but they're not known for their thinking skills, are they?
Like, you can Google it, dude. Jeremy, can you Google this? Just Google oblate spheroid on Google Images, right? And then we can get this settled once and for all. This is just a Google away. And when I mentioned this on this Jamie Brown thing, everyone, I think I got timed out straight away because they don't want people to find out that an oblate spheroid isn't a pear. I don't know what it is. What's going on with that? But this is the thing.
That Jamie's fucking.
Whenever
I can't believe
when
there's
they
that
cite
many
the
stupid
Oblate Spirit
people
thing,
in
they just make
England.
themselves look even more fucking stupid when they say that it's a pair. That's an Oblate Spirit.
He's got the charisma of a wet sponge.
I don't know. Jimmy Brown, he's fucked for eternity. He's fucked. He's gone. He's
He
a
should
goner.
be allowed to switch his camera on, man. He should at least smile or do something. His fucking facial expression.
It's really difficult to smile when you're high as a fucking kite. And
Do you think he's on Botox? That's why he can't fucking smile.
I don't think
Oh,
you'd
all
know.
right,
It's
you
hidden
know.
under a lot of hair, isn't it? The smile. Actually, there is actually some new Flat Earth videos today. Look,
Oh, is there?
You know, we can't trust anything if science tells us. I don't know.
Flat
Flat
Earth
Earth.
Live. The spinning ball stops spinning.
The Flat Earth punk.
Oh shit! When did it stop? I didn't feel anything.
But this
I
looks
made a
like
flat-
a satellite deployment from, I can't remember. Is it a Chinese one?
I made a viral flat Earth video a week ago, Jeremy.
Oh yeah.
It got 1,500 views.
Wow. What was it?
Rabro.
It was Bill Hicks, an interview with Bill Hicks talking about how when he went to LA, like he got kicked out of LA because he wasn't a part of the corporate. Like Bill Hicks would talk a bunch of shit about corporate propaganda,
Right.
and so I was showing how Bill Hicks, when he went to LA and tried to be a real person, like he wasn't welcome there, and when he would go on like David Letterman's show, they would censor his bits and his act, and so I was trying to explain to flat earthers that when celebrities like Shaq or Kyrie Irving say the earth is flat, you shouldn't like care. Like it shouldn't, that should be actually a sign that it's probably a bunch of bullshit. And then I showed a bunch of lists, like for every conspiracy theory, there's like a little celebrity that will sort of, you know, popularize the conspiracy. And that's how a lot of these get popular. So, I mean, that's not like a flat earthers think it's good that celebrities are talking about it, but it's not. I don't know. That was my video is about.
Is that thing falling?
Essentially, I guess, yeah.
But falling where?
Shit.
Oh, it's moving into its orbit.
No, it looks like it's falling.
They're in a
It's going to
swimming
get
pool.
smaller and smaller and smaller, and then
It's a swimming pool.
You can call it falling. It's not incorrect.
it's falling in love.
I don't know what his problem is with this video, but he obviously has one. I won't bother to watch any more of that. Just
But that was
thought
from
we'd have
the EESA people, so
Well, here's a nice short one. Look, flat Earth proof in Sacramento. NASA is full of crap. What's he showing us here?
a road,
A road?
a long and lonesome road.
Oh, he's working out how far it should drop.
Well, if
He's
it's on
going
the
to
side of a
use
ball, right?
curvature with topography, isn't he? Oh, no, maybe he's actually going to measure it. Should only be able to see. No, he's not.
Flat Earth needs a relationship.
Oh,
Orphan Red and Cathexis need to hook up. And then break up and accuse each other of being psychopaths and rapists.
Yeah, we need more of that, don't we? We need a bit
Yeah.
more of the old gossip going on.
banter.
Because that was fun when
Gossip.
that was happening.
Yeah, it was so fun. And there's so many great videos that came from that.
Banter. That looks really flat. And I'm not talking about the truck's tires.
Looks to me like he's going uphill.
Who do you think makes the most money off Flat Earth?
You.
I think Nathan Oakley said he bought a new car.
But P. Mars, you're making loads of money on Flat Earth, dude.
Nathan doesn't
I
produce
probably
that.
lost money on Flat Earth because I've been paying more attention to
It's
Flat
like
Earth.
$50
than
per
poker.
table, man. And you've got 4 tables there, so.
Yeah, but I'm like paying attention to Flat Earth when I should be paying attention to my poker. So I probably like lost money because of Flat Earth.
Maybe it's kind of like broke even. Maybe it's kind of like flat.
I'd probably be watching a movie or something else, anyways. I guess. But
maybe
so how's he proving NASA's crap? Really, all we're seeing is him driving along a fucking road.
I have no idea. I think
obviously he might be telling us something, but
well, I think
he's going to drive up a ramp that's going to go vertical, and he's going to go.
He's showing us his speed.
I don't know.
I think he's trying to show us. I think he was, as I said, I think he was mistaking the topography for curvature, and
maybe the video doesn't mean anything.
Points and thinks he should drive downhill, and it's uphill all the way. I think that is what he was doing.
Well, maybe the video doesn't mean anything, and it's a pointless video. It's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and
but they're all pointless.
It's just a clickbait video. To get views or something. Do you have an ad blocker?
Any video that says proof in it is clickbait.
Yeah. Oh, look, satellites do not exist. I think I might have commented on this one, actually. Maybe not.
I heard you were upset that Jaren said that you need Flat Earth Germany to have a presence on YouTube.
Oh well, Validation Boy said that, but I think that's true.
Flat Earth.
I don't think that's entirely wrong. Really, I think it does give me a purpose. And without it, I wouldn't have one. So I can't really deny that.
Yeah, he'd just be delivering food on a flat plane, and it's fucking boring.
I think that's quite sad, but I can't say it isn't true. It's I don't know. I mean, it's a source of entertainment for me, and it gives me something to sort of rile against. Yeah,
it's like whistle while you work.
I find it gets the adrenaline pumping if you're driving around on a bull.
So no, that didn't really upset me. I thought when they're calling me a psychopath, I think that was quite upsetting. So
I got upset when they acted like you having all those accounts was some sort of evidence that you're a paid agent or something.
I know because
they misrepresent that so much.
This is what gets me is the vast majority of my accounts are called Gem Panda something. So I'm obviously not pretending to be someone else if I call myself Gem Panda something. And then of the accounts that aren't called Gem Panda something, there isn't a single one, not one, that is designed to appear to be somebody else. So although I've got accounts called, Poncho Pete leading couches to freedom, it's an obvious piss take of Poncho Pete, and it's not me trying to pretend to be Poncho Pete. I don't have any accounts like that at all, and none of them have any channel art either. So, I'm just taking a piss when I get banned fucking loads. I
think they don't realize how easy it is to make one of those accounts.
Right.
I think you must have spent all this time making all these accounts.
I know.
It just takes a click of a button.
I mean,
and the only reason you have them is because you get banned for telling the truth. And
right.
Flat Earthers are intolerant of people, and then they're like, oh, why do they have all these accounts? Well, because you fuckers ban people.
Right, and then
pointing out you're lying.
Oh, then he was saying, well, he should just get the message and go away. Well, no. You don't. I mean, they advertise this shit publicly. They advertise their hangouts to the general public. I am a member of the general public, and I have every right to turn up. And if there's a function there to voice one's opinion, I have the same right as everyone else to use it. And if people have to suppress just because my opinion is different, I think that is really, really pitiful. And that is what I was trying to demonstrate when I showed those accounts.
Oh yeah, and they acted like they were some crack detectives.
Right.
Good job getting this picture screenshot, Ute.
Yeah, and he was in the chat being, you could I could
Good
almost
detective work, Ace.
I could almost see him
Good job.
polishing his fingernails on his chest. You know, he was full of it. I hope he's listening now, smart ass fucker.
There was one hangout.
A load of bollocks, or he hasn't told them the whole truth. Because if they had, it wouldn't look so good, would it? You know, I wouldn't look like this evil, deceptive person if the story was, oh, Jem was showing all of his accounts to make a point about how often he was banned, which is what the truth is. And they presented it that I it's when I was fumbling around, doing screen shares, I shared it by mistake. Well, I didn't. I went and fucking got the page and showed it to everyone. So that I think that says a lot about how deceptive they're trying to
they
be.
claim they're all about truth, but why do they have to like misrepresent?
Right, they could have
actuality
just
like
told the
that?
truth, couldn't they? They could have said this.
They just
About how often he's banned, and we think that's bullshit, and he should fuck off. They could.
That doesn't make their
almost
argument
the same point.
sound as good. They have to misrepresent. Like there's a little kernel of truth to what they're saying, but they just like present it in a way to make their argument seem favorable, and it's like really fucking biased, like obviously biased.
And I thought a bit really sort of, high school. I mean, they're accusing me of being childish, but I think you should I wouldn't interact with this guy or something like that, he said, and I just thought,
Oh, it sounds a bit like Scientology then, doesn't it?
And he's managed to convince people he's a nice guy. Well, how do you do that?
Yeah, you've never done
the best way to do that is by being nice to people, But even that's bad, I shouldn't have been nice to people because I've got loads of accounts. How have those accounts affected anyone in this community in any way?
Well, like one time, Hillbilly made a show calling you out, like, "Hey, Gem Panda, come on, or you're scared," or something was the title. And I tried to go on the show because I was like, "Oh, well, they want to argue someone who's on the other side." So I got the link and I go on, and Hillbilly, like, he didn't want me on the show and he kicked me off. I wasn't rude. I could have sniped it. I didn't.
Right. Well, when he was doing that, not last Saturday, the Saturday before, when he was doing that. And I went in there. He was saying, "Oh, he won't come in here, and just send me your email because I've already been blocked." So I made an account because they're all banned anyway. I made a new account, stuck my email in the chat, and he blocked it straight away. And I did that 3 times. So I went through 4 accounts just trying to send him my email. And then they say, "Oh, he's a bastard for having 90 accounts." Well,
they're afraid to go on a panel with people like you and me, but then they act like we're afraid.
It's just what a narcissist would do. I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, Gem Panda. I mean, why do you have like the 100 accounts? What's going on?
Because I get banned a lot.
It's just that's your excuse. I don't know. I can't.
And another thing is, I've made this point before, but I'll make it again. Why should I stand by when I've had no interaction with Poncho Pete whatsoever? Haven't been in his hangout, haven't been in his chat, haven't been there, and I flick over and listen to it, and there he is mentioning my name and accusing me of being personally responsible for the murder and torture of children. Why should I stand by and let someone say that shit day after day to hundreds of people and not do anything about it? Not go in his chat and remind his bunch of disciples that is the product of a lunatic mind, and people need to be reminded of that.
You don't go by the name Gem Panda on like Facebook or anything, do you?
No.
Poncho's a massive hypocrite. He's a massive hypocrite because he went after me and he's like, "No, I made a joke about rape on Mars or whatever," and he said, "No flat Earth or whatever joke about rape," and then a month later, they're making dolphin rape jokes. Like, one of the guys on the panel simulated raping his girlfriend and was like laughing about raping his girlfriend on the panel on his cam. and but I get singled out and I get talked shit at, like I'm the bad guy, but then he does the same shit. It's like, oh, you're a flat earther, I like you. Oh, you're a baller, I hate you. Like, what the fuck is that shit?
I think they need their villains, don't they? They need to be feel victimized, or
Yeah, we had Osama bin Laden, but now he's gone, or Tim Osman. Well,
See, like Tim Osman,
now we have the ballers. So
Tim Osman, they can like say, oh, he sniped Hangouts and did all this bad stuff to us, but like you and me, Jim, we haven't really done anything.
No.
So it's funny.
No.
It's funny when they try and villainize you or me because they don't have shit to say.
But exactly, that's what I thought. I mean, that's what I kind of enjoyed about it. Really, was because when they hang on, let me just reading what Yvette said. But yeah, I mean, when you hear them doing their normal thing and they're telling lies and saying some bullshit about NASA that isn't true, you know what I mean? That's one thing. But when they do it about you personally, it's glorious in a way because that you know beyond any doubt that what they're saying isn't true, and that is you know what I mean? It's not quite the same as NASA because there is always that that tiny element of doubt or whatever that you have to have, but when they're saying it about you know what's true and you know that they're lying, and that's fun to listen to. And I'm going to read what Yvette wrote because she's probably telling me I'm an ass.
Fucking Pure Anarchy and Richard Garnache would always do that to me and call me like a fake poker pro and shit. It pissed me off, even though I knew they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. It's irritating when people just spread lies about you that aren't true. And when they're talking about children, like that's fucked up. That's one thing I won't tolerate. If I'm running a hangout and people start accusing other people of abusing children, that's not allowed.
Just the lowest kind of, yeah.
Oh my goodness, this
I
is
don't
an
know.
honor. Is this for real? Is that the real Patricia Steele in my chat?
Yes.
It says, I don't know who Pete Shea is, so I have nothing to say about his accusation. You say he's made that I'm a man. Maybe I saw it, but instantly forgot it. I don't react to troll comments most of the time. How could anybody say
Troll
that about
comments.
Patricia Steele? You're talking about the woman I love. Now stop it.
Oh my.
Come on, let's steer this conversation in the right direction.
Pete Shea says no one died on 9/11. That right there is
proof that people did die on 9/11.
And he thinks Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, and
He could be.
it's like every fucking conspiracy I'll just believe. Give me a break. And I don't.
No, don't ban Patricia.
Yeah,
Why the hell?
Pete, how does he get away with saying them things like?
Let me get. In fact, I'll give Patricia.
Freedom of speech, man. It's freedom of speech.
No, but how does he get away with saying them stupid things
Because
he
it's freedom of
says?
speech.
Like there's a tree holding the sky up.
Because freedom of speech.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. I think people like to hear someone say stupid things, I guess.
Well, I think what might be educational now would be to, Patricia says she doesn't know who Pete Shea is. So I would like to hear Mark Taylor tell us about who Pete Shea is.
What, What?
Tell us who Pete Shea is. Patricia Steele doesn't know who Pete Shea is.
Oh,
So
there's that fucking mad Irish loon that says no cunts died on 9/11 and
Oh, that's just offensive, dude. They ain't cunts, man. They're people.
He's
Mount Maru.
He's not a no-planer. He's a no-buildinger.
he
He's
believes
not
just
nothing.
He thinks that he dismantled the buildings.
Well, another thing he said.
9/11.
Before the
Another
And
thing
no
he
one
said,
noticed.
he's a mannequin man now. He's a mannequin. You know that girl, that young lady that died on Westminster Bridge?
Hmm.
Apparently that that was a mannequin. How the fuck they got a mannequin under a bus without anyone in
There's
London
a lot of shops in
noticing?
London. I'm pretty sure they could find a mannequin easy.
Yeah, of course, Steve. Yeah.
I've been in London. I should know.
See, I find that utterly offensive. You know, when a young lady's died, she's got fucking kids, and people joking about it. I think that's disgusting. Personally, I mean, if someone said that about your mum or your sister, you'd go fucking loony. But it's okay for other people to say it about someone who's just lost their life.
I think it's different because it's on the news. It's on TV, so it is.
But what makes that different, though?
Well,
you know,
I mean, it still happened.
Pissy Pete wouldn't say that. Pete wouldn't say that to someone's face because he knows you get fucking put in a hole.
It's
but there's people that had family and friends die in 9/11, but think there's a conspiracy. Like there's a whole group, I think, of like victims for 9/11.
No, I understand that. I've seen that, P-Mars, but I mean, that's down to them. But they're utterly offensive when you say that someone's died. No, their family.
Pete would say they're all shills or agents because no one died.
People can
that is
die,
offensive.
and that could be a conspiracy. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if they really wanted to do something and they really had to kill
how would you
people,
go about that, Steve? Right? How would you go about doing that in the middle of London on one of the busiest bridges in London in the middle of the afternoon without anyone noticing? How would you go about doing?
What do you mean anyone noticing? Obviously, people are going to notice a car driving into a bunch of people.
No, I'm on about they're saying it's a fake. So I'm asking someone,
fake
or anyone, yeah, they're saying it's a big fake. It's all a hoax. So just trying to understand how anyone can think that they can do that.
What do you mean? Are you referring to no one dying, or are you referring to people actually dying?
That's what Pete's saying.
Okay, well, yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, Pete Shea says a lot of things. I don't know. Yeah.
So that doesn't sound plausible to you then?
That no one died.
No, the London bombing, the London terrorist attack that just happened was a hoax.
No, it wasn't a hoax.
So that lady that died under the bus then wasn't a hoax then, was it?
It would be more plausible that they let it happen. That would be more plausible than what he's saying, because they knew about this guy before the attacks, even before the attacks. They knew about him, but they didn't think he was important, you know, to go for and to, you know, look at, man mark him. They didn't think that was important. They just let it happen. That would be a more plausible theory than.
So you think there's people in the British government that would let someone deliberately kill innocent women, children, or anyone?
Well, they're trying to push for more kind of what's the word? They're trying to push for more kind of surveillance of internet services and things now. After this,
I didn't ask that. I said, do you think it's plausible that there's someone in the British government that would willingly let civilians, women, children, innocent people deliberately be killed when they could stop it?
Well, they didn't let it happen. They just didn't. They didn't.
Well, you just said they did, though, Steve. You just said that they turned a blind eye. They let it happen.
They didn't. They didn't turn a blind eye. They didn't know this guy was going to do the thing that he did. They didn't.
So your statement doesn't stand, then, does it?
What do you mean?
Well, I just said to you, but is it a hoax? You said no, it's not a hoax, but it could have been deliberately let it happen. So that implies that someone knew, and they didn't do nothing about it. And I'm asking you, do you think it's credible in England in 2017 that there's members of the British government or members of the intelligence service that willfully let innocent people, women, children die?
That depends on who you believe.
Well, I'm asking you. What do you believe?
Do
you believe that's plausible?
I think that would be more possible than them having a huge theatrical kind of set on the fucking bridge.
Yeah, I understand that, Steve, but I'm asking you, do you think it's plausible that in 2017, I'm not talking about people in a far-off country, I'm not talking about bombing fucking Iraq or something, and the possibility that innocent people are going to get killed.
It's a Western country that is ahead.
It's their own people. I'm saying, do you think it's plausible? I don't think. I just can't find.
It depends on
any-
how much
any-
how much you value getting things done, or how much the government, these people that let it happen,
what would
valued.
come out? What would come out of the doing that then? Letting innocent people die.
Incrementalism,
In what?
surveillance, police state.
Surveillance. So when they tried to bring in holding the terrorist suspect for 14 days and they got thrown out, and that was brought in just after all the London bombing and shit.
Yeah, but they knew about
that
this
was
guy and they
thrown
didn't do
out.
anything. It always seems to be that way. They knew about the guy, but they didn't think it was important.
Yeah, but that was thrown out, though, Steve. So that doesn't hold water, does it?
What do you mean? It
If
doesn't
I don't think that is true either, because obviously the ones that are foiled don't make the news in the same way. I mean, they do announce this, that they've actually arrested hundreds of people.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a couple of people actually shot.
Offenses.
But I mean, like, look, if you have like even an inkling that this person or a person that is under surveillance right now might do something, and then you just like.
Yeah, but he wasn't under surveillance, was he? None of them. That.
Well, I don't know about the resources that are required in
No,
order to
they
landmark
would-
someone and things like that, and whether there was
they've done a thing on it the other day, and I think it was I think it's a couple of hundred people to keep. I can't remember the exact number.
Well, like a team of people, yeah.
Yeah, they need to take 180 people to keep someone under surveillance 24/7.
I do think
there's a lot of crazy people out there
that are astoundingly inefficient at some of these things. I mean, some of the things I've seen, they had a house staked out. They got like this, it's a set-up burglary house. So they got this house somewhere that they're renting, that the taxpayer is paying for. And they set it up to try and catch burglars because it's in an area where there's prolific burglary. And they have 8 men watching this thing all night long. 8 of them on fucking overtime. It probably cost the public about, I don't know, probably about £6,000 a night or something like that to keep this place under surveillance on the off chance that a burglar might select it as his next target. And of course, they didn't catch anyone.
Yeah, that's your
that's 2 days. 8.
I mean, but your box standard policeman that plods the street, they're not exactly the smartest bunch, are they?
Well, this is it. I mean, why couldn't they have had one of them with a phone?
With like a
someone's
speed
breaking
dial to
in,
the
send the
local police
car
station.
quick.
Yeah.
I just find none of them arguments plausible that the government would have its own people killed. I just can't find any dark room in my head that would allow that to happen.
Not in that way. I mean, I think it's possible that they could, put somebody off somewhere for some reason.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that. But like the conspiracy about them snatching people off the streets around the world for America, I believe that, even though I believed it all along, even though that they denied it and they kept denying it. It was only when Libya fell and they found papers from MI5, that the Libyan security forces had implicated them, and even naming some of the MI5 officers, that it all come out, and the government then admitted to it that they were snatching people from all around the world for America and letting America kidnap people and refuel in England.
Or like, what's it called? The interrogation and torture on planes.
No, it went on planes, was it? It was in.
There was that talk about planes flying around in UK airspace, interrogating and torturing.
No, they weren't
prisoners.
interrogating. They was flying to new places that America has set up around the world. So it wasn't on American territory, so they didn't have to answer to American law.
Just fly a plane out.
It's called Special
waters.
Rendition, I think it was called.
Yeah.
Where they would snatch someone, say for instance you was in Iraq or something like that, then you get snatched, put in a car, taken to the airport, flown in a private jet to somewhere else in the world, where the American
What
would
happens when they go
interrogate
through
you.
customs with a body bag?
What?
What happens when they go through security with a person in a
Well, they
bag?
don't go through security, do they?
Yeah.
All they do is land at an airport, refuel. They let the British government know they're going to be landing and refueling. There's no going on the plane and seeing what's in the plane. They just let them go. Walk off fucking through customs with a body bag, with it fucking loads of screaming and shouting coming out of the body bag.
Nothing suspicious going on there. Don't worry.
No.
You saw nothing. You saw nothing.
Oh, no, we've got what's happened here? We've got a debate in the call, and we've got a debate that's left the call.
Yeah, he just timed out. Or
Yeah, I think the other one will probably go eventually.
yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. That's all right. No, I just don't find any of that fucking. You know, I mean, I can't speak for the American government because I don't know what it's like to live in America under that government.
But look, if you just
I
let it
can't see
happen,
in
you just let it happen. If you just let the person go, you just let it. Either it happens or it doesn't happen.
But if you know the innocent people in the country, I can't see that, Steve.
Well, you don't know
can't
that.
see it.
You don't know that. You're just letting the person go. You just don't think the person's important to look out. You know, to mark, and to watch.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the government actually letting these things happen.
Well, he didn't let it happen.
Implicated.
But they don't have that on their mind. They just let it go.
Of course they do. If a terrorist is on his way to blow someone up in London, and
but they don't know,
and the government's following him, and they know what he's doing. He's gone to collect the dynamite or the guns or the bombs that they've been watching. They obviously know he's going to do something. If they let that happen, then they're implicated in the actual offence, aren't they? And I can't see anything in English history.
Not really. Maybe back. If you stick to the story, not really. If you swear on the Bible and stick to the story, not really.
So you can't have an intelligent conversation with you on any level, Steve.
What? if you stick to the story and know you're telling the truth, then
have you had an accident in the last 7 months?
No.
I mean, if you want to tell us that you've maybe
that's just an attack.
You're actually in a coma.
It sounded like the beginning of a sales pitch. So, have you had an accident in the last 7 months?
Yeah, I have. Where's my fucking money, man? Where's my money? I'm not feeling well. Can you give me some money?
What was I going to say? We need some proper flat earthers in here.
I did actually have an accident though. I crashed my car into some where was it?
Some curve?
I think it was Westminster. I was driving to Westminster Bridge.
Into the curve, Steve.
Drove all over the pavement.
Oh, so that was you in Westminster Bridge, was it?
Yeah.
Right, so now we know.
Car was a write-off.
So now we know why you know the inner details of the plot.
There was an interesting report actually in the Daily Mail, which isn't something I read, but someone linked me to it, and it was about all the conspiracy theorists that had made videos that had sprung up on YouTube after this Westminster Bridge attack, and all the basically people claiming it was a hoax, and how
yeah, what's happened there?
And how I lost connection.
You just had a coroner. You ain't had a coroner, have you, Jim? That's fucking weird. What's going on here, man?
I just timed out.
What are you still in there?
Hello. Gem.
Don't know if Jem's still here.
Gemery.
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 Come on, Steve. Why have we got a bit of silence in here now? Like profound. Confess your sins.
I have no sins to confess.
Yes, you have. You pretended to be stupid for the last couple of months.
I'm not. I'm going to stick to the.
You're going to stick being stupid, are you? Okay.
The way you said that. No, I'm not stupid. No. I don't have anything to sin.
Where did P Mars go?
P Mars. I don't know. To Mars.
Maybe to rape a woman.
That is disgusting. How you can
I know,
talk
it's
about
shocking.
that.
That's bad, isn't it?
Disgusting. Yeah. Why haven't they locked you up yet?
Locked you up.
You up?
Can't lock me up on the key holder. We've got a raving psychopath A4 in the chat if you want to get him in here.
Oh, A4 is he's a I like him.
I like him, not a lot though.
I like him a lot.
Do you want to add A4, Jem?
Fuck off.
Well, he's in chat moaning that we've.
I'm not dead yet, mate.
I think A4 is he's a level-headed bloke.
My internet keeps dropping. Sorry, guys.
mate.
I've tethered the phone now, so if it goes again, I'm just going to leave it on the phone. Feeling rich.
So wait, you were saying something.
It's a conspiracy.
You were saying.
The point I was making was about how advertisers, YouTube advertisers, have complained about their adverts appearing on
videos.
You can't pick and choose.
on conspiracy theorist videos that were claiming that the Westminster attack was a hoax.
Well, you can't pick and choose where your adverts go. I mean, like, come on, are these? That's a bit.
Who chooses where they go then? Is that YouTube or is it just some kind of fucking program they got?
Well, they are supposed to be able to have some control over where they appear, but I think it will you know, it will remove. Ultimately, it's going to remove the monetization option from that.
Wait, so
sort of content.
What kind of adverts are going to appear on these videos then? Is it like Nissan or something?
I don't understand how they get paid. How do they get paid for views, or does it how many people view?
Yeah, I think it is views. There's probably some complex algorithm. Who knows?
So what is it? Something like £1 for every 100 views, or
oh
tenner?
God, no. It wouldn't be anything like that. It's tiny amounts.
So Nathan Oakley owns what's like a year's income on this.
Fractions of a cent per view, you know.
So Nathan Oakley
fractions of a cent per 100 views, maybe. I don't know.
So he must earn enough to buy a carrier bag with or something.
Let's see. What does YouTube pay?
It can't be that much, can it? There again, there are some people that earn fucking decent money out of it, I suppose. Them gamers, some of the gamers have 1 million fucking subscribers, don't they?
Oh yeah.
So,
what car did the guy use in that attack then?
it was a 4x4.
Yeah, I know, but
a Hyundai, I think.
Really? I mean, yeah. I mean, Hyundai's going to obviously pull their adverts from those videos, right?
Say that again.
Hyundai is going to. Oh no, wait, we got it here. It's a Volkswagen.
Hyundai.
Is it Hyundai? Hyundai.
Oh, it's Hyundai, isn't it? It's not sure.
No, it's Hyundai.
No, it's Hi.
That's Hyundai.
Don't think there's an S there, is there?
It's
I think
Hyundai.
It's HY, isn't it? HYUA.
Yeah, it's Hyundai.
NDUI, I think something like that, isn't it?
It looks like a Volkswagen here.
No, it's not a Volkswagen. I worked out the speed of something like 78 miles an hour.
It's like a Volkswagen. Unless this car's been photoshopped in over the other one. It's difficult to make out the logo. Large.
Having it large.
Having it large. Yeah, the picture's blurry as fuck. I don't even know. It looks like.
Are you researching, Jem, or are you just gone quiet because you understand how much they're earning?
I was just trying to figure out what people earn, but it's really not very straightforward. Is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm sure I read somewhere recently that YouTube stops it on views. They changed it to something else, but I don't know how. Fuck knows.
Well, basically, what it's saying here, this is probably the most useful figure, is YouTube CPM. That's the cost per mil or cost per 1,000 ad impressions. Is 7.6. Is that dollars or cents? It's weird. It says 7.6 and then $sign.
Well, that's dollars, isn't it?
Yeah, but why isn't it $sign 7.60?
I don't know. Foreigners.
$7 per 1,000.
Well, $7.06.
No, this would be $7.60, but I don't know whether this isn't cents. Surely per
So that'd be
thousand.
$7.60. You mean?
Let's do the math. Anyway, let's see what it says. So let's do the math in case and calculate the average scenario. It's here. So 1,000 views is $7. So
I thought it was like 60 cents per view or something.
Yeah, that doesn't. No. Well, I don't know. I have no idea what $7.0 means.
Okay, advertisers only pay when someone clicks an ad or watches for 30 seconds. This is why you can't tie your channel views to dollars.
Right.
If your video gets 10 million views but nobody watches or clicks the ad, you don't make any money. This is how I'm able to make $1 per 25 views.
What is the chat saying?
They're saying that Jeremy is making fuckloads of money right now.
Well, I fucking hell. Mine isn't even monetized anyway. Believe it or not.
I don't believe you're lying.
Considering I get accused of being a paid agent every day, I don't make a penny.
Yeah, and you have all that time spent making those 100 sock accounts, and then you go out and air your laundry, and everyone sees it. It's ridiculous.
I wasn't airing my laundry. I was making a point.
You had fuckloads of socks, dude. And all that time spent making those socks, you could have just...
What do you mean all that time? How long does it take to make a sock?
I don't know.
Well, how much time? You're saying it takes a long time. All that time, how much?
All that time making those socks when you could have spent that time making videos and getting money.
Well, there's 100 socks, or there was. There's a bit more now, but there is. I've had to delete them because it won't let you do more than 100. But let's say there's 100 socks. How long do you think I've spent making those 100 socks?
I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Are these pairs of socks?
Come on, stop being silly. Come on, you said all that time. You're being...
I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Well, you must have a figure in your head.
Okay.
It takes about 20 seconds probably to make a new channel and
half an hour.
Yeah, half an hour. What, to make all 100? Yeah, maybe.
Okay, maybe an hour then.
All right, you can have half an hour, or we can have an hour. An hour's fine. So what you're saying is, I've spent an hour of my life doing something which you don't really approve of.
No, I don't know. I can't say. I don't know.
All that time, a whole hour. Fucking hell.
Fucking disgraceful, mate.
I know, and I'm 51 as well.
51. I should sit on a fucking sofa making fucking soccer accounts.
With the way I'm spending my time, really.
Yeah, you should really. I mean,
spending an hour like that.
Mm-hmm. It's just time abuse.
And I would add that this is, it's an incremental hour, isn't it? I mean, I've done it 20 seconds at a time. Probably, about a minute a day or something like that.
It's just...
Anyway, I no longer approve of you spending a minute a day picking your nose.
Who?
You.
Did I just pick my nose?
Well, I don't know, but I don't expect you to spend any time on it in future.
All right, I'm sorry. I won't abuse
and if you
time
do-
picking my nose.
If you do, I consider that to be
I didn't actually pick my nose. I just scratched my nose, and I've got a flu or something. So it's not that nice. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. If someone recommends you the flu, you just tell them to fuck off.
I will.
Yeah, we've got a request from Charlotte in chat. Wants us to talk about geocentrism. Yeah, it doesn't move.
Well,
Yeah.
it's wrong.
She thinks that she's at the center of she's got the she's at the center of attention. Fucking.
Well, I think the reason we know it's incorrect is really about, well, the reason I was told that I thought sounded quite plausible was that we can map the orbits of near-Earth objects. So asteroids and comets and things that come near Earth. We can map the orbits of these objects, and we can estimate the mass of these objects based on their size, and we can use spectrometry to determine their composition. And so we can plot the orbits of these objects, and they comply with Newton's laws and Kepler's laws of orbital mechanics. And for that to be the case, we would have to be in a heliocentric system. Because if it wasn't, then we wouldn't be able to understand that we would have to throw out gravity, because we use the mass of the objects and the calculation of gravity to determine what these orbits should be.
You've got the transits of Mercury and Venus as well.
And so these objects would be moving in ways that wouldn't make sense according to the law of universal gravitation. So you've got to throw out gravity if you're going to throw out geocentrism, is how I understand it.
I just like to thank Shrimanati for his kind words. I appreciate that, Shrimanati. Thank you. I mean, that's why you're here listening, right? For my voice, that's why you're here. Obviously,
I think he makes.
Otherwise, you wouldn't make a big deal about it.
I think he makes a valid point, though. Shroomy does there. That's.
What about Steve's annoying voice?
He says.
Voice, mate. Oh, wait.
Yeah, he says, let's just let me get it verbatim.
Verbatim.
Fuck you, Steve, and your dumb fucking voice. And
So I'll just tool of that then.
It's difficult to disagree with that, really.
That is fucking offensive.
Yeah, well,
who's that?
Shroomy said that.
Oh. No, who just talked in that really deep voice?
Yeah, Shroomy, mate.
Sounded like my long lost uncle.
My name's Mark Taylor.
Is that what I sound like, is it?
Yep.
Sound quite sexy.
Actually, a little bit deeper.
Charlie makes a good point. We've been doing radar distance measurements to Venus and many of the asteroids for some time that would only fit a heliocentric solar system, which is kind of the point I was making. It's not just about the motion of the planets, and you insert epicycles, and cathexis always likes to make the argument it makes a pretty pattern on a piece of paper, but which is entirely irrelevant. But yeah, that's basically the point that was made to. It's Red actually that made that point. Just the way we track these objects, the Earth would have to be changing its gravitational pull for each object to make it work if it was heliocentric. No, geocentric, I mean.
That'd have to come from religious beliefs, wouldn't it? A geocentrist.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
I
to
don't know,
think
I don't
that
know
we're
why
on a
Charlotte's got that one. She's so reasonable, but then she's also a
But
young Earth.
geocentrist is presupposing that the Earth is a globe.
I think she's a dino hoax.
yeah, but it's not that. It's just the fact that we're not moving, because everything in life moves, doesn't it? Really. I mean, even atoms are circling around with other bodies have
Well,
circle around atoms,
they
protons,
reject
and
atom theory, don't they? A lot of them.
It's difficult to move if you're on a sofa.
true. Not if it's on wheels.
Yeah, you must have seen those people that motorize their sofa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're called disabled people. Yeah, they're called wheelchairs, Joe. Come on, man.
No.
That motorized
No,
sofa is like the
people
rich,
that engines
the
on
rich
vehicles
man's
and
what
shit
do
like
you
that.
call it?
Beer
Mobile scooter, mobility scooter. Yeah. You can't, it's difficult to get it into like a shop or something.
Wheelchairs. Oh dear. I feel the need for pudding now.
Oh, A4 ranting in fucking chat again.
Hey, Jeremy, you might have you looked at the news? McDonald's are going to be doing home deliveries.
Yeah.
Fucked, mate.
See all that, yeah.
Well, at least KFC doesn't do it.
Well, they are going to, but
yeah. Well, how much is
Burger
delivery?
King said that, didn't they? And now I've got the contract to deliver for Burger King, so.
Oh, talking of atoms, have you seen them pictures of the atoms, Jim, that I took?
Are these the composite ones?
No, the one with them. I can't remember what
with the little
microscope it is now.
stick
It's
man.
an electronic microscope. I can't remember the name of it. I think it's in Europe somewhere, but they got pictures of atoms now.
They made little cute pictures of stick people.
And they also got a picture. I think it was is it an electron? I can't remember where it's an electron. They got pictures of an electron as well.
Fuck yeah.
So, they can deny these atoms and atom theory all they like, but, well, I mean, they just do the usual. It's a CD picture.
Yeah. I couldn't see it with my own eyes. Ah, damn, I've got munchies so bad.
Maybe you should order a McDonald's.
Yeah, well, I'm the only person in this city that can't fucking order a McDonald's, aren't I? Because I have to fucking deliver it. Or I have to pay the bastard to do it anyway, so...
Just, I don't know. Order some food.
But I might, I'm thinking about, doing something else. I'm a bit bored of this.
What do you mean doing something else?
Do you think we could get in a Christian hangouts, Jim?
Christian hangouts?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been in one, and I wouldn't mind going in a few of them, but I don't really know. I need an in-man. You see?
Yeah, I mean,
you see, can't you make some a fucking Christian troll account and we'll get us in there?
I mean, a lot of them now. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't really know who does them anymore. I know G-Man still does because I keep, his keep cropping up. But the other ones I wasn't really into. I mean, the one that you probably can definitely get in is Bible Thumping Wingnut on a Sunday. And I'm guessing they still do that. And they like to, they like to basically gang up on an atheist one at a time. They do the whole pre-sup thing, yeah, it's the same old, how do you know what you know? And they assert bullshit as well. They have a guy on there sometimes called Andrew Rappaport, his name is. And he comes out with the most astounding bullshit you can imagine. I'm surprised he isn't a flat earther, because of the crap he comes out with is just, you know, rubbish. He's one of these that does the whole human DNA is actually closer to pig DNA because that's what they're talking about for transplantation using pigs. It's just, you know, it's just silliness.
Do they do the Darth Dawkins thing as well?
Yeah, oh yeah, they're experts at it. Slick, he is actually pretty good at it, but
they'll just ask you for a definition of a word, and then you'll just, you know, give a rough, you know, one definition of it, and then they'll come out with another definition which goes along with that. You know, that it's like they're just leading you down a garden path to just get, you know, fucked up. That you have to keep answering their questions.
Matt Slick is this real, you know, he comes across as being very arrogant. And he's very, very fundamentalist Christian. And he has this little sort of backstory that goes along with him, because he has a daughter who's sort of quite active on the internet who, you know, basically ran away from home kind of thing, and is totally estranged from him now, and has talked about her fundamentalist Christian homeschooled upbringing, you know, and has been, you know, quite disparaging about it. Not terrible, but quite bad about it. And she's a little bit, or has been a bit wayward at times. And someone came across this soft porn movie that she was in. And went in Slick's hangout and you know, porn bombed his hangout with his daughter in this movie. So we shouldn't laugh, because that was a really horrible thing.
Nah, that's brilliant, dude. That's
but you
brilliant.
do have to admire the style, don't you, really?
That's gold.
That was heavily criticized in the atheist community, though, I have to say. The people did not approve of that. And I have to say I didn't at the time. It was, you know, when you're repeating the story, it sounds kind of quite funny, and he's a bit of an arsehole. But
he's asking for it.
Well, I don't think he was. He didn't deserve that, you know.
Well, subconsciously asking for it.
But it is kind of, you know, when someone is like that, when they're a bit of an arsehole or
an asshole,
it's difficult to feel a lot of sympathy, you know.
Why does it get like this? All those people talking shit about me and other people in the text chat, but they won't come on here.
We've actually got quite a big audience, you know,
it's
30 or 40 people, but I guess people are expecting it to be, you know, better than this.
Yeah. Come on, Jim.
I should have knocked you out.
They're hanging in there in the hope that someone.
Jim, there's a high possibility 35 of them are you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, maybe like about 150 of them are Jeremy.
Come on, Steve. Round up some flatties. You know them. Come on.
Yeah, come on, Steve. You've got wrenches on some of their channels.
Yeah,
well,
you can get them.
Poncho Pete's thing that doesn't exist anymore.
Why don't you get ADR on it so we can laugh at him?
Yeah, ADR. Yeah, we should get him in.
Yeah,
I think they were all in Discord now, though, aren't they?
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's some other shit that you have to understand.
Yeah, it's some chat program.
I'm too stupid to understand that.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's quite popular. It might be worth going in, Mark, because this.
How am I going to get in there? The minute they see my fucking name,
it's not like.
Well, I was instantly banned, but I mean, we don't have to argue flat Earth. I think there's Christian atheists and all that kind of shit going on in there.
Well, I don't understand what you mean. What is it? Kind of like an app? I know it's an app, but you get a list of hangouts and you can just try and join one, or?
Yeah, I think so. And I think you basically go in there. I think I think it's got voice, hasn't it? Has it got voice, Steve? It's voice and,
it's got
and
voice.
text.
Yeah, I've heard him say
It's
that.
just voice and text, and
But there's no
unless the
camera.
person's streaming it on the YouTubes or whatever, then
Yeah,
it's
but they're
pretty
not
much
those
just
streaming it, are they? Because
Yeah.
all them ones that go in that hillbilly that say about Discord, none of them are streaming it.
none of them are streaming it. It's all just a big fuck off circle
It's
jerk.
just a circle jerk, isn't it? And I mean,
Yeah.
Watson's got control in there, so like,
Yeah, I mean, I was banned instantly. The flat earthers like it though because they say.
Did
"Oh,
you get to say anything, or did they just see your name and ban you?
I said, how does one snipe one of these? And
Oh, that's not exactly.
they threw me out for that.
It's just a bit like, hey, did you know the Earth is flat? Yeah, I did. As a matter of fact, I did. Oh, well, yeah, the Earth is flat. And you're like, yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. I've looked around and I've done my
Oh,
observations.
Steve,
It's
how
flat.
come you ain't managed to get on hillbillies?
And then the Earth is flat.
come
I'm
you
not.
ain't
I'm
managed-
not interested in.
Come on, get on there, man. You've trolled every other flat earther. Why not him?
I can't.
Why is he out of bounds? Don't you feel the challenge that I feel? I feel a challenge on your behalf, Steve.
Well, what am I going to do? I mean, I'm just going to
Get on there and troll him. What you do best, isn't it?
Your job.
All right,
No,
so-
I mean, you've
Do
trolled
what
them that bad.
do what we're paying you for.
You've trolled them that bad that you've got a fucking spanner. I mean, it just goes to show what their security is like, doesn't it? I mean, a couple of months ago, you was with us throwing stones at them and calling them retards. Now,
that was like 6 months ago, man.
now
A
they
lot has
fucking
changed.
now they trust it. They trust their globe with you. You know what I mean? So don't
Well,
see
I mean-
how you've not gone
I
fucking.
mean, once you've done the research, like I
Ain't you
have,
good enough, Steve? Ain't you good enough
I've-
troll to get on hillbillies?
I've figured out that over
No,
time.
if you're not good enough, Steve, just say like, and we'll
No,
leave
no,
it.
I'm-
I'll drop it right now if you're not good enough.
I mean, like, I'll look into it, but I'm not going to promise
Oh, you
anything.
look into it now.
To it.
Oh,
What,
well,
why do you need to look?
It's a bit fucking wimpish, isn't it?
I
it
know.
isn't.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna
Surely he's not out of bounds.
Are
He's
you
not-
gonna
he's not
write to
forbidden, is it?
You're gonna
He's
write?
forbidden you.
See if you can arrange a time.
Well, look, I mean, it's interesting, but I've been around a time, and I've looked into this, and I've seen a lot of issues with the globe and what NASA's trying to pull off. and
Stop all the shit.
talking
Steve.
about the
We're talking
Old
about
Lakes.
hillbilly, man. We're talking about the pinnacle of your career.
Clawing back now. innit? Clawing back.
We're talking medal stage. You're going to get called into Troll Central and get a medal if you get in hillbillies and troll them. I mean, that's the pinnacle, man.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
You
no,
know.
no, I've got to even go. I mean, I'd like to say you fucking globebusters, but I don't think you're ready for them yet.
Nah. That's like next level. I don't
think,
know.
I
you
don't
know,
think
I
you.
don't
I
know.
mean, yeah. I mean,
I don't know.
that's level up, isn't it? That's all the flashy.
But let's
lights
just
and everything.
imagine for a moment that the Earth is flat, and
Yeah, I like it, Steve. Getting into
You
troll
know?
mode. I like it.
I
I
don't
like it. So
Let's just imagine for a minute that the Earth is a globe. Okay.
I don't know. You know.
Let's say. Well, let's suppose it is, Steve. Let's just for this, sake of
Minute.
the
Spinning at
discussion.
1,000 miles an hour. I don't know about that.
Just, all of that. Let's just suppose all of that.
All
is
of that, yeah.
What then of flat Earth? What can we say about flat Earth? What does it mean if it's incorrect and if the current paradigm fucking hell, I hate using that word.
Paradigm shift.
If that happens to be correct, this is just a thought exercise. Okay? It's
Purely
not
theoretical.
we're not questioning whether it is true. We're just assuming it is for the sake of the conversation. Okay. So what does that say about flat Earth?
Okay, well, so if we're going to imagine for a minute that the Earth is a globe, the Earth is a globe, and that's it, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but we're talking about what does it say about flat Earth, about the movement, the awakening, the community. What does it all mean if it turns out that the globe is
an awakening to what?
Well, whatever it claims to be now, what meaning does that have if it turns out to be incorrect?
The meaning is you shouldn't just listen to people that tell you it's flat, because it isn't a book. If we're going,
That's all you've got to say about it. Well, I mean, what I guess I'm getting at is
what are you getting at?
how how has it affected people? And
It's
for
fucked
what?
with their
It turns
brains.
out that it's not true. And what does that say about the people that have propagated it?
They are evil people.
Yeah, I think so.
They should go to hell.
But I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know if they're evil, because I think some people that have propagated it are just. It's a bit like, I guess they say to us, you know. I think some people are being fooled, and some people are doing the fooling. I don't think there's many that are doing the fooling, but it doesn't seem to take many.
I mean, have you done your own observations though?
I have done some of my own observations, but I don't need to, Steve. That's your standard of evidence, not mine.
No, but wait. So you're just gonna go along with the Earth being a globe without doing any observations?
No, not without doing any observations. But I'm not.
You just
I'm
let
not
someone else do the
spend a
observations
lot
for
of time
you.
doing my own. You know, I don't need to. Why would I need to? That's, like I say, that's your standard of evidence, not mine.
But
I think a reasonable standard of evidence.
So you go along with what the scientists say, but then say that your my standard of evidence, because I'm a flat earther, is that I should do my own observations. So then, what do the scientists?
I don't say that. I don't say you haven't got any choice but to do your own observations.
So
you don't
scientists just have to
you don't
write
have
books
any-
and use
you
big
don't
numbers.
have any legitimate authority to appeal to, whereas I do.
Well, you fucked me there, mate. I'm sorry. You stumped me there because we're still presuming that the Earth, we're just still imagining that the Earth is a globe, and
I think it highlights what the problem is, and the problem is that philosophy, that idea that the only knowledge that has any validity is stuff that you have personally gathered, and I just don't accept that. I think that's ludicrous. It's absurd.
Well,
I just don't buy it, and I think that's the problem. Flat Earth presents that idea as if it's reasonable, and it's not. It's silly.
Well, I mean, if you just do your own observations and you don't have those machines that you're speaking of, then yeah, it is a reasonable conclusion.
It's reasonable to accept that that people who are educated in a field and have spent time in it and have a background in it and are doing observations and are maybe in contact with many other people who are in that field who are doing observations. It's reasonable to take their opinion and consider it over uninformed opinion.
Well, I don't know.
It's not. It is an appeal to authority, but it is a legitimate appeal to authority if the authority is legitimate.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
And I think that's one of the flat Earth fundamentals that is nutty, and that people sort of proudly state. This is that's secondhand information. Well, you don't know. You haven't. You can't go and test that yourself. Well,
I think the best salesmen are the salesmen that do not say, "I don't know," after saying, doing their pitch. I think those are the best salesmen, and also saying after every little detail, so that they can get kind of a confirmation from the other guy that what they're saying is somewhat true or goes along with their worldview or whatever. I think those are the best salesmen, the people that just don't say those things.
So your response to that is the fact that I've dropped the word in.
Oh, no. I don't know, but...
I'm going to get a drink.
Yeah, get a drink.
Yeah, Jeb.
He's going to get a drink.
Yeah, I know he was. I was trying to get him before he went to get a drink.
Well, he'll come back.
Calm the fucking motherfucker down, man.
Oh, fucking hell, man. So yeah,
they're all scared, man. So they've got the A team in here tonight. They're fucking shitting themselves.
so like what these people do is they'll they do their pitch and then they say, you know, and then sometimes what they'll do is they'll do their pitch and then say I don't know afterwards, and those people are just terrible. But if you say you know and you miss out the I don't know, then you've done a better sales pitch because it doesn't bring into question whether you actually know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yep. But don't you think it's a bit fucking...
I'd also fucking as well. Fucking is a terrible thing to say. You can't say
Yeah, I mean, fucking is a shocking word, isn't it? Yeah. But don't you think it's a bit hypocritical that these people say they don't trust scientists and they don't trust all these people, but then they trust some cunt on a YouTube? You know, they haven't done none experiments themselves. They try and refute the ISS, but you find out they haven't even gone out and looked at it themselves. You know what I mean? It's just fucking ridiculous. I mean, even the ones that do try and do a bit of science, or what you could loosely attach the word science to, like fucking Subarats with his sun tracking. I mean, it's a fucking
that's a
joke.
good experiment. That's a very good experiment. I mean, you can.
Well, can you tell me the purpose of the experiment then?
Well, you could get a rough idea of the speed of rotation of the Earth, or how fast the sun is spinning around the Earth, or whatever the fuck you want to.
What hypothesis did the experiment intend to falsify?
It was supposed
Does
to.
the sun go shiny, shiny?
That if you look at the sun, it blinds you. I don't know. You can use the sun as a reference point, and then you can just measure the distance between one place.
I just interrupt? Do you remember that John that we used to argue with before on Flat Earth Debates? He's in chat and he wants to come in.
John.
You know that Cell Earther? He's in chat. His name's Ireland Von Vicious, but I can't find him.
No.
Oh God, really?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's going to liven the room up a bit. I mean, he's a step down from a flat earther, isn't he? Really? I mean, he's a Cell Earther. I mean, you can't get much more stupid than that, really.
Can you add him, Mark?
That's what I mean. I can't find him. I've tried to search for him, like I usually do, but I can't find him. I just wanted to know, you know, you being the host, you might be able to do it easier.
I thought you were talking about John Doe, and I don't know about. I don't know about him then.
Not that idiot.
Not that then guy.
When we was on Flat Earth Debates a long time ago, when we first started doing all this shit about 8 months ago.
I know who that is. I think
you know him when you speak to him. He's a Cell Earther. His name's Ireland Von Vicious in chat, but
yeah,
I don't think I've ever heard his voice. I mean, it'll probably ring a bell.
Yeah, you have. You was about when he was in the rooms. I mean, he's a Cell Earther, like I said, he's a step down from a flatty, but I'm kind of scraping the barrel now. Like I said, I've seen the A teams on the panel, and they just don't want to come in.
Yeah. Hard people.
I mean, you've done nothing but cunt us for the last fucking 6 hours or however long this hangout's been up. And he says that the globe Earth's a fucking live. So what's he doing?
He never speaks, does he? He never goes on and talks, does he?
He has done once or twice.
It took him 3 hours to say hi.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he doesn't come up when I search for him. So if he wants to give us your email. What's his name?
Your mother's maiden name and your bank details.
That's the name in the chat. If you scroll up in the chat, he's in the chat.
Is he Irish?
No, well he's one of these fucking, 24 times removed Irish or something. Ireland Von Vicious. He's got an Irish flag up with 2 guys standing in it. Looks a bit gay.
There's nothing wrong with being
sorry,
gay.
that's for the first thing that come into me, but I'm looking at the picture now. It looks like fucking gay.
He's not even in the room and Mark started on him.
Oh, me and him have got history, man.
What is this thing in the modern world where every fucking little cloud now has a name? Cyclone Debbie we're on now.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it's the American influence, isn't it? They've named all their storms, so we have to name our storms. You know?
Why don't they just call it Stormzy?
Might as well call it Storm Wimpy and that, innit? Because like they're fucking weak compared to the Americans, aren't they?
Gentle breeze.
Yeah, innit? Fucking your wheelie bins are going to get blown
Storm
over.
McStormface or something.
Yeah. Light rain in the afternoon, George.
Oh mate, did you see Stormy McStormface last night?
They've
Oh,
had quite English names as well, haven't they? Dorothy and fucking stuff like that, innit?
Yeah. Everything's got a fucking silly name. It's crazy. What?
They go through the alphabet, you know.
Storm
Then they'll be
Ethel.
like Storm Zoe.
Storm Ethel's going to make it sometime this weekend.
Well, it's Debbie now, so I guess
is it
it'll
Debbie?
be an E next, won't it?
That's
So it
quite
could well be
fucking-
Storm Ethel.
That's an Essex name, isn't it? Debbie. Debbie from Essex.
Debbie.
Yeah, borrow a few drinks, you do your turn.
Oh, the Gator's back.
What do you mean? How do you know he's back? He's always been here.
Oh, was he always here? Was he?
Yeah.
I thought he dropped out.
No, he's always been here. Well, on my screen, he has.
No, he didn't drop out. He passed out.
Cyclone Debbie has been downgraded to a Category 2.
Oh.
Poor Debbie.
Poor Debbie.
She's been
Two
downgraded.
out of 10, man. That's not good, is it? I mean, that's just above a fart, isn't it? Too.
Hey, Flamingo. Oh, he said it
Could a
passed through
fart-
his visible sky.
Could a fart classified as one?
Oh.
Fart.
Well, I mean, how weak is a one? I mean,
You're like,
I mean,
It's one
is it a
down
room?
the
Is it a room
Got
full
a
of fat
name all
people
your
after an Indian?
farts from now on.
I mean, what speed would they have to get become a one?
Shit would have to be flying everywhere.
Maybe it has to be detected from the ISS or something, from the satellites.
Of course.
Did anyone see Stargazers tonight?
Oh, Utes claiming that Cyclone Debbie is a fake as well. You fuckwit, you.
Oh, he's so stupid now.
Because it's on the news, it's got to be
Yeah,
fake.
isn't it? But what's happening outside? All your windows being blown in and that roof coming off. There's no fucking hurricane. What a fucking idiot.
Unbelievable. How do you get like that? No, he didn't say it's fake, apparently.
By the sound of him on mic, he's been like it all his life. You know, it's not something that's just happened. It's happened all his life like it. I think he's one of the people who's just born stupid.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I saw Pete Shea in a chat earlier, and I've seen him do this before, never really sort of added it up, but he was talking to Blob from Globebusters, and he said...
Blob, did you say?
Yeah. And he said this, I mean, this is what I get. He said, what about all the work on 9/11, all the work on 9/11 on Clues Forum, Bob? Aren't you interested in that anymore, or something along those lines? I mean, it always gets me that Pete refers to a load of idiots on forums speculating as work that's been done on 9/11. But Clues Forum, I've had it was Cathexis, I might as well name him. It was Cathexis that told me that Clues Forum is like the sort of dirty corner of the conspiracy world where only the real nut jobs go. And it sounds, I didn't realize that, but Bob, he sounds like such a reasonable person. He sounds and looks like a reasonable person, but
Was
He's
he? Was
actually
he?
from this real nutty end of the internet.
Was he actually? Was he actually Globebusters? You know, the number one from the start, or was it like it's always been a threesome kind of a that?
Well, he started it, I think, didn't he?
Did he? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I've only watched it since the three of them have been doing it. So
Who? Kathy.
You know, Globebusters.
Bob and
You know
Jerry.
that.
Well,
Bob Jaron and that fucking Moore guy idiot.
yeah. Well, he was off it for a long while, for I don't know, months, because they had a falling out. They got some guest on, and he disagreed with the guest, and I can't remember what was said, but there was some. It all got a bit personal, and yeah, he was out of it then for a while. But then I think the guest then maybe slagged off Bob and Jaron, and when he did that, then you know, your enemy's my enemy sort of thing, and I think Morgar drifted back into favor. I can't remember exactly what happened, but it was something along those lines. They actually took the hangout down that it happened in, because they said they didn't support the things that were being said in the end.
What happened to their second balloon launch? I thought that was supposed to be happening in March.
Apparently it's coming up. He said this week that they've now got all the stuff for it. So the cameras have finally arrived. They've got everything they need to do it.
Right,
So,
this is experimentation to prove that stars don't exist.
yeah.
This isn't to see the curve. It isn't to fucking do anything else. It's to try and prove that after a certain height, stars disappear.
That there won't be any stars.
Oh
yeah.
my god. And that's another fucking what? Another grand down the fucking bin again?
I think it's over $2,000. I think it's cost.
Jesus Christ, these fucking people.
It's fucking astounding, isn't it, when you think about it?
And they've had the cap out again, haven't they? They haven't sponsored it themselves. They've had the begging cap out, haven't they?
Yeah, oh yeah.
But they've done it on the fucking QT, haven't they? Because I don't ever remember them asking for money in any of their hangouts. So
No, because what happened was they got so much money from the first appeal that they said they've got enough to do it again.
Well, so they haven't had the begging cup out, or
No, well they have, but only from that original one that they did.
oh well, they
They
still
got
had
so
some
much
left.
money
You
for that one that they had a load of money left over.
got so much money. Oh my god.
Yeah, they must have got $4 or $5 grand.
Oh my god.
I'll tell you what, they started doing that. What do you call it?
I'm sure I heard that they was going to set up another thing, but they was doing it on the quiet, so that you know, because people were moaning or something, but they was going to still be asking money. Maybe I got it
Well, they
wrong.
don't want it to get shot down, do they? They think that it was sabotage last time.
Get shot down. What a joke. What the
But
fucking
you know,
US
on the
Air
last
Force?
Globebusters, they got
US
that.
Air-
What's that thing called where you pay to go in the chat? Where you can like make a donation. Super chat. Yeah, they got that. They got that running.
Yeah, I know.
Someone whacked $50 in there.
I know. They got more money than fucking sense, haven't they?
I mean, you've got to be fucking mental.
But this is what makes me laugh, right? They think that the US Air Force, they missed fucking 4 planes in 2001, but they got a balloon in 2016. You know what I mean? Like they sent out fucking planes to shoot a balloon down. I mean, fucking, how stupid have you got to be to think something like that?
Oh, it's interesting though, this idea he's got about no stars, because I mean, I don't know what he thinks the SR-71 Blackbird is, but you know that very high flying, very fast US spy plane it was.
Yeah,
that has a positioning system, because it was designed before GPS. It has a positioning system that basically automatically identifies stars, and it uses that to figure out what its position is on Earth.
What?
Yeah, it's got an automatic star sighting computer. It can recognize 64 stars.
But it uses cameras or something.
Yep.
So I don't think they'll be able to afford it. So they're not transmitting the images straight away. They're going to recover the balloon and then download the images.
So, yeah. I think transmitting is expensive, isn't it? And it's probably pretty unreliable as well.
So they're obviously going to go for a nighttime launch then.
I think that was the idea, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, that'd be the only way to be able to see stars like that, wouldn't it? Because if you've done it in the daytime, I mean,
yeah, yeah. Are they launching into the night? Are they launching?
Well, if they launch in the daytime and they don't see no stars, I'm gonna sign off and die laughing.
Yeah, they must be doing. I'm just wondering which bit of the night they're doing it in, but.
Well, I imagine. Well, I'm not sure how long it takes, but the last time it takes a few hours to get up to that height. You know, you don't just.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really pull the experiment off because if you're doing it at night time, how are you going to be able to determine what the cloud cover is? I mean, presumably they're going to aim for a nice clear night, but like you say, it's going to be a couple of hours before it reaches altitude.
Isn't this balloon going above the clouds?
Well,
I don't know. What's the height layer of clouds?
If you're lucky, it might. But I mean, all they need it to do is go above about 40,000 feet, which is Bob's hypothesis that
that's what I heard
40,000 feet there are no stars. So they only need it to go to about 50,000 feet. Look at it.
Imagine being on a fucking. Imagine being on a plane going across America, look out a window. There's a fucking balloon there. You know what I mean? Like, and then you come home after your holiday, you're watching a YouTube, you get linked to a fucking video, and it's got you at the window of a plane or something. What the fuck?
It'd be hilarious, wouldn't it?
I mean, you know when these people ask permission? I mean, obviously, if you're launching that kind of height and it can damage a plane, you have to ask permission. I mean, do they have to give a reason for why they're doing it?
We think the Earth is flat.
I mean, no. They don't have to say like we want to see if the stars go out after so high. I mean,
I know, but they have to. They must have to get a reason because you might say like, "Oh, we want to put a balloon up there to take a plane down or something." They're not going to allow that.
You're not hardly going to tell them that, are they? If they ask you, if you're a terrorist,
no, you'll just tell them.
Say you have to tell us what. You have to tell us what you're doing a balloon launch for, and the terrorist says,
"Yeah, you just tell them."
A plane up.
If you want to blow up a plane, you just tell them you think the Earth is flat, and that's why you're sending a balloon up there.
Yeah, when the ISIS commander cuts your head off for fucking up the mission, you can say, "What? How did that fuck up then?" Oh, I told them what we were going to do. I was going to blow the plane up with a balloon.
Mr. Beach just said that he's heard that he's using cameras that cost something like $30 each.
Yeah, that's what I heard Tim say. So, I couldn't remember if it was the first one.
They're likely set to auto exposure, which means the entire thing is a waste of time.
They should be using those P900s.
Yeah, the P900s, they keep fucking getting stars out of focus and tell us that information's there. Look at the star, it's going twinkly twinkly, all the colours of the rainbow. Oh, isn't it pretty?
And he said, I've already told them what type of camera they need to use for an honest test, and I got banned from Bob's comments for it. I mean, that's just typical, though, isn't it? You know, that's Bob all over, isn't it?
I mean, what I don't understand, I mean, obviously, there's a procedure to follow, and I suppose the airspace is quite vast, but if they're releasing a balloon and they've got no control over that balloon, then that's what I don't understand. I mean, obviously you can't control balloons because of the wind, I suppose. But
I think,
and I guess kind of the trajectory.
I think they have to do it when the wind is below a certain speed. You can't do it in high winds anyway. But I mean, you wouldn't want to. But I think you can't do that as a rule.
And would there be?
You have to do it away from flight paths. You have to let the local air traffic control know when you're launching, and they warn air traffic to look out for it, basically.
But I mean, I know it goes high, like up in the sky, like upwards. Obviously, the blue goes up, obviously, blatantly. But I mean, how far does it go? You know, laterally.
Well, I mean, it does depend on how the wind takes it. But I mean, an air traffic.
So, say for instance, you was 10 miles from an airport.
Yeah, I mean, it potentially it could blow into it, but the other thing is there are rules on what you can have on it and what the payload can
That's
weigh.
what I
and
mean.
that sort
Surely you'd have to go into a bit of a detail of what your experiment was doing and the procedure of how long the balloon was going to be taking to get up there, because all different balloons take different amount of time, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to comply with a set of rules, and then you have to let the air traffic control know, because you can't, for instance, you can't have anything. At least in this country, the balloon can't drop anything. So it can't have anything that detaches from it. It all has to be one on one.
So what about cameras on it then?
Well, I mean, they have to. They can be attached on it, but you can't have it so it drops bombs or, you know what I mean?
Okay.
It drops packages or anything.
Can it drop
like
bombs with parachutes?
No, it can't. Can't
Not
have
even
anything.
with a parachute.
Can't do
Fucking
anything.
Steve's even trolling the balloon story, man. He's fucking shocking, isn't he?
Shocking.
Oh no!
Fucking shocking.
So wait, you can't even. I'm sure you can drop something that has a parachute. I mean, like if the balloon pops, there could be a parachute to stop
No,
the camera.
the idea is it's the fact that you can't drop stuff. You know.
Oh.
Yeah, I think what Germ means is you can't have something that's designed to come off the fucking thing.
Oh,
right.
If the balloon pops, then obviously it's in a parachute. Yeah.
No, balloons don't have parachutes, do they?
They must do. But what happens to the cameras and all that expensive equipment? Or does that stuff just go to shit?
Maybe, true, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how fast. I mean, obviously they're going to hit the ground doing some speed, aren't they?
I think some of them can have cameras, but parachutes. But I think usually they just crash to the
Yeah,
ground.
but they don't detach anyway. Parachutes, do they?
'Cause it doesn't
pointless
matter.
parachute if it detached to the balloon, wouldn't it?
Right, it doesn't matter if your camera breaks, does it? I mean, you know what I mean?
It
All
does.
all you need to do is
Expensive
take the
equipment.
memory stick out of it. That's not going to break, is it?
Well, it could do. I think it will have either they just hope that the balloon will slowly deflate over time, so over time, a long period of time, that it just floats to the ground, or
well, no, that can't happen.
Yeah, that can't happen. So, or there's an actual parachute on the actual thing itself. So when the balloon goes and it starts dropping, the parachute breaks.
But with a parachute, how the parachute would have to have some kind of barometer on it, wouldn't it? I mean, it couldn't deploy. It could deploy a minute.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen one with a parachute thing in about.
No, I don't think I've either. Not the kind of run of the mill things that these people are sending up.
Usually the whole thing just plunges to the ground.
Yeah, that's what I always thought.
They got them little cameras on. If they hit soft ground, they're all right. You know.
I mean, they can only get to terminal velocity anyway, can't they? You
Right.
can't get no faster.
No.
It's not like it's going to hit the ground at fucking 15,000 mile an hour or nothing.
No.
Is it? It's only going to get to
It just
terminal
gets so
velocity,
fast,
which
it
is
hits the ground. If it's in a box, often they're in a box or something to protect them. You know what I mean? And it
plus
just,
you'll have the drag. You'll have the drag. Well,
yeah, the drag of the whole balloon. And all that crap.
You'll have the old slag attached to it, so she'll slow it down.
Mark, you just start talking about drag when A4 calls you a trans.
Oh, cheers. Cheers. I'm a fucking rough tranny if I've got a deep voice like this, A4.
I mean, can you believe though that flat earthers are biting into that cake now? That whole the transvestigations thing. I mean,
wow, it's fucking stupid.
just
Isn't
when
it?
you can't say any more stupid shit than they have already. And
I
they
mean,
start-
not being funny, right? But if Pete's fucking even 10% right, then humanity's fucked because everyone's a tranny.
I
You know what I mean?
Can you believe though that Pete Shea has led the way on this? He was saying this before any of the others.
He was ahead of the curve.
Saying it. Can you believe that?
Maybe they've just reached the same level of fucking mental illness that he's at now. You know what I mean? Maybe you can catch stupidness through the internet.
Well, I keep thinking about that Italian university research group that were injecting these fake stories onto Facebook, and I don't know. I mean, this stuff is so mental. I can't believe. I don't know.
Yeah, according to you, if the bird's got fucking a bit of hair on the chin, it's a bloke. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean, he lives from Manchester, so there can't be any women up there because they're all rough as fuck in Manchester.
Pete keeps saying, I've seen him keep saying that it's Terry May, not Theresa May.
Yeah,
He says
very
that
much,
over
yeah,
and
I know.
over again. in
Yeah, but
different
he even
shows.
said that God's a fucking tranny, didn't he?
God.
Yeah, in the Bible. In the Bible, he says that God made one person, and it was a man and a female, and that's what it means in Genesis 1 when it says that it was made in the image of God.
Or made
That
in his image.
God
yeah.
is female and male. So
Oh.
you know,
God.
I mean, I don't know if he means that God's got a pussy and a fucking cock, or whether he means that God's a bloke and dresses up as a tranny. Fuck knows. I mean,
You could only interpret that so many ways.
yeah, sick.
Mhm.
I mean, you
Yeah.
try and work out. I mean, what does he mean by that? That's what he says, and he gets in right trouble with it with all the fundies. They fucking go mad. I mean, fancy calling God a tranny. Not going to go down well, is it?
Well, you know, I mean, Jesus spent all that time wandering around with those 12 blokes.
True.
And you think nothing happened?
He had that long hair, didn't he?
He had that long hair. He often
Yeah.
wore a dress of sorts. I mean,
dress, yeah.
they were.
I mean, he couldn't even manage to carry the cross. So, of all the manly things to do, he had to get someone from the crowd to carry the cross for him. That's proper womanish, isn't it?
They're kind of like I kind of think of them as like a sort of, you know, sort of Bronze Age Chippendales. You know, sort of like a bronze, you know, a male dance troupe from the Bronze Age.
What do you think? That's why the Romans really killed him.
I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, the first miracle was at a wedding, wasn't it? You know, so you know, I can imagine. You know, you might have a male dance troupe at a wedding.
Yeah, I mean,
like Chippendale.
I mean, that fits, doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
they always used to cover themselves in olive oil and all that, didn't they? In them days?
Yeah.
So that's pretty.
It's all
fucking-
there. All the signs are there, aren't they? That
If you join the dots in the correct way.
this is a new conspiracy that we're creating here on the spot.
Yeah,
That
do you
it's-
think someone will pick up and run with it?
That is, yeah, that Jesus was the leader of a Bronze Age dance troupe, male dance troupe.
Maybe they was called the 12 Disciples. Does that sound like a dance group?
That song about being a male stripper in a bar, that one, that's actually a hymn.
A hymn?
Yeah.
It wasn't a her. It was a him.
Do you think they've done the full Monty?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he fucking got fucking hung or crucified, because he kept
He got well
flashing
hung.
everywhere.
Well hung.
He'd roll up Bethlehem and start fucking taking his cock out everywhere. Maybe he got crucified for flashing or something. Maybe the Romans had a rule about it.
The Romans got well cross when he did that.
Yeah. Maybe Pontius Pilate hired him and he weren't no good, so fucking killed him.
Rex says Mary Magdalene was the MC. Yeah. See, it's all there.
I mean, if we were say for instance this weren't on the net and we was in a bar somewhere in America now, I'm saying this,
Yeah.
in earshot of some fundies, we'd be in serious trouble, mate.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh God, yes.
I was just thinking about when what's his name? Sacha Baron Cohen does his thing, you know. He goes in that fucking rodeo. Starts singing some different national anthem.
He's a fucking
Fucking what? Must have a death wish, the guy.
He's funny as fuck, though, he was, wasn't he? Fucking hell. Well, he still is, on it, but
You've really got to have some guts, haven't you, to do that? Or something.
yeah, no,
There may be
some
something
nutter out there with a
missing, I
gun.
don't know. I'm hankering for a banana sandwich.
Apparently you're a lesbian, Jim. That's what fucking Gay Force just called us. Trying to decipher what he's on about. Is that
When you get
many-
to my age, you'll take anything. I'm not really bothered. Any kind of sex will do, really.
I think, you know what you were saying earlier about what does it mean to these people, like the flat earth and that. I think if they found out it was an actual globe, I think, honestly, some of them, that'd be the end of their life. I honestly think it'd hit them that hard.
I do. I think so. I agree. I think people would be. You know how sometimes, like when a boy band breaks up, and they say that, nowadays they say that some of the little girls need counselling to deal with it and stuff. But it's kind of like that, though, isn't it? Because I think those girls probably genuinely do need counselling. When they're sleeping this boy band or a member in it, and all of a sudden it all comes to an end. It's when it's their whole life, it's all they think about, it's their sort of hobby thing. It would be devastating. I mean, I always think that for me, what would it be like if it just suddenly went away? I mean, I would definitely miss it, But
Mark.
Yeah, but there's still enough stupid things to watch on YouTube, isn't there? You don't need
Yeah,
it's just the interaction you get here, isn't there?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, before I'd started work trolling the what do you call them? The eschatologists. The end is nigh, folks.
What part of the universe they in then?
The rapture namers. They like to name the date of a rapture.
Right. So what? You got into hangouts with them? You mean?
Not in hangouts, no, but on comments.
Right.
I mean, there are some that do some live stuff.
Comments is kind of sick and
like
best,
Rapture Watch and this sort of thing. They look for signs of the rapture. They often hear trumpets and things. That's a rapture thing.
What do you mean they hear trumpets?
This one guy, he's called Roddy and some numbers, 19 something. I can't remember. But anyway, he has like his whole story on YouTube, and he starts making these things predicting this rapture, and he's picked up on some date. I think it's probably 2012. I think he picks up on when everyone was saying 2012 was important, and this guy is actually he's actually Guatemalan. Although he lives in America, he lives in Miami. So he's kind of I guess he's kind of feels like some sort of connection with Aztecs or something, But anyway, he's predicting the end of the world or the rapture at the end of 2012. And of course it doesn't happen. And then he adjusts it to 2013. And he goes through and he tells this whole story. And it's really quite sad, really, because he talks about how he goes to church and he prays, and then you can see him sort of getting swallowed up by this, because then he starts talking about how he goes to church at night and prays, and he prays all night. And then he has other people. He manages to get a few other people in the church in on it. They bought into this idea that this rapture day is coming. And he does a lot of what he does is he'll just have the Bible in front of him, and he'll just open the Bible, and then he'll look at the page numbers, and he'll draw some meaning from the page numbers. And he dreams, he'll have these what do they call them? Prophetic dreams, and often the rapture it'll relate in some way to some score of the Miami Dolphins. It'll be something to do with what they score, or who they're playing, or where they're playing, but there's often a Miami Dolphins connection in his predictions. But then he talks about how he's got other members of the congregation at night praying with him, and they're finding these numbers, and and then all of a sudden he's thrown out of the church. I guess they feel that he's taken it too far, and he's no longer allowed to pray in the church at night. And then he starts going to a cornfield somewhere and praying. And he talks about how he's in this cornfield and he stands there screaming to God and he's crying. And he goes on weeks. He's talking about how he's in this cornfield praying. And it just goes on and on like this, all this, he really gets swallowed up and it keeps making prediction after prediction. And then he says he's not going to name dates anymore. But he still does. He's always intimating at things. And all of the guys that do this, and there's a load of them, and they just keep going. They'll just keep going from one date to the next. Most of them start off by naming a couple of dates. And then when they don't come off, then they just start doing this sort of rapture watch thing where they look for signs and they point out what they think are these signs of a coming rapture day. Sorry, that went on a bit.
Yeah, it did. I was gonna quickly butt in there. Hold on one second.
Go
ahead. You were talking about what the end game is of this, the flat Earth movement. I think it might dovetail into the whole artificial intelligence and robots taking everyone's jobs, and some sort of like what's it called, universal credit, or the one, the income thing, the money. The government just puts money out there and gives it to you every month because.
Is there no conversation that's off limits to you, Steve?
No, well, Poncho Pete.
Can we talk about anything without you trolling?
Poncho Pete was talking about the flat Earth movement and his kind of idea that money won't, will just be, you won't need money anymore, or you'll just get money because robot, what I mean, and I think it's going to dovetail into that at some point. I don't know what's going on, but the money thing.
Right.
It's just I just think that at some point, when no one has any jobs anymore because all the robots and the AI are taking them, and everyone will get money.
But they won't need a job because when they realise that it's a globe, they're going to hang themselves.
But when they realise it's flat, then they're going to know it don't. Money won't be anything, will it?
No, but
and there's unlimited resources
like
as well.
Imagine living your life like that.
But there's unlimited resources.
Putting all that emotional energy and all that shit that comes with all this that they're doing, like the loss of the family. Pete, I mean, look at fucking both the Pete's, Pissy and Poncho.
I know, but we're not talking about them. I mean, we just.
Well, you did. You just mentioned Poncho.
I meant Poncho Pete. We're not Pissy Pete.
Yeah, but you can't really mention Pissy without mentioning Ponty. I mean, they're both cut from the same cloth.
Reminds me, I'm going to have to go for a piss this morning and drink all of it because I find the morning piss is quite sugary.
Irish Pete. I heard that he's an Irish tarmacer, but he believes the flat Earth so much that he let his tyres down on his van. So now he's got flat tyres and he can't get no work. That's what I heard anyway.
I can't get no work.
He was on Ed Channel earlier, Pissy Pete was.
Really?
See, yeah, he was on there just before this just opened up. He just flopped onto it just as Germ started this one. This is what makes me laugh here. That makes me think that it's just a sham with him. He spends weeks and weeks cunting us off, and then he goes on the channel. So why would you do that? If you're so certain in your beliefs, like these people claim, why would you do that, Steve? Maybe you could answer.
I have very little insight into the mind of a
Come on, man! You've been hanging around with him. You're not a comedian.
You
must have took on their psyche. To be able to fit in like you have and got wrenches.
Particularly with Pissy Pete.
Well, no, with all of them. I mean, they're all different levels, but I mean, I'm not saying you do get on with Pissy because I've seen it in text chat. He has quite civil conversations with you, and he wouldn't be doing that with the old Steve, the sensible Steve, old Steve sensible.
You got to be open to ideas a lot of the time.
So just agree really with anything they say. Because I'm thinking of, I mean, I know this is a live hangout and there's people watching.
I wouldn't
but I
go
was
so
thinking
far as
about-
being a yes man all the time, but I suppose being a yes man does help.
I was trying to think of, you know, I was going to make a soccer account and try and infiltrate like you did. See if I could get myself a wrench or two. I mean, what would you? What would be some tips?
If I get a wrench, I'm not. I don't.
Is
I've
that
never
like
abused it.
payday for you to see a blue wrench next to your name and that? I think, fucking hell, I've done well today.
It depends on how much it weighs and how much you could sell it for, but.
Have you used your wrench yet?
I've never used a wrench. I've always been
No,
very.
I think that'd be a step too
civil
far,
with it.
wouldn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
That would. I mean, if you fucking banned a baller and that, I don't think you'd be able to sleep at night.
Well, banning a baller isn't really much of a crime when you're in the flat Earth kind of.
No, of
movement.
course not. But
And
I
that's
mean,
just part and parcel of
but
being.
you wouldn't be able to look at yourself in the mirror, would you?
You just
I mean,
imagine
that's why I
Pissy
don't
Pete
think you've
saying
been
that.
able to use it. That's why I don't think you've ever done it, because I don't think you would be able to.
You can just imagine Pissy Pete saying, "Oh, it's just part and parcel of the flat Earth movement." you have to smash a baller every now and then. I don't know, but I've never done that. I've always been very I've never used it. It's been nice to have, you know. Makes me feel like I'm respected, but apart from that,
No, I must admit, Steve, you made me laugh a few times when I blatantly know you've been trolling Poncho or saying stupid things back to him and that. I mean, it has made me chuckle. Oi, Jem, are you there? That Ireland Von Vicious is asking to come in again.
Who's Ireland Von Vicious? Who is that person? Oh yeah,
just get him to if he can send his email.
I've asked him for it, but he's saying he's got a hangout open or something. Just send him. But I think he means that he's on fucking Hangouts. But
I can't see you on Hangouts.
I'll just go to Hangouts and search for person and put in.
Yeah, we've done that.
I did that. I couldn't find him.
Oh. And then you just click on. Oh. Well, then I don't know.
I've done his name and all the start.
Yeah, I did it. I just copied
Ireland
it from here and still didn't get him.
Usually I can get them like that if you put
I'll
their
send
name
a
in.
message to Gempanda 2012. He'll never get that without me saying it. Oh God.
What year, eh? 2012. Gee, what year? I bet there were tons of people making orders for takeaway, weren't there? They were just sitting down watching the Olympics.
I wasn't doing it in 2012.
Oh, you could have made a killing. Right? Well, probably shouldn't say that. You'd have made a lot of money. Oh, I was going to say something.
Don't worry, Steve. The world won't miss it.
Nah. Well, it's not going to wait for me, is it?
Well, it's not
Spinning
going to stop
1,000 miles an
spinning.
hour.
He says he's in Hangouts under Ireland Von Vicious. But it's all one name on his fucking. Would it be not in one name? Would it be Ireland then Von Vicious? Oh, let me try that.
Try out.
I mean, he's pretty out there. I mean, he's a Set Earther. So, I mean, brace yourself.
I know who he is. Sorry, I'm eating a banana
That's all right.
with a toothache.
You must love bananas, don't you?
So I'm eating the banana and trying to avoid.
Oh, yeah, I found him. I found him. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun,
That was my dramatic music.
Oh, jeez.
I think it's fucking from some porno film in the 1970s or something.
Yeah, you're like crawling up along the bed.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Maybe the plumber dropped his tool or something. Right, I've added him.
I just found that Poncho Pete was a very entertaining character. I don't know where he is, you know.
Yeah,
now.
but he's not entertaining as in, say, like, you know, Dynamo the Magician. He's just entertaining as in the guy
He's
pissed up
just
in
funny.
the pub trying to chat the fucking nice bird up. let's all laugh at him.
I mean, even though it's just a theory, I did kind of gravitate towards him. He was quite nice guy.
Well, he wasn't, was he? I mean, he accused us all of killing children and shit like that. That's not nice.
Well, I mean, Oh, yeah, I suppose he did kind of single out.
Yeah, he did. He said me and Jem are directly responsible for children dying.
Yeah.
Oh,
not just once. I mean, it wasn't something he said angry and on the spur of the moment. He said it over and over. It became part of his sermon. So
it could be worse things they could accuse you of. I mean,
could they? I mean,
I don't know.
I suppose you could have fucking abused the kid before you killed it. But I mean,
that could be yeah.
That's about the only other thing you could do. That's more.
At least you saved them of the emotional harm of that. Yeah.
I mean, I went in there and accused people of enabling his mental illness. And he said he wasn't mentally ill. This is one of the times when I actually got to talk in the chat, and everyone said, "Oh, that's stupid. Pete, he's such a laugh." And then I said, "What? He sits at home all day on fucking YouTube. You're telling me that is a sign of depression?" And everyone shut up then. And then about a week later, he's gone.
I personally think that he's come on top. I mean, the wheels are falling off, the tits up. He's got the full deck of cards there. He's fucked, isn't he?
There's no poker face anymore.
No, I can't explain any other reason for why he's not on the couch.
Well, I mean, I don't think this is true of every flat earther, but I think in his case, there's very definitely, quite a serious mental illness problem there. He isn't behaving normally. Although it doesn't, I don't think with him he ever.
I don't know, man. Saying that someone's not behaving normally sounds a bit like 1984 shit, dude.
Well, I guess it does, but
yeah, I mean, what's
not normal?
I mean, what's normal? But what he was doing was definitely not normal. I mean, sitting in a YouTube chat raving about starving Syria children while you're eating a bag of crisps with an open mic.
Well, politicians do that all the time, and they're sitting inside their mansions or their gated communities.
We're not talking about politicians, Steve. We're talking about some fucking weirdo on a couch.
Talking about some weirdo complaining about children in Syria while eating a bag of crisps.
Yeah. Can't you see the irony in that?
Yeah, but I can also see the irony in politicians talking about it in their mansions. Or their $1 million houses in London, yeah. Or $1 million.
What's that got to do with it?
No, just a comparison. Some guy lived in his friend's house on a sofa, eating a bag of crisps, complaining about, talking about the poor Syrian children.
Oh, you are such a knob, Steve.
Oh, you're a fucking knob, man. But you like knobs,
we've seen it
make conversation impossible. You know what I mean?
It's like watching someone like lose their fucking sensibility to drugs. That's what it's like watching you, Steve. Honestly, you've deteriorated really badly.
If you want to see that, just watch Jamie Brown.
It's because he's been hanging around with the flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. When he was in the channel with us, right, we used to have a sense of conversation, and he'd do out of an 8-hour stint, he might do an hour trolling, like a little one here, a little one there, and it was a laugh. And then he's just gone fucking completely off the scale.
Nah.
Yeah,
definitely mental illness.
Yeah,
definitely.
And it's rubbed off on him.
I mean, I reckon the reason why he mutes himself half the time is because he's fucking rolling about on the floor. It's got to be. Because some of the things he says to these stupid flat earthers.
You've got to get into the mindset, dude. If you haven't done it, then you've got to immerse yourself.
How do you do that?
He's just getting into character.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could get into character, but I'd have trouble not bursting out laughing half the time.
Yeah.
But it's my voice is so distinctive. I'm just too fat.
I
That's
often
what it
think
is.
that flat Earth is just a big.
Just get those pies out of your mouth.
Yeah, I know. That's what it is. I've got them pies in my mouth.
But anyway,
pie
Jeremy,
mouth.
I thought you liked knobs.
Knob?
You called me a knob.
What?
You called me a knob.
Yeah. I like
you
mine.
like them.
I don't like anyone else.
Well, I'm still here.
Fucking,
That must
why
mean you
are
like
these
them.
people, right? Why are these people, they can fucking claim they know what the sun is. This fucker, right? He claims that we live inside an Earth, but he can't even get in a fucking hangout.
Well, let me tell you. Let me
You know what I mean? He's trying to claim that his gravity don't work the way we do it. You know, we know it does, and it works his way, but he can't even get in a fucking hangout.
Well, let me tell you something, right? The most defendable position that you can have is you can say, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but based on observations, that it can't. It doesn't seem like it's a sphere.
We know it.
Yeah, but Steve,
Yeah.
Steve, you went.
We don't know what it is, but we know it's not a globe, and we know we're not spinning.
Well, no, we don't say
Steve,
we know
that
it's not a globe.
statement
You
should
say
have
that.
stopped. That statement should have stopped. For you to stand on solid ground, that statement should have stopped.
No,
that.
no.
As in, I
because
don't know the shape
No,
of the world.
what you're doing, it see, is.
But then you went into fucking.
No. Wait.
Go on. I
Let me
won't.
finish. Okay,
No,
so
I won't insult
let me
you.
finish, mate. Let me finish, all right? So what you do is, just by technicality, what you're doing is you're saying that you don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but at the same time, you're not. Because what you're doing, see, is you're listening to that and then jumping the gun and going, oh, so he's saying the Earth isn't a globe. What he's saying is that I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. I don't know whether it's a globe. I don't know where it's flat, but based on observations and various evidence, I'm leaning towards a flat Earth.
Oh,
It
fuck
seems
off.
that way.
Fucking
Yes, yeah. So this is the
Effective.
thing: it's a technicality thing, because everyone else jumps the gun and goes, "Bam!" He's talking about it being a flat Earth, when it's not the case. If you're looking at it in a kind of technical way.
No, I tell you what,
simple.
any self-respecting debater would spot you coming a mile off with that shit. That's bollocks.
It's the most defendable position.
It's not a position, is it?
It is.
Did you say defendable or
So how can I
offendable?
wriggle away from my position without making it look like I'm
Yeah,
wriggling
it's
away from my
like
position?
putting your foot in without putting your foot in.
It's gay. It's like a gay debater, that is.
Well, I mean, from like a technical standpoint, it's quite an easy position to defend, because you're not saying outright that it's a globe or
I
it's
just
flat.
wouldn't allow you that position. It's just bollocks.
No, but that's the thing as well, is that they want to get out of you is that you want me to choose a position when I'm not willing to take a position, because I don't know.
You can't have a position that's illogical.
You can't force me to believe the Earth is a globe, Jeremy.
Right. Well, you can't. I can force you to have a conversation that's logical. You can't have one that's illogical.
Okay, well,
As it's
what's
not
logical?
a conversation, is it? I'll just say you can say that bullshit that you just said, and I can respond with,
I don't
purple
know.
carrot bicycle banana.
Well, that's just illogical, and that's just
Exactly.
That's
But
just a false
what
agreement
you're saying
exists.
is illogical. Then my response can be illogical. There's no, it has to be logical. And I don't think that what you
that
said
is
is
logical.
logical.
If I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, I'm not going to go out and say there's a globe.
Right, but you were drawing a position where you're negating the globe, or you're at least
Well, I said
you're
I don't know what the shape of the
some
Earth is, but it
negativity
is
on the fact that
could
it's
be
globe.
based
And
on evidence
you
that's been
can't do
provided.
that if your first premise is I don't know.
Well, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. I've never claimed to know what the shape of the Earth is.
It's like Mark says, if you don't know, you don't know, and you have to stop.
I don't know.
I don't know. You can't draw conclusions from no knowledge.
I don't know, and I don't know, and I don't know, so I don't know. But
But that's how I see why your position is illogical, because you are creating, you're drawing an opinion.
I have to pick side. All right, Jeremy. All right, we get it. I have to pick a
But
side.
you're
Yeah.
starting off by saying you haven't got anything to formulate an opinion with.
I have to be with you, or I'm with the terrorists. I understand.
No. No, you can hold the position that the Earth's flat.
All right. Well,
you can say you'd be incorrect, but you can still be logical.
Well, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but based on the evidence that I've seen and the observational evidence, it appears as if it could be flat.
That's just another, you've just changed a few of the words, haven't you, really?
Yeah, it's plagiarism, really. Isn't it?
The meaning's the same.
So, this is the thing. You're leading, but by doing that kind of mental gymnastics, you're leading people down the path, but not all the way. You're leading them down the path about halfway, and then saying, "Look, just join the dots yourself. I've helped you down this path halfway. Just join the dots yourself based on the evidence that I've provided." And then they go and join the dots.
The thing is, though, I think the thing is that flat Earth will only ever convince those who start out wanting to be convinced. I haven't met any flat earthers at all that aren't already conspiracy theorists.
I was gonna bring out the when we were talking about the flat Earth and the globe Earth, I was gonna bring out the argument that if you're looking for evidence of the Big Bang, you're going to find it. Just like if I was looking for red cars all the time, I'm going to see a lot of red cars.
Well, yeah, but in the case of the Big Bang, that wasn't true, because the people who found it weren't looking for it.
What?
The people who found the cosmic background radiation were not looking for it. They were testing out a new radio telescope with a new dish, and they kept getting this
fuzzing,
what they thought was interference, and they spent days trying to clean the dish because they thought it was bird shit or all these other things. And in the end, it was weird because at this time there was a team who were looking for this cosmic background radiation. And they had written a letter to this team who had got this new radio telescope and asked if they could use it for, to make some observations to try and find this cosmic background radiation. And this team, they hadn't seen this letter, so it was being processed through the system. And they spent all this time trying to find this thing, and then eventually some communication with... They asked somebody else about it, and it got back to this team, and that's when they realized. And the Nobel Prize was actually awarded to these two guys who have never written a paper on it or proposed a hypothesis relating to it, and it wasn't their field of study in any way, and they won a Nobel Prize in it.
All right. Well, I mean, it's all conjecture at the end of the day because you don't have all the information, and so you're just basing assumptions on.
Oh, fuck off! I can't.
Anyway, let's invite John into the room. So you managed to get in, John.
Oh, welcome, John.
Hello, John.
Hi there.
How you doing, man?
Oh, doing all right. Just joining you guys' talk about the Batman.
Oh, I remember. You're that John. You're the anonymous mask guy.
Oh.
Yeah, that's one of his icons. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Anonymous ruined that icon.
Are you still doing that Cell Earth shit? You still hammering that?
I can't stand cellular Earth. Never could.
So what's the difference between your model and Cell Earth then, John?
Your concave Earth. You know, your 4 concentric coloured rings on a that you've got. I know. Your eyeball diagram.
Yeah.
It was said to look like a womb once, I believe.
Well, what do you expect when you guys asked if I could make something real quick to show you? I only had 15 minutes to draw something up. That's what you got.
So you still flogging that dead horse?
If that's what you want to call it, sure. I'll call it that horse.
The horse is still breathing.
Yeah, I've been looking into a little bit more on previous interpretations of that style of invert universe. When it comes, I don't know if you guys had ever seen like Mustafa Abdelkader, I believe is the way you pronounce it, the Egyptian mathematician who proposed it back in the early 80s. I found some of his stuff since then, which I find quite entertaining.
Entertaining is quite a good word, yeah.
Well,
interesting.
I just found what he put up was quite similar to what I was already envisioning, and he had a lot of other people peer review it, and even had other mathematicians look at it, and basically said we can't disprove this. I was pretty happy in finding that out.
They can't disprove it.
Yeah. It's basically inversion geometry.
Wait, who said they can't disprove it?
Let's see.
Oh, some scientist.
Would you rather have the link, or would you... Actually, the guy who said he couldn't disprove the math...
Or did he say he couldn't disprove the math because he couldn't be asked?
Yeah. All right. The guy's name is H.S.M. Coxter, C-O-X-T-E-R, and he was a math professor at the University of Toronto. And I've actually looked into that as well. Not just the article.
What maths couldn't he refute, John?
Using invert geometry in order to basically take everything we're seeing happen on a convex model of the globe and turning it into a concave. And the math that was done by the Egyptian mathematician who basically brought out a very similar model to what I was discussing with you guys about 9 months ago.
So I'm a bit confused. What do you mean that he didn't refute the maths? So you presented some maths to him, have you?
No, he's dead, dude. He died in like 2003. Harold Scott MacDonald Coxter. Is that the guy? Canadian geometer.
No wonder he didn't refute it then.
No, Coxeter. Coxeter. It's Coxeter.
He couldn't. He was fucking dead.
This all happened in the early 80s, just so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't understand what you mean. So the maths he's didn't refute was the maths of what?
What I'm getting at is the model I presented to you guys last summer. An Egyptian mathematician came up with a similar model based on invert geometry
in the 80s.
In the early 80s. He also had his findings put out in Omni magazine, and then there was a serious peer review given to what he put out. And the guy I gave you the name after was another mathematician from the University of Toronto who went through his work and basically said, yeah, there's no way to show this from Earth that this is not what's happening. And when it came out at the time, basically they said there's not enough data to show any reason. 1 second, I have my kids coming.
No worries.
By the time.
Hi, bye.
E.
All right. So what I was getting at is once at the time of his theory coming out, they said basically, yeah, this can exist mathematically the same way we're showing it, but there's no way to know either way. We might as well just stick with the globe because just because you can invert it, there's no evidence of what we're looking at from here that would show that we're not on the globe. What's the point when it can be one way or the other? We're going to run with it the way we have it. And that's when his information got shelved. But since then, information we've gathered, such as the W maps we were just talking about, are showing things that actually lean more toward him being correct versus the globe model we currently use.
Right. Well, a couple things about that. Is this this whole mathematical thing? How it was just showing mathematically. Are you referring to the whole dark matter thing? Because I just joined. Wasn't really sure what we're talking about.
The cell Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not cell Earth though. That's the cellular Earth is like a wrapped up flat Earth.
No, he's
model.
talking about some Egyptian mathematician that put forward an inverted model of what we know in the 1980s, and this famous, I don't know what
It's
you
the
call it,
inverted-
a
it's
physicist,
called a
mathematician,
geometer.
Okay. So
said
a
that you can't,
geometrist.
you couldn't refute it, but that was in the 80s, and apparently we've ignored all the evidence and just
Right.
gone with the globe because it made the men feel warm and fuzzy inside.
yeah, I get paid like $1,000 per week. Mark Taylor, of course. We're gonna think it's a globe. But in all seriousness, you were talking about something about the what was it, the WMAP map?
Yeah.
Wasn't that a probe to measure temperature differences throughout the universe? You're saying that it's pointed towards the cell Earth?
It's actually you're the guy from the Science Channel, the Asian guy, whatever, Kaku. I believe his last name.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. He
Michio Kaku, that's the one.
Yeah, he brought up in one of his interviews about how that is actually aiming at Earth's Van Allen belts, and they thought they're getting bad information. They don't know why this is happening. It doesn't make sense. Why is the Earth special in this way? And they've also said, we don't know. We're just going to leave it at that until we get more information. And if you take that information as it's actually doing what we're observing, that now becomes information which, if you are already at a 50-50 between the inverted model versus you're on a globe, then we would expect it to be aiming the Earth in the inverted model. So now it's no longer Occam's razor. Both are equal, and which one is easier?
All right. Well, I mean, I could bring up a lot of other stuff, but just in regards to what Kaku said, do you have an interview or something I could look at just so I could clarify?
I'll have to look it up. This isn't something I've been dealing with for, like I said, since last summer. But yeah, it was even in that one big Flat Earth documentary that kind of got all that Flat Earth stuff started. And they
Most Flat Earth documentaries that I know of are purely satire, but in regards to Michio Kaku, I would love to sort of refute on that, but I would have to see what exactly he's talking about.
All right, I'll have to get that later in this conversation when you guys are discussing other things, and I'll look it up.
And
I'll have to find that exact
John,
video.
what about all the evidence that refutes that we don't live like you claim in an inverted globe?
Which evidence?
Redshift.
Redshift is actually the main reason I believe in this. So I'm not sure. Like everything would be, it's an infinite shrink versus a big bang. It's an infinite shrink because everything's been inverted. So you would expect the observation we have where we saw planets and universes getting further away from us and also further from each other, you would be seeing that as it's all going toward the center.
Wait, so like we're inside a black hole?
No, we're inside the Earth. The Earth is.
So how do you account for the evidence that shows everything's moving away from us?
Because the easiest way to put it is you have a point of infinity in the center where it basically has infinite amount of mass, space, and all other aspects, and then
so gravity doesn't exist then in your model.
No, gravity does exist.
So yeah, but in that model, if there was something that had infinite gravity, then everything would be crushed in that small
Yes, everything is being crushed currently, but yes, it's an infinite shrink. Instead of an infinite Big Bang where everything's exploding out, everything's shrinking.
Yeah, but if it had infinite gravity, that means that nothing would be able to escape. It'd all be still there.
It's
Did it just acquire infinite gravity overnight?
No, because you also have as it is infinite distance as well. We're being pulled toward that center through an infinite distance.
Well, how can you see something that's an infinite distance away?
It's the same as in the Big Bang. You say we're exploding at an
No,
infinite
the Big Bang
no
doesn't.
one says that.
Well, we have an explosion version where everything is getting blown away from each other.
You do realize that infinity isn't a number, right?
Yeah, thanks.
And I'm a little curious. I'm a little curious now. So you think that gravity actually exists on the whole model? So, if I drop a ball, what's causing it to fall down? Is it dependent on mass? Is it like
Yeah.
Okay.
You're closer to the Earth than you are to anything out in space, so it would fall to Earth because how close you are to an object. It's the same as the globe model. It's just inverted.
Interesting. All right. So, okay, and so you're saying that in the middle there. So if I go higher up, because what I'm assuming is you believe that we're in a sphere which has some finite space. So
no finite space.
So
But wait, hold up, dude. Can't you just pull the curvature card out and then just end this shit?
Oh yeah, I will.
I'm gonna link you. I was talking about something on them, so you guys actually have something to look at. So you don't have quite as many questions.
I'm just sort of curious to know what he has to bring up. It's kind of fun.
I just don't see how you can see an infinite distance. How can you see something if it's in infinite distance away? How can you see that, John? I don't understand that.
What do you mean? I never said you could see infinite distance. Why would you see it?
But wouldn't a black hole account for an infinite distance?
Yeah, the thing I'm curious is, you think we live in a sphere? A sphere has a finite area, a finite volume.
It is, except for what I'm about to link you, which will explain it perfectly. And please ignore the first, because this is just someone's forums on it, and ignore the cellular cosmology crap at the top. Start at 1.1, not 1.1.
So you want us to ignore loads of this article you're going to link, but you want us to take seriously another part.
Directly about that guy. It's about concave in general, and since cellular cosmology has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, yeah, because they're talking about different concave models.
So just to clarify here, John, what in your model is infinite? You're saying there's infinite gravity in the middle, and you're saying that the universe.
There's a picture in the link. You guys can screen share here in a second. I'll just show it to you if you'd rather. That way the guys on the YouTube can actually see.
Can't you just clarify the 2 points I'm asking? I don't really want to have to spend half an hour to read an article that you linked just to find out 2 things.
Well, I can show you a picture which is better than the one that you guys.
How can you show me a picture of infinite? I don't understand that, John.
Why is the Flat Earth Society even entertaining someone putting up this concave Earth hypothesis?
Don't know. I've never believed in a flat Earth, so I have no idea. Not part of them. Don't care.
I mean, I don't understand how you can think that we live inside a globe. Or just fucking nice.
I think the only way that it could work is if
we was all tripping.
No. If the Earth was sucked into a black hole and then it came up inverted, and so that the space.
Oh fuck! There's no conversation you won't fucking troll, Steve. Shut the fuck up, man.
It's not trolling, dude. Because a black hole has infinite. Well, I mean that you can say exactly how much mass a black hole has, but we don't know. Has anyone actually gone inside a black hole and checked it out? So it's possible. I mean, anything's possible.
Well, I'm screen
Yeah, go on
sharing.
in. Go on in. Yeah, I know we can see it. Go on in, John. Walk us through this then.
What's to walk you through? You asked the question of what's actually increasing. You can see that there's an exponential increase of distance toward the center. Just thought it'd be a better diagram.
So we're not actually on the center then. What's in the center then?
The entire known and unknown universe, and universes that everything we've ever known.
The entire known and the entire unknown universe.
And that's where the black
we
hole
haven't
comes
discovered
into.
yet. Everything that is discoverable is inside the Earth. The Earth is the shell.
So we are in a finite space then, aren't we?
Nope.
No, because you're in a black
We're
hole.
not. So what are we standing on then, John?
You're standing on the Earth.
If we're standing on the Earth and that's a
standing on the
complete
Earth, in the
circle,
Earth.
if we're inside the Earth and that's a complete circle, then that's a finite space, is it not?
You can read it for yourself.
Well, no, put the picture back up, John. I'm looking at the picture, please. We're on the picture, please.
No. Look at right here. I'm gonna highlight the little piece just for you.
Oh, that's
There you
very.
go.
That's very. Can I have a little flowers and maybe something pretty next to it as well? Now let's get back to the picture, John.
You asked the reason. I highlighted
I'm
it.
asking you to put the picture, John, because what you're showing, there's
Have
a
a picture.
finite space. Are you telling us that that surface that human being is standing on, that doesn't complete a full circle then, no?
It does.
So that'd be a finite space then, would it not? If it's got barriers to part of it, then surely that'd be a finite space.
Not if where my mouse is actually sitting on is going toward an exponentially increase of distance, which goes to the
So you're
point
saying
of
we're kind of living in a kind of tunnel then?
I don't want to call it necessarily a tunnel, but whatever.
Well, what would you call it then, John? If it's not a circle, and
I
that's
would
not
call it-
like, if that's not a circle and that's not
we
a kind of a
live
globe,
in a great
then
black hole.
are you saying that's a tunnel? And you're saying
I'm
the
saying-
tunnel, don't matter how far you look down the tunnel
Nope,
continues
no.
to go on.
No. I'm saying that it is a gradient that is spherical in shape, and the closer you get to, let's say where my mouse is at right now, is the point of everything, infinite everything, and you go out away from where my mouse is, past this, and you get to the point where one atom can encompass all other things because it is exponentially decreasing of distance as you get outside the Earth. So
Right.
even though you think there's one atom in the very center of an Earth as a globe, that one atom would actually wrap all other things.
Why have you got locations? Why have you got locations? The guy standing
I
in
didn't
Italy,
I didn't
India,
make the
and
map.
New Zealand.
I didn't make that. I'm just.
Hey, have you
here's-
approached Jamie Brown with this?
Oh, I'm dumbfounded. I can't work that one out at all, John. That looks completely fucking
I think Jamie
gobbledygook.
Brown would totally
You
understand
can't
this.
work it out. Read the entire article. I posted it. If you don't want to read it, then don't work it out.
Ireland. I actually read the article. The thing is, it basically repeats exactly what you're saying, but in a much more vague sense. All right. It starts off by saying that we live in a sphere, and by definition, if we live in a sphere, then the amount of volume there is finite. There's no exponential increase in distance as you move towards the center. It's a finite amount of space. And unless you can name the mechanism of, are we getting smaller or something? Okay, let's see. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, so
You would be getting everything would shrink as it went toward the
everything
center.
would shrink.
Right now, if you raised your hand above your head would have actually gotten. I don't want to call it dense because the same amount of space and everything is going there, but it would actually be tiny. But you wouldn't know because the light bouncing off your hand comes to your eye level, and
Except
your
light
eye
has
level.
nothing to do with this.
No, but the
Space
light
is
that
getting
hits your
smaller
eye
and you're getting more dense.
is
What's making it
further
become
from
more
that
dense?
center than your hand is from that center. And the light that hits, you're not looking at your hand, you're looking at the light that hits your eye that bounced off your hand.
So things aren't actually getting smaller; they just appear to get smaller.
It's a matter of the easiest way if I was going to describe it, is you put a bunch of two-dimensional planes on top of each other, and if they were all the same length, like you put pieces of paper, you could say, and then if you wrapped one piece of paper into a ball, and then the next piece of paper could actually wrap that whole piece of paper, even though they're the same size, and just got a little You're looking at it from a point of bigger, but it's that plane. Two-dimensional planes do not actually, if they're curved into themselves, they don't have an exact size. They are only a two-dimensional plane. A two-dimensional plane goes on forever.
Except nothing is actually shrinking. Because if you're inside the sphere, inside a finite space, nothing can be shrinking. If you say that it's shrinking, then you address the mechanics. Why is it shrinking?
If everything shrinks at the same rate, then
Man, so what causes that?
science, man.
It's in this model.
What causes
instead
it
of
is
having
he's making shit
space-time,
up.
that thing you can't prove, where you go, oh, space-time actually works on this exact same thing.
But would you be asking that question if you didn't know that you're actually shrinking?
My point being is the observations that Einstein saw either mean that we're continually expanding or continually shrinking. And it's for the very reason I have highlighted on the screen, the exact same wording.
Except that is
One of
nothing
them
to
is
do-
happening. One is inversion of the other. You cannot disprove one versus the other unless you are standing on Mars and can actually watch the Earth pass in front of the sun. And maybe in
what
80
Einstein
years
is
we
proposing
can.
is that the space between us is increasing, but it has nothing to do with you're getting smaller in a finite space.
You got to think a little bit like the TARDIS on Doctor Who, bigger on the inside.
Right, I know, and Doctor Who is science fiction.
Yes, that it is.
hmm So what's causing things to shrink the higher you go up?
It's a gradient. It's kind of like the easiest way to put it is the Greek view of nous, N-O-U-S, and how there is that which is all things and that which is nothings, and that man lives in the gradient between them.
Right, but you still haven't shown me why things shrink the higher you go up.
I understand, but I'm saying this is in place of space-time and an proved space-time. Like, you understand, I'm looking at the exact same observation and saying it has to be A or B. I choose B.
Yeah, no, you're looking at the exact same
There's
observation.
no evidence
and one is
toward
actually
A.
backed up by data. Another one is you just made up.
But what data? What's the data?
Who supported it? It wasn't the guy that couldn't disprove it. Didn't support it.
Not saying he
I'm
did.
not talking about the guys who made it up. I'm talking what we have right now.
John, whatever you want to call it, it's not an improvement of space-time from the net theory that we've got at the moment.
No, I'm saying that.
I mean, you
the flip
can't
of a
even
coin, it's
explain
not
it.
an improvement. It's not an improvement. It's an equal. It's a.
Well, it's not.
A,
It's not because
we can't
it's not
predict
because the things that you're
that
describing
because
we don't see, John. The things that
we
you're
don't see the other
describing
one
we
either.
don't
We don't
see.
space-time. I'm
No,
saying.
the things you're describing we do not see. Like for instance, in your model, does light only travel towards the middle?
No.
So wouldn't it bounce back off the sides of that circle towards the center?
Gravity has an effect on light that we can prove from Earth right now. Go watch a solar eclipse, and you can see stars. That
I
are
didn't
supposed
ask
to be
that. I
behind
said
the
to you,
sun
where
and
does the
moon.
light? What about the light? What about
Light-
the light?
What effect do you think gravity has on
due to
has on
gravity.
light?
What about
And
the
if you
light
have
that
this
emanates
huge
from
amount-
all? What about the light from all the emanates from all the stars and that? Wouldn't it hit the outside barrier and then come back in?
No, you would have to be in a cellular model for that to happen.
You said that gravity bends light and something about
Yes.
solar eclipse. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, if you have a star that is being tracked and it is supposed to be behind the sun during a solar eclipse, when the moon gets in front of the sun, you can actually see that star on the edge of the moon if it was supposed to be just on the edge right behind the edge of the sun due to gravity bending light. And if you have the entire universe inside the Earth, the amount of gravity that would be having during this infinite shrink would actually be bending light just like it does during the solar eclipse.
Yeah, can you show me like a video of that? You know.
And where's the curvature?
What do you mean, where's the curvature?
Where is the curvature? I haven't seen any.
You wouldn't see any curvature because light would be being bent the same as the curve of the Earth. You would actually measure flat.
Like what
so
curve of
people
the
who are
Earth?
flat. What's that?
What curve of the Earth?
I'm not sure what you have to state.
It just said that the light bends with the curve of the Earth.
Yes.
Yeah, what curve?
the inside of your concave would have a curve.
But there's no evidence for the curvature.
I agree, honestly, that there is no evidence for the curvature, which is why all the flat earthers.
But if it was inverted, though, John, you'd surely be able to detect that, wouldn't you? If it was inverted, John, wouldn't you be able to detect that?
What's that?
If it was inverted, like you claim, wouldn't you be able to detect that?
You would only get a handful of clues, such as the W map pointing at Earth, which is what has happened.
No, I'm on about the curve of the Earth. If it was inverted, just means the curve's going the other way.
Right.
So we can detect curve going the globe way. So in your model, we should be able to detect it going the other way. Well, there should be some kind of formula.
If you came 100 kilometers off the surface of the Earth, that now has a much greater distance than it does on the Earth. So now, if you look at your atmosphere on a globe and say, okay, you have this many kilometers around the Earth at land level, go 100 kilometers higher, there's this many kilometers at that point going around the Earth. Well, that's what's now inside at 100 kilometers because there's a shrink. You would always see convex. You would always see convex, whether it's concave or convex. You would have to see if you could go off the Earth far enough, it would look like a ball.
But there's no.
But you said we're inside it. I don't understand how it could look like a ball if you're inside it.
How the light would be bending due to the gravity.
So how far does the light? Say for instance we've got a star, right? How far does the light leave the star before the gravity bends it back round to the centre?
It depends on the angle the light left the star.
Can you give me some kind of formula, John, so I can work that out, please?
Well, it's just a degree versus distance, isn't it? Because
so you're saying that infinite gravity does that to light. So can you give me the formula for that, please?
The easiest way to put it is if.
I mean, how much the effect would infinite gravity have on, like, stars, light, matter?
Okay.
Have you got a formula for that?
It's this simple. 180 degrees from the very center is the only light that could go basically infinite across the universe if it hit nothing else. Now, even the slightest variation, 1/1 billionth of a degree difference, could be picked up and never make it to Earth if it was far enough away. If it was a close object,
180 degrees from the center. So gravity only works and isn't projecting out in a circular. It's just coming out in 180 degrees of 1/360.
It has only been shown to bend light. You're basically saying, why doesn't it slow it down? I'm saying, if you're really
can you give me the formula then for the infinite gravity then, please, so I can do a formula and work out how far light.
Come on,
you're saying that gravity is infinite. So how can you tell me it bends light if you can't even do a formula to tell me what kind of strength that kind of gravity would have?
Light during a solar eclipse.
I mean, how would if it's got infinite gravity? That means that nothing would be able to get away from the center. So everything would have collapsed by now. If the universe is as old as what we believe it to be, and the Earth being 4.7 billion years, then surely if it was infinite, the gravity, that infinite gravity would have sucked everything back into the middle by now, surely.
But if the middle has no end and everything is still sucking towards that direction, you would never know.
So you're saying we live in a tunnel then, John?
It's not a tunnel.
Well, if it's not a globe, and we're living on the inside of a globe, and you're saying it's infinite, that must mean that you can look down towards the middle of this thing, and it goes on continuously. Now, to me, are you saying that when you look down here, it's got no circumference to it, it's got nothing, no barriers at all in between that? So basically, you're just saying it's an infinite universe.
Yeah. Because you're taking one. Right now, you believe in an infinite.
So where do we actually? Where's the hard? What shape does the hard surface that we stand on Earth? What shape does that take, John?
What shape are we currently in?
Well, you say that we're inside a globe, so I'm trying to understand. Yeah, are you saying that we're standing on Earth? Yeah. So if we done a line all the way around the Earth, then we come in 360 degrees in a circle, yeah?
Yeah.
Then you're saying that you look towards the middle of this circle and it just continues going. So you're talking about a tube, like a tunnel, a round tube.
No, No tube. You're in a ball, inside a ball, and if you let's say you put a marble inside a basketball, and that marble
Yeah,
is
but a ball's got
levitating
size, John.
Hold on. The marble's levitating in the very center of the basketball. You're looking toward that marble. As you look toward that marble, take the marble away. Anything, wherever the center is, goes infinitely.
Yeah, but it doesn't though, John, does it? Doesn't. If you're inside a basketball, if you're inside a basketball and you've got a marble in the middle, don't matter.
Right.
If you go past the marble, then you can hit
That's
the
why I
other
said
side
take
of the
it on the left.
basketball.
See,
Yeah,
that's
if
why
you could get
I
past
think.
Well, so it's not infinite then, John, is it?
If the marble was an infinite distance as you got
Yeah,
towards
but
the
it
center,
can't
then
be,
it would-
John. If you're inside
Why?
a basketball, you can make that marble as small or as
Yeah, but now
large
you're
as you
talking
like.
cellular cosmology. You're trying to make that is not what I'm arguing. You're arguing.
You just put that
against
forward, John.
cellular
You said to
cosmology.
me, you said we live inside a basketball. Imagine a small marble in the middle.
And then take the marble away is the next
Yeah,
thing
if
I
you
said.
take the
And at
marble
that
away,
point,
Mark, come on,
you
don't
take
get
the
all
marble
worked up.
away,
marble
there's
there
still
so
a
you can
finite
envision where to look.
distance.
Just so you can envision where to look, not because the marble is of anything other than a
So
visual.
what happens
for
when
you
you
to
go
look at.
past the marble, John, and you reach the other side of the
You
basketball?
don't go past the marble.
Why can't you?
Mark, don't get worked up over this, man. It's just
I'm
a
not getting
theory.
worked up. It's just ridiculous.
It's just like the globe Earth, dude. They can't even prove curvature. So what's going on? You can't even prove curvature.
Makes no sense, John. You know what I mean? It's even more crazy than when we talked to you before. I mean, I understand that you might want to believe in things, but you've got no evidence. You try and
not a
clam
matter
to
of
it. You try and clam
evidence,
to
but
evidence. You try and clam to evidence
You're
that proves that.
emotionally connected to a globe. I'm not connected to this
Oh,
emotionally
fuck
whatsoever. Listen to me. I can hear it in your
Fuck off.
voice. I don't care.
I'm emotionally connected to people
I'm
saying
saying I've
stupid
looked at all
things,
the
John.
evidence
That's
of
what I
could
get
exist
emotional
and
over.
what couldn't
I'm trying to
exist.
understand
And
why
this is the most
someone
likely that I was able to
can't even
find.
explain their model, John. That's what I get annoyed over.
He's looked at all the evidence, but he can't prove curvature on this. Was it convex?
I'm saying those, like,
or concave. Sorry.
You're saying gravity exists, but we know gravity doesn't work like that. If something had an infinite gravity, if something had an infinite gravity and it was that powerful, you would not get anything forming millions or even miles away from it. Because it's got infinite gravity, nothing would be able to escape it.
Right, but it also
That's
has
what a black
infinite
hole. That's
distance,
what a
but
black
you
hole
left
is.
out infinite distance. So you're just sticking to one thing. You're still trying to put it into a cellular model, which it's not.
No, you just said it's got an infinite
It
distance.
can
So you
collapse
get out,
forever
you've
if
got
there's
to get out
infinite
clause,
distance.
John.
It can get
That's
sucked
all
into
you've
one-
done.
It's getting
That's all
sucked
you've
toward
done,
one
John. You
point.
make assertions.
It's not exploding from one point. It's getting sucked toward one point. That's it.
That's all. That's all
And
you're
all the
doing.
issues the flat earthers
That's all
have
you're
with the
doing,
globe
John. Is making
disappear the second
assertions.
you put it in there. The second you invert it, you go, guess what? The reason you see further than you should be able to is purely because we're inside it. It has
So
nothing to
do you know everything about the model?
Going to
Why
do,
does
John,
stuff
with the
measure
lasers?
flat? Because we're inside.
I suppose
it.
that fell
It's
through.
supposed to measure flat.
So
So do
another
you know?
one hasn't done no experiments.
Does he know everything about? Do you know everything about the model?
That is not my exact model. That is that
Alright.
guy's
So
model.
it's conjecture.
That 9 months ago, roughly last summer,
theory.
I discussed what my theory and model were. I found this, which surprisingly comes close to matching mine and helps give a better idea of what I was talking about. That's all.
Okay. All right. So it's conjecture.
A better idea to who, John?
It's conjecture, and he's using gravity, which is a theory. So listen, folks. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
It doesn't have to be gravity. It could be.
It doesn't have to be gravity.
No, you could live in an electromagnetic universe. You
But it's
might, I
conjecture.
don't know.
But you just said your
so it's
model had
conjecture.
infinite gravity, John.
You don't
Now
know
you're
the
changing
information.
it.
No, the point is it's based on what we can see from Earth, and if it's
So you
if
haven't
it's
got a model then, John.
electromagnetic aspects bending light as it goes around the sun and moon, or if you want to call it gravity, we're actually witnessing that happen, and that thing you can witness happen with your own eyes is what I'm saying. Does
So
this.
what is
And
it,
I don't
John?
care
What
what
is
you
it?
Curvature with your own
I don't
eyes,
care if
so
you want to call it the
you can't prove
unicorn.
anything.
If we
What
watch
is it,
it
John?
happen,
Gravity or magnetism that's doing it?
we watch light bend as it goes around objects.
So what is that? Is that gravity or is that magnetism?
I believe they're actually one force that is in different states just like you have water, ice, and steam.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you can call it whatever you want.
Well, I'll call it bullshit. How's
Call
that?
it bullshit then. At least
We know it's bullshit, John.
At least it can be
Can't
witnessed.
back up with any evidence. 1 minute we've got infinite gravity, and now you're willing to
At least
drop
it can be
gravity.
seen with people's bare
You're
eyes
willing
from
to drop
Earth.
gravity at the drop of a hat. It's just fucking
It's not about
ridiculous.
dropping it. It's about saying what you call gravity, and what a lot of flat earthers.
No, you just
call
described it as
the-
gravity. You
or
didn't
even
just
the
describe
cellular
it. You said it's got
call-
infinite gravity. And when I clarified that point, and I said to you that's what a black hole is, you said yes.
Nah, you guys are horrible with this. You guys got to get better.
No, we're not horrible about it. You just haven't show. You haven't. You basically just ride over the curvature bit. You don't even care about that. And yeah, they haven't proved
I'm saying
curvature.
you can't show curvature
You
because
can't show curvature because it doesn't exist.
if you show
then
flat,
And then you're bringing up a theory of gravity, and then you're dropping gravity. So what
it's
is
not
it?
about dropping it. It's about saying it's one force. Electromagnetism and gravity are one force in different states. I don't care which one of them you want to say is what's bending the light. We actually witness it happen with our own eyes. No equipment.
Yeah, we also don't see curvature with our eyes as well. So there you go.
If the light's bending identical to the curve, you're not supposed to measure curvature in that model.
I have nothing to say, man. I think you need to go and do your homework, I'm afraid.
Oh, I've done my homework.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I mean, I can ask you guys, like, why is that W map pointing at Earth on the globe model? Anybody? Anybody? Where's the proof for dark matter? Where's the proof for dark energy? You need it for the globe
Where's
model
the
to
proof for
work.
gravity? Or that force that you called gravity and then redacted.
I'm saying what is known due to our educational system as gravity is the same force as electromagnetism in a different state. I can freeze water and make it ice. It doesn't mean it's not water.
No, it's really cold water.
Right. So, do you know that anybody got proof for dark energy and dark matter that we need for the globe, which we don't need for this model?
Well, you just quoted one. You just quoted one of the proofs a minute ago, John, for dark matter.
What would that be?
Gravitational lensing.
But gravity doesn't exist, so
That's one of the evidences for.
You need extra matter in the globe model in order to make it work.
Well,
for
you
the
just
big
said
bang
you
to
just
work.
said name me some proof of dark matter. I just told you. You already named some
No,
gravitational lensing.
That is not proving. That is showing that there is an X. When you go 2 plus 2
Yes,
equals
and the
4, you know there's an X
calculations
in
and the
there plus X.
calculations show
But the X could be
that the
anything.
galaxies
We'll call
and the
that
things
X
that are
dark
bending the light have got more mass that can be worked out. So there's obviously something there with a lot more mass. They
no,
can't see it. They can't
obvious-
see it. Ergo, it's called dark matter.
Yeah, but there's no proof of it, period, other than saying the globe needs
No,
it.
what do you
in
mean
order
there's
to
no
function.
proof? I've just told you the proof.
If you were
Gravitational
inside,
lensing.
on the inverse version, there is no need for it.
No, there's no
That
need for
extra
gravity because you
90+%
just denied
of
gravity
the universe
again,
that
didn't you,
can't
John?
prove.
So yeah, okay.
No, you're saying it exists because it's needed in order for our math to still
No, I didn't
work.
say that. You asked for proof. I just told you some proof.
not proof.
Gravitational lensing. What? So you're saying that the thing you just quoted about seeing stars behind solar eclipses, then you saying that doesn't happen now? Then
I'm saying that it could be being done due to the entire mass of the known universe on an inverse version versus something that we
so the
can't
light,
prove
the light wouldn't be bent
exists.
the way it is. Then if it was inverted, the light would be bent the other way.
can it just
No.
be? Could it just be a black
What do
hole?
you mean no? You keep saying inverted, so if the light, if it's not working the way we normally see it, and it's inverted, that means it's the opposite way. So
It's
the
a black
light
hole, right?
from the light from these stars that you're saying is being inverted, it wouldn't be the way we see it. It'd be the opposite way. The light
No,
would,
most of the light from the stars
instead of the light
is
being
from
bent
the
round the
sun.
sun, it'd be bent away from the sun. wouldn't it? In your model.
A lot of light is bent away from the sun, yeah.
Yeah, but
not
we
all
don't
of
see
it.
that though, do we, John? Because you just quoted it yourself that we see stars behind the sun. If it was inverted, then the light wouldn't reach us because it had been bent away, so it wouldn't have reached us. So we
No,
wouldn't have been
because
able
if
to
a
see that.
star has the correct angle to still make it without gravity overtaking
No,
the
you just said
angle
it's inverted,
of the light,
John.
it would make it to
Oh, look,
the
you just make
concave.
shit up as you go along, John. It's the same
No.
story as we met 7 months ago. You just make shit up.
No making it up.
You do make shit up, John. You just
the way
fucking
I
quoted
get
something
along.
that is an evidence of dark matter, and then when I pull you on it, you try and say, "Oh no, that's
I
not
already
right."
told you, if it's a 180
it's
from
this
that
and
star
that, it's
to
that
the
and
center
this.
point, then we would see that light. I already told you why.
Yeah, and it
Because
wouldn't be
the
the way
gravity
we
doesn't
see
slow
it. It
down
wouldn't
light,
be
it only
bending around
bends
the
it.
sun. It'd be bending away from us. If it's inverted, like you
Any
claim it
light
is,
coming
then it
off
wouldn't
of
be
any
bent
object
towards
close
us.
enough to the surface would be, if it's coming 180, it would come straight at the Earth. It wouldn't be getting bent in any direction. Anything that's slightly off that 180 would be getting bent, but the gravity of Earth could be bending it harder toward us than it is toward the center based on how far from the Earth it is. Just like when you said, what if I drop something? Why does it go to the Earth and not to the infinite gravity?
So what's the
Well,
equation to determine how much mass is required for it to bend light, so that can be detected?
Well, we can. You
Can
can
you give me
see
that
bending
equation,
light
please, John?
in the experiments at Harvard. They actually show it in
Yeah,
the
but can you
lab.
give me the equation, John? Because you just said that Earth can bend
I
light.
don't. I'm not claiming to be a
So you
mathematician.
saying
Give me an
that the
equation
Earth?
for everything that
So
has to
you
do with the
saying that
globe?
the Earth's
No.
got mass? It's got enough mass to bend light. Is that what you're saying now, John?
I'm saying all masses would have some effect, just like what you want to call gravity or
Yeah, but there must be an
electromagnetism on
equation,
everything
John.
else.
There must be an
It's always,
equation.
yeah. Everything has an effect on
So can
everything
you give
else.
me the equation, please, John?
No,
Why?
I don't do that. That ain't my
You don't
job.
what? You don't do equations?
Why do I need to make an equation for it?
Well, you just said Earth bends
I can
light.
witness it happening with my
So
own
you
eyes.
must know. So you must know the equation to work
If I
out
watch a car
what
drive down a
mass would be
street, do I
needed to
need an
bend light.
equation to say, oh, I saw a car
Does the
drive
moon
down the
bend
street.
light,
What's the
John?
equation for it? Oh, you don't have an equation? It didn't
Does the
happen. That
moon
car
bend
just
light,
drove down
John?
the street.
Is the
What's
moon
that?
massive? Is the moon massive enough to bend light?
All things in the universe have an effect on all other things in the universe.
I
You already
didn't
know
ask
this.
that.
I'm
I
not
said
arguing it.
I
But
didn't
yeah,
ask that. I
does
said
it have an effect on light? Sure.
does
Is
the
it
moon
enough
bend
to
light?
detect?
He's
No
just
idea.
said that it is gravity, but it isn't gravity. He said it's what you would call gravity, so it is gravity.
I suppose this is
He's
what
just
it's
trying to
like to
say
live
it.
life through a
Trying to say
fucking meth
gravity
pipe.
without saying. So that's it. You got no curvature, you got no gravity, and you
It's
got
not
no
about
model.
no gravity. It's just I'm not willing to say.
Okay, so you're not willing to say, but it is gravity, though. I can say that it is gravity because you've just said
Sure,
it's
say
what you would
gravity.
call
Call it
gravity.
I said, yeah, if you want to call it gravity, call it gravity.
Yeah,
If you
okay, it's
want to
gravity.
call it
Cool. All right, cool.
electromagnetism,
So okay, we're in agreement. It's gravity.
mass has an effect on other mass that draws it toward it.
So
Yes.
so is it the gravity that we know, the Einstein and
Yes, it is, yes.
Newtonian gravity?
Yeah.
Right. So your model can't be right then, can it?
Yeah, it can.
No, it can't, because in that model.
Considering mathematicians have
No,
already
John,
said
no,
they
John,
can't show
John,
otherwise.
hold up. In
Unless
that
you're a
model,
mathematician who
in
can
that
show
model,
you
no, John, in that model, if you had something that was infinite in gravity wise, like a black hole, then you couldn't have your model.
if it's infinitely collapsing, it has infinite distance.
Oh, so it's collapsing as well now.
It says it right in the picture I showed you that it's infinite distance. Jeez.
Well, as in what in a globe model has that say something like that amount of gravity, John? What would have something like that?
The entire universe. Because right now you're saying that the
What
explosion
about a black
from
hole,
Big
John?
Bang
What about a black
basically
hole,
is
John?
stronger than gravity.
John,
And
what
that's
about a
why
black
we're
hole? How much
continually
gravity has a black hole got, John?
Because you're saying there's a point at which
John,
we start
John,
and
can you answer my
expand.
question, please?
What's the question?
How
The whole
much
universe
gravity has a black hole got?
depends on the black hole. They're not all the same.
Right. So what can't escape from a black hole, John?
I'm not saying you see any light in the center.
What can't escape from a black hole, John?
Nothing's escaping from a black hole, is it?
Right. So if
Right.
we had something that had that amount of mass in the center of our model, of your model,
Yep.
then nothing, not light, would escape, would it?
Now, if that center of mass is infinitely shrinking toward the center, because there's infinite distance,
Yeah, but it
so
couldn't have got out.
it
It
doesn't
couldn't have got
have
out that
infinite
far, though,
pull.
John, could it?
It no longer
If you
has
have a
an
black
infinite
hole,
pull.
if you have a
It
black
doesn't
hole,
have infinite
then it
pull.
wouldn't have got no mass would have got away from the black hole, would it?
Let me put it like this: if a black hole is moving away from you at 1 billion miles an hour, its distance is, but yet it has enough force to pull you 1 billion miles an hour toward it. Did you actually get any closer? No.
I think you'll find that the reason they pulls things faster than 1 million miles an hour, John.
I'm giving you a random number. Call it 1 mile an hour. Call
Well, it's
it
not random, is it? Because
whatever you
there's
want.
equations
Because
that
each
tell
black
us.
hole is different. Yeah,
There's
there's an
equations that
equation.
tell us
Yeah,
how
but
much the black
but we
hole,
have an X factor, the
what a
fact that
black
we
hole
don't have the
does.
size of that exact black
And
hole.
light can't escape a black hole, John. So your model
It's
doesn't
just
work.
like talking in circles.
All right. Well, I'm done. I'm done here. I'm gonna go off to bed now. So
Yeah, I'm gonna crash myself
yeah.
because it's like 4 o'clock in the morning or something.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Something like that. Yeah.
Right. I'll catch you
All
later.
right. Yeah. Nice talking to you.
Sorry, I wasn't a flathead.
Oh.
Would have been easier to disprove.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame, really. But anyway, I'll see you later. Bye.
For any of you still out there, I'm going to link what was posted in this chat if you want to see it before we go. No, it didn't end. They got tired of debating an inverse universe. For the YouTube commenter, Flamingo Boot, space-time does not work the same way as you would envision it on the globe model. Space-time was used to basically fill the gap of what's needed in order to have an ever-expanding universe. I'm not able to link the web page to you guys on YouTube, but I gave you what you can basically copy paste into DuckDuckGo or Google or whatever your search engine is and find some of the information for yourself. All right, well, we got you in the YouTube comments who is doing his normal thing, but I'll put it to you like this. For the flat earthers, like I was talking earlier, they use a gyroscope to try to show the earth isn't rotating. And then you have basically gyroscopes being used in planes, and the way you're having to adjust them in order to get your positioning to go from city to city shows that we are indeed in something that has hemispheres and is curved. So if what the flat earthers claim is true on a gyroscope and what we're seeing in a plane is also true, the only model that would explain what is going on would be the one I've been discussing, because if both are true, it could not exist on a globe or a flat earth. And globe and flat earth people love to sit there and fight about, well, this proves that flat don't work and this proves that globe isn't possible. Well, all those things put into this model, I've yet to find one that doesn't work. Now, at Flamingo talking about what is going on with light because it has no mass, we are also assuming that light actually has that top speed that is on the globe model in that, because we assume there's no ether. But on an inverse model, the very tests that prove that there is no ether would only prove that we're not on a globe, and would actually have given us data that we would have expected as far as there being an ether. So there may be something in space that we are unaware of due to that, which you would call the ether. Which is also why you can hear planets through electromagnetics in space, and each planet actually has its own sound when it's converted to something audible that is in the hearing range of humans. And you can actually look videos up on them. Quite entertaining to see what each planet's noise and sound makes. And you go, how do they travel through a lack of a medium? Well, if we are in the inverse version, you no longer have that issue. Now, the funny thing is, I was actually watching this channel for maybe a couple hours, enjoying the flat earth chat, verbal abuse, but I got to the point where I talk an inverse universe and everybody leaves, because it's hard to make fun of something when it actually has just as much proof as the globe, if not more. And that speed of light that has been documented since the 1900s is still based on what we can do from Earth, and assuming that there is nothing being used in space or ether that is all around us. Because the only thing that disproves that is that we're on a globe, which is also quite entertaining because Tesla, the reason you are using these computers and enjoying the electricity the way you are today, thought there was an ether, and he also believed that there was free energy to be had that we could have had back in the early 1900s. And the test used to make that never happen is the one that we need to show we're on a globe in order to do. It's always follow the money.
Great Ireland.
Yeah, what's happening?
Yeah, there's another hangout which is much more alive. I'm not sure if you want to go in there instead. We could just chat there.
That's cool.
All right, as more people. Yeah, I'll just invite you from there.
Well, just throw me a link in this channel. Make it easier. I'll just click it.
Yeah, I could post the link in the side chat, or I could just add you. Which one would you like?
Just throw it in the side chat.
All right, be right back.
Thank you.
All right, I threw the link. I'll meet you there if you want to come over.
All right.
What's up, everyone in the chat?
Hey man, I'm nodding off.
Oh shit, Jim. I thought you were sleeping.
Yeah, I pretty much am. I
was here to hijack your show.
Oh yeah, well you go ahead, mate. I need to have at it. Right, I'll be right back.
Did you convince the fake flat earther of the globe? Yeah, this is Mars Chan now, taking over this bitch. So, what the fuck's going on? People still think the Earth is still flat, I guess. Sing? Oh man, I don't think people want to hear me sing. You might be the only one, Shumi. Nothing really going on in the news. I guess there was that. I guess there was that terrorist attack 6 days ago in the UK, and I noticed they're making a big deal about this message on an app. Like what? Something I can't remember the app's name. Yeah, I'm starting to notice a trend in the media where they're attacking privacy rights. I think they're gonna start attacking more and more privacy rights on the internet. Like we all know that nothing on the internet is private and everything we do has been recorded by the NSA and CIA and all that shit, but they can't publicly use it in court. So the idea is they're gonna pass laws where they can use the shit that they've been collecting for all these years. So I see that was the point of that terrorist attack, I think, to stage propaganda for laws to crack down on internet surveillance. So the internet as we know it, it's going to die. It's going to be more controlled in the future. It's going to suck, bro. Anyone have any questions? Let's diss Poncho. Oh, wait, he's gone? Brutal diss. P. Mars is a fucking moron. He watches a DeFranco video and thinks he knows it all. Who's DeFranco? I don't know who DeFranco is. But all right, man. I don't know. I don't really claim to be intelligent, by the way, and I've never claimed to have all the answers. I just give my opinion. I don't give a fuck if people want to listen or not. I just do my own thing. If I was trying to be popular, I'd probably say the earth was flat. We shouldn't eat meat. Chemtrails are bad. You know, I would just have all this like rhetoric. I'd have like someone that I hated. I'd have to bash on them, like Globers or something. So watch out for rhetoric, guys. Like if someone's just like repeating some shit, they have like catchphrases and buzz. They just use buzzwords all the time. That's all Poncho would do, is use buzzwords constantly. Say like, oh, this resonates with me. We're going to have our rights taken away on the internet. Sure thing, fat man. Keep drinking the Kool-Aid. I mean, and it's not like I'm the first person to say that. I'm not like copying anyone though. I'm just saying that based off the news of the terror attack. It seems like the whole point was to highlight that they need to take away some of our privacy on the internet. I don't know. I didn't fucking steal anyone's shit, dude. You know, it's possible two people look at the news and form a similar opinion. Have you ever considered that, A4? It's like everyone is fucking shady in your eyes because you're shady. So you think everyone thinks like you, but that's not reality, man. I don't fucking what? Oh my god, A4. I don't really watch fucking YouTube videos, dude. I just make them. Like, I'll watch some flat earth videos just for content for my shit. I don't really care what other people say.
I'm back, mate, by the way.
Welcome back.
Well, I'm about ready to conk out. Do you want me to leave it running or
I don't care. You can do whatever you want. I'm gonna probably take off when Validation Boy starts, but if you leave it running, I'll just talk bullshit to your chat, I guess.
Yeah, Validation Boy. Who's he gone?
I think Tim said he was gonna go on.
Right.
He's trying to get Twitwit or Charlotte on. I don't know if they're going on or not. I don't know. It'll be. Validation Boy, man, it's hard. Like, he really bores the shit out of me, so I don't know. He just he's like, oh, we can't touch the sky, therefore
Yeah, we can't touch it, so we don't know what it is, sort of thing.
can't use it to argue.
Yeah. All right, mate. I'll what shall I do?
Whatever you want, man. I don't care.
I guess I should end it, shouldn't I, in the interest of safety?
Yeah, do it.
All right, mate.
Thanks for having the show. Yeah.
Yeah,
See you
goodbye,
around.
everyone. It wasn't a classic, this one, but, you know, it was all right.
Yeah. Seems like it's dying down. There's like nothing for them to argue now.
Yeah, I just don't think they, you know,
Just
just
know where
not
to go.
doing that, are they? They know they can't, so.
Yeah, you've noticed they're showing up less and less often on these panels. 'Cause
Yeah.
They can't. They just get destroyed. So. Yeah. All right. Good night, man.
All right, mate. I'll see you soon. I'll see you tomorrow, no doubt. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for coming. See you soon. Well, I guess I better boot Neg, really, hadn't I? Oh, no, it'll end anyway. Bye, everyone. Oh, I suppose I should look at the chat. Bye, VB. I'm going to watch your show if you're... well, I'll stick it on my telly while I'm not on. Bye, Charlotte. Bye, Shroomy. Bye, DQ.